All right, I want to say good morning or good tevach. A tremendous chus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin another week of Sanhedrin together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tavshin Pei 5785, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drashos this year as a zuchus for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Alim with the top of the common family in memory of Amit Ben David Levi, Zichron L'Racha, the brother of Ita Levi, who was killed fighting in Gaza on behalf of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael on the first night of Hanukkah. Our week of learning sponsors, Bruce Levin in merit and memory of Avital Kala Bas Kala Batya, and Paul and Kathy Pollock in memory of Paul's aunt, Enter Esther Bas Zecharia, Zichron L'Racha, and American Rock Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas have an aliyah, families in the Shalom. Our Kodesh Baruch Hu should Hashem bring our hostages home to Shalom, and Bikarov and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedei. Well, so with that, let us begin. I apologize in advance. We have to stop a little bit early today, but in Mirz Hashem, it's a perfect daf to have to stop early. We're totally fine. So but we will we'll be good. Again, we pulled it off. We pulled it off last week. In Mirz Hashem, we'll pull it off again this week. Let's begin. So today's daf is Yud Test 19. We are picking up on Yud Chesed Days 18b, 3 lines up from the bottom. Choltzin, Cholitz v'Choltzin. So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about the idea that a Kohen Gadol does not do chalitza. Kohen Gadol, right again, Cholitz v'Choltzin l'ishto. Cholitz v'Choltzin l'ishto. Umiyad mines ishto. About who eno miyad min meshu asher ba'amaros. Remember again. So chalitza can be done too, and yibum can be done to the wife of the Kohen Gadol. But Allah Lamaisa, he can't do yibum. Now there's a very simple reason why can't the Kohen Gadol do yibum? Because Allah Lamaisa, Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry any woman other than a basula. And of course, if he's doing yibum, that means the woman is an almana. He can't go ahead and marry an almana. Good. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, kapasik v'tani lo shtam min ha'irisin v'lo shtam min ha'nisuin. So the Gemara says there's no distinction. It's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't make a distinction between a woman who was widowed from irisin or from nisuin. There was an obviously halachically. Now, just to point out, when it comes to a Kohen Gadol, there's 2 halachas at play over here. Number 1, there is an asay of who isha b'vsula yikach, that he has to marry a b'sula, and then of course there's a lav that he's not allowed to marry an almana. So now the Gemara says, interestingly enough, the Mishnah makes no distinction between whether or not this woman was widowed from erisin or nisuin. So let's analyze. So the Gemara says, bishlam min nisuin havi asay v'lo sasay, the top of your test, the ein asay docha lo sasay va'asay. So remember again, if a woman was widowed from nisuin, then essentially a Kohen Gadol is not allowed to marry her because of an asay. The asay is he has to marry a basula. The lo sasay is that he can't marry an almana. So there's an asay and a lo sasay that would go ahead and prevent him from doing yibum. On the other hand, there's an asay that says do yibum. So an asay, the positive commandment of yibum, cannot set aside the asay and lo sasay preventing him from marrying this woman. So that makes a lot of sense. That if she was widowed from nisuin. Because if she's widowed from nisuin, 2 things. Number 1, she's not a basula. And number 2, she's an almana. However, top of Yud Test 19, Ella, mina erisin amai. But again, if she was widowed from erisin, so the assumption is a man has not lived with his wife during erisin. As such, she's still a basula. So therefore, the only issue with him marrying her is that she's an almana. So there's a lot that there's an almana, but there's also an asay of yibum. If that's the case, yavo asay v'yitchalos asay. So let the asay of yibum come and set aside the lo sa'aseh of almana and let him do yibum. We have this concept all the time of asay docha lo sa'aseh. Positive commandment sets aside a prohibition. To which the Gemara says, the phrase asay docha lo sa'aseh is also a tremendous mantra in life. That a lot of times in life we want to do something. We feel like we want to do something. And then what happens? There's a little voice in our head that tells us all the reasons, lo saseh, no, don't do it. It's not a good time, you're too busy, you're overextended, you don't have to be successful. I say, I want to asay, but the voices in my head tell me lo saseh. So what do you do when you encounter a situation like that? So the beautiful thing is, Chazal already told us what to do. Asay, docha, lo saseh. When you have the energy and you have the desire to do something, shut down the voices, drown out the voices, and make sure that the asay is docha the lo saseh. It's a tremendous bumper sticker as well. We're one of those card magnets, right? Everybody, it's amazing. Back of cards have become like billboard, right? But you can nice like a little magnet on there. Asay docha lo saseh. Not just the halacha, but hashkafa as well. Incredible. So if she was widowed from Erisin, so why not go ahead and do Yibum in that context? So the Gemara says, Atu bia rishona, gzera bia rishona, atu bia shniya. So this is very interesting. The Aseido Halosase, of course, only works for the actual act of Yibum. To which the Gemara says, you're right. You're right. By the way, it's a pretty solid halachic argument that a Kohen can do Yibum with a woman who was widowed from Erisin, because then there's an assay of Yibum, a losase of not marrying an almana, and an assay is doch a losase, but that only permits the first bia. After that, right after the first bia, then what? There's no longer an assay. So after the first bia, the issue is you have no assay, and guess what? She's still an almana. So the problem just is, whereas the logic allows for the bia rishona, essentially, it will not allow for the continuity of the marriage afterwards. So quite fascinating. So in fact, the Gemara answers, that is correct. The Gemara says, you're right, halacha l'maaseh, that works. That works. If a Kohen Gadol technically did Yibum with a woman who was widowed from Erisin, so he can effect Yibum with her, but he cannot remain married to her, because the first bia could occur because there's an assay of Yibum that is doka de los assay that she's an almana. After the first bia, there's no longer an assay. There's no longer an assay because technically they're married already. Not technically they're married already, but she's still an almana. Remember, I will say, a woman never loses her almana status even once she remarries. She's still an almana. She still has a status of almana. So as such, any subsequent bia would just be the bia of a kohen gadol with an almana, which would be a love. Incredible. Okay. So we're going to say some takeaway. Kohen gadol doesn't do Yibum. That's it. Doesn't matter again if the woman if his sister-in-law was widowed from Erisin, Yisuin, can't do Yibum. Next, mace slow mace. So it says, remember again, now we had an interesting discussion in the Mishnah about what happens if the Kohen Gadol loses one of the close relatives for whom he is obligated to mourn. So what happens under those circumstances? So the Tanakama said, so mace lo mace, in the Yotze Achar, this is Rabbi Meir. Right, Rabbi Meir essentially says that the Kohen Gadol follows the funeral procession, but he's always out of sight of the procession. So the procession goes, right? So again, he's behind them without a sight. They turn the corner, he comes out. So he's part of the procession, but never in sight of the procession. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. Kohen Gadol doesn't leave the Beis Hamikdash. He's not part of the procession. So says the Gemara, Tan Rabbanon, Umina Mikdash lo Yetze. So the Pasuk says the Kohen Gadol should not come out of the Mikdash. Now, but remember again, this is Umina Mikdash lo Yetze. So the Gemara says lo Yetze Imar. It means he cannot be part of the funeral procession. Abal Yotziu Acharehen. But he could follow after the procession. Ketzad, and again, this now quotes the Mishnah. This is Rabbi Meir. Ketzad, hey nichnasin v'hu nigla. Right? They go in and he comes out. Hey niglin v'hu nechasa. They come out and he goes in. The idea is he could follow as part of the procession, but always behind the procession. Fine. The Yotziat Pesach. So Sha'aprik Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say. So remember again. So Rabbi Yehuda says in the Mishnah, what are you talking about? The Kohen Gadol is never part of a funeral procession. Why? Because the pasuk says, Mikdash lo Yetze. He doesn't go out to the Beis Hamikdash, so he's never part of the procession. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to call you Meir. Meir says, 1 second, Rabbi Yehuda. If you take that literally, then Ihaki, the Beis Hamikdash, maybe the Kohen Gadol should live in the Beis Hamikdash. But he never goes home. So you should never leave. In other words, if you're taking it so literally to say, that Mikdash lo Yetze means that the Kohen Gadol can't even join the funeral procession, right? He never leaves the Beis Hamikdash. So what do you mean? He never leaves. He doesn't go home. He doesn't go anywhere. And this is what it means to say, Mina Mikdash lo Yetze, Mikdushasa lo Yetze. What it means, so Rabbi Yehuda says, no. What it means is like this. Sorry, Rabbi Meir says, what it means is like this. Mina Mikdash lo Yetze means the Kohen Gadol remains in his state of Kiddusha. Meaning, he should not do anything that in any way compromises that Kiddusha. But again, he's allowed to go ahead and follow the funeral procession as long as what? As long as he changes it up a little bit and is not part of the funeral procession. Since the Kohen Gadol has a very, it's choreographed. They go in, he comes out, right? They turn the corner, he comes out onto the street. So since there's a distance, because remember, let's say, what are we concerned about if he follows the funeral procession? What are we concerned about? That he's going to touch the mace. That's what we're concerned about. If he becomes tamei, that's problematic. So again, Rabbi Meir holds that since we have a difference in the procession, he's not going to come to touch the mace. Rabbi Yehuda, Agav Merire, Dilma Mikri Asirinag. Rabbi Yehuda says, Kohen Gadol may become overcome by his grief, and in his intense grief, he may just end up touching the mace, and this could cause a problem. So let's say, so fundamental machlokas here and there, Rabbi Yehuda, about how does the Kohen Gadol, or does he follow the procession? What you should know, the Rabban Paskins like Rabbi Yehuda, that a Kohen Gadol does not join the procession at all. He doesn't go. Not only does he not go to the funeral, not only obviously doesn't go to the Levaya, but he's not part of the funeral procession at all. He remains at his post in the Beis Hamikdash, which I will say, if you think about it, is such an overwhelming yesod, that the Kohen Gadol is a person who his responsibility to the clown eclipses any other personal responsibilities he has. And his responsibility to the collective it overshadows any other responsibility he has, even to his own immediate family. Now, that's not necessarily a model for us, for regular people, to emulate, but Lamaisa, Klal Yisrael needs people like that. Klal Yisrael needs people who live and breathe Klal Yisrael to the exclusion of everything else. That was the Kohen Gadol. That was a Moshe Rabbeinu. Again, it's not a model to be replicated necessarily. It's not a model to be replicated by every person, because it could actually be detrimental. But the clown needs people who live and breathe the cloud. That's the Kohen Gadol. And therefore, again, as painful as it is, he does not go to Levaya. He's not part of the funeral process. He doesn't have the same mourning processes, even for his own close relatives. Incredible. When the Kohen Gadol stands in a line to console mourners, so we're going to see again how mourning practice. We did a lot of this in Mourn Katan, but again, it was like this: when the Kohen Gadol is standing in line to comfort mourners, right? So he's standing to provide comfort. What happens is incredible. Sgan umashuach sha'avar b'yamino. So the sgan, so the sgan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. The mashuach sha'avar. And remember again, what's mashuach sha'avar? So let's say we're Kohen Gadol. We'll call him Aaron. Aaron develops a blemish. He breaks his arm, right? So while his arm is broken, he cannot do the avoda. So what happens? So the assistant Kohen Gadol steps in. When the Kohen Gadol and Aaron is healed and comes back to his post, so what happens to the filling Kohen Gadol? So the issue is like this: he can't go back to being a regular Kohen. Why? Because again, Malin Bakodesh Vein Moridi, you can't do that. Once you served in the position of Kohen Gadol, you can't go back. Our issue is you also can't have two Kohanim Gedolim. So what happens? He has this spot essentially of Kohen Gadol Emeritus, right? What does Kohen Gadol Emeritus do? The same thing as every other emeritus position, right? You're like the Queen of England, right? You're just like you're whatever. You go ahead. You're there. Definitely again the chizik. It's good for people to see. But that's what it's called. So the Kohen Gadol. So when the Kohen Gadol is giving comfort to people, so he's there. And again, the Skan Mashuach Sha'abar, as Right said, the Rosh Beis Av, and also the Rosh Beis Av. Remember again, the Kohanim were divided up into 24 mishmoros, right? Each one served a week in the Beis Hamikdash. Each mishmar was comprised of multiple families. So and again, each day saw a different family or a series of families, and there was a head for each day. So the Rosh Beis Av, whoever was the dominant Kohanic family of that day, the head of that family, stood by. The Rosh Beis Av, va'avelim v'chola an mismolo, and the Rosh Beis Av, the avelim, the mourners, and the rest of Klal Yisrael, or whoever else was there, was on his left. So we'll say this was the choreography. Okay, I must say, just to understand, you say to yourself, wow, like why all the choreography? So we'll say, so remember, Kohen Gadol has to remain tahar. Tumah can be transmitted even through touch. You have to have a very organized line around the Kohen Gadol. There has to be choreography. It's also, by the way, as we're going to see, Kiddusha requires choreography. The holier something is, the more choreography is required to ensure that its Kiddusha remains. That's why, again, it's an interesting thing. When you show up in shul, right? How do you have to show up in shul? What are the rules for showing up in shul? Right? On time. If that was a rule, we have a problem, right? Right? So the answer is there aren't really any rules per se, right? In other words, that you can roll in. You can roll in, right? Address a lot of these things in our new Mikdash Ma'at, right? But you get a lot of interesting behaviors that have developed over the years that are quite fascinating, like walking into shul on Shabbos morning with a cup of coffee into shul. I don't know, I'm not an old person, but I never saw this growing up. I never saw it. But people saunter into shul like, yeah, I grab my cup of coffee and come into shul. No, 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 no. That's not what shul is. Drink your coffee before you come to shul. Drink your coffee, come to shul. Shul is not the place where you come to have coffee with God. Right? Shul is the place where you come to converse God. When you're learning, that's one thing. That's one thing. But to come into shul with a cup of coffee and then you see chevra, it's really quite shocking. During davening, and there are some audible slurpers. I'm just going to point out, right? And what is that? What is that? Chazara sashat, or you hear like the clicking of the top of like the travel mug. So take a sip of coffee, or drink it, and then people go for refills afterwards, which is like also incredible. I didn't know we offered that. I got to get in on that a little bit. It's really, I'm just telling you, it's something that managed, like, it's an avla, and it really is like it totally diminishes the sanctity of what a shul is, and fundamentally erodes what tefillah is supposed to be. It creates a casualness that is just not supposed to be part, because again, you see, the further removed you are from the Shekhinah, it's true, the more casual things become. The closer you go to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, the more choreographed things become, right? That's why you go onto the Harabayas, so remember again, you can't go with your wallet, with your walking stick. You can't walk into the Beis HaMikdash with your shoes. And the further in you go, the more strict the choreography is. Why? Kedusha requires Seder. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires a clear structure for how I'm getting from point A to point B. So the further removed from Kedusha I am, the more casual things are. That's just the way that it is. The closer to Kedusha I get, by definition, the more choreographed things need to be. So everything to do with the Kohen Gadol. Yes, on a utilitarian level, everything is choreographed because he has to remain tahar. But it's also a din in Kedusha. If you want, and we know this in our own lives, if I want holiness, holiness requires structure. Holiness requires order. Holiness requires a schedule. Holiness requires choreography on every single level. If it's chat plop, just whatever, go with the wind, go with the flow. Right? Then the Lamaisa, you can accomplish great things, but that's not where Kedusha is. Incredible. So now, if the Kohen Gadol is mourning, right, and again, he is being consoled by others, so then the halach is skan miyamino, barosh beis abechala amismalo. So ultimately, again, the assistant Kohen Gadol is on his right. Skan miyamino, rosh beis av, right? So again, this is rosh beis av, and the rest of the nation is on his left. Aval mashuach she'avar lo asi gabei. So I'll say it's fascinating. So when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort, so we note that both the skan and mashuach she'avar. Skan is the assistant Kohen Gadol. Mashuach she'avar is the Kohen who served as the Kohen Gadol while the current Kohen Gadol was disqualified, and then again becomes emeritus afterwards. So if you notice, when the Kohen Gadol is providing comfort to others, the mashuach she'avar is present. When the Kohen Gadol is in mourning, the mashuach she'avar is not present. Why? Says this is incredible. My timer, because you won't say, as much as the Kohen Gadol does not go ahead and become tummy or go to Levi or participate in the funeral for his loved ones, but again, there are certain parts of the avodah that he's not permitted to do. We'll discuss this. He feels that the mashuach she'avar may rejoice at the fact that now he's not the acting Kohen Gadol. They will say, this is quite fascinating. What the Gemara is highlighting over here is there's some amount of inherent tension between the Kohen Gadol and the person who fills in for him when he's not able to act as the Kohen Gadol. People are people. And when you feel that your position is at risk, right, or you feel that someone else is able to do your job, it's threatening. It's threatening. So as such, it's fascinating. So the Kohen Gadol is mourning. We tell the Shuach Sha'avar, don't come. Don't come to be Menachem, because it's going to elicit negative feelings or potential insecurities within the Kohen. Say, isn't it? You think to yourself, if there's one person in the world who shouldn't feel insecure, it's who? It's the Kohen Gadol. My gosh, you're the Kohen Gadol. I mean, I got it. You're not a doctor, right? But again, but you're the Kohen Gadol. You're the Kohen Gadol, my guy. It's like you can't become holier than the Kohen Gadol. You're the only man on the face of the earth who is permitted to engage in the most intimate communion and Kedusha Baruch Hu on Yom Kippur. It doesn't get higher. Even Kohen Gadol has insecurities. Such a validating and such we all walk out with insecurities, and we think that our insecurities are representative of the fact that we're so deficient, right? That we're so lacking. If only was a healthier person that wouldn't have insecurities. It's true, we all have to work on our insecurities. But it goes through the Chazal telling us is that having insecurities is just part of being human, and even the Kohen Gadol has them. Incredible. Amar Papa, Shema Mina Mahamas Nisa. To us, there are three things you should learn from here. Number one, Shema Mina, Hainu Sgan, Hainu Mamuna, that the Sgan and the Mamuna are two names for the same person, the deputy or assistant Kohen Gadol. Shema Mina, Avelim Omnim B'Chala Am Ovrim. That will say so that when comforting mourners, the mourners would remain in place, and the nation, the people, would file past them to provide nechama. Shema Mina, Avelim L'Smal Hamanachim Omnim. Also see from here that the mourners stand to the left of those coming to console. So once again, listen, let's talk about this practice a little bit. This is incredible. Once in the beginning, it was as we just said, the Avelim would remain stationary, and the people, the comforters, would file past the mourners. So this is Vahayu Beis Mishpachos B'Yushalayim Miskaros Zubazu. Get ready for this. There are two families in Yerushalayim that fought with each other. What was the fight? Zozomeres, Anio Veres Tchila. Zozomeres, Anio Veres Tchila. What would they fight about? That when it came to the comfort line, or the comforting line, right? This was the people who were coming to comfort the mourners. These two families would always get into it. Right? Family A would say, no, we're going first. Family B would say, no, we're going first. Every single time someone died, and they had to go to Menachem Abel, these two families would always go at it. So what happened? So the rabbi changed the practice. And what did they do? They changed the practice that the comforters no longer file past the mourners, rather the mourners file past the comforters. So therefore, again, there's no real order in the line of the comforters, because the comforters are standing in place and the mourners go by, which I will say, interestingly enough, is the practice that we have to this very day. After the Levaya, after the Kvura, right, we form two shilos, we, the comforters, remain stationary, and the mourners walk through. That was not the original practice. The original practice was mourners stand in place and the comforters walk by, which if you think about it, interestingly enough, sounds so much more intuitive. Why did it change? Because two families in Yerushalayim are constantly added. I will say, what do you see from here? See, do you understand what just happened over here? Halacha changed because two families in Yerushalayim Kodesh were fighting. I will say, what do you see from here? How important shalom is. This is how important. I don't know. I would have thought, so what should we do with those two families in Yerushalayim? Sitting down and say, what's the matter with you people? Right? I mean, you don't have to say it like that, but something like that. In other words, what are you doing? So obviously, I'm sure someone tried that, but whatever was going on was much deeper. So you see from here, the halachic practice changed in order to maintain shalom within the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Gadol HaShalom. There is nothing greater for our people than shalom. Shalom is the kli that allows every other bracha to be showered down upon us. With it, we have everything. Without it, we have nothing. And so Chazal were ready to go ahead and literally change mourning practices in order to prevent two families from fighting, in order to cause the proliferation of Shalom within the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Overwhelming. Okay, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Abba, Hechz Rabbi Yossi es hadavar liyashno b'tziborim. Shiu avelim omdim v'chol ha'am ovrim. So listen to this. So Rabbi Yossi changed back the practice to what it was. He changed it back to the practice of the Avelim standing in place and everyone else filing past. His generosity story. So we'll say, so again, that was just, so because understand, Chazal changed it as a reaction to a particular event. So Rabbi Yossi felt that there's no reason why in Sipori, where we don't have this problem, I could do the halacha as, or I could keep the practice as it originally was. Mourner stationary, and everyone else filing past them. So listen to this. Rabbi Yossi organized, or he enacted the following halachas in Sipori. Number one, that a woman should not walk in the marketplace with their child behind her, but only should walk in the marketplace with her children in front of her. So what's the pshat? He wants it because of Ma'aseh Shahaya. So what happened? Rashi points out to him that there was a woman who was walking, her child was behind her. She turned around and her child was gone. Somebody had taken her child. So a man came over to her and said, "Oh, I'll help you find your child." Took her to a home, and she was violated in that home. It was a trap. It was a trap to violate her. So after that particular event, Rabbi said in Sipori, when a woman's walking in the marketplace, her children should be in front of her. What's also dramatic about this? You say to yourself, we're going to enact a practice because of something that happened to one person? And the answer is yes. It's all the same thing. Halacha looks out for the collective, and halacha also looks out for the individuals, and the safety, security, and shalom of the individual and the community is paramount. It's interesting. It's fascinating. Rabbi Yossi instituted in Sipori that women should talk in the bathroom. Incredible. They should talk in the bathroom. They should converse in the bathroom. I must say, you understand, by the way, the halacha is you're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. Right? It's important halacha to know. You're not supposed to talk in the bathroom. It's not a, hey, how are you? Hey, what's up? Fancy meeting you here. Right? None of that, right? None of that. There's no talking in the bathroom. Right? Because again, that's normally a din in sneers. It's a din in modesty. First, go to the bathroom, take care of their needs, and then get out. That's it. Interestingly enough, the halacha here is that women should talk in the bathroom. Why? Mishum yichud. His son wants us to understand that it used to be bathrooms were what's the word? No, what is it? What's the opposite? Is it unisex means foreign gender? No, non-denominational. Non-denominational, right? That's the wrong word. Right. Not co-ed. No, not co-ed. Not co-ed. This is going down. You know what? No more comments from the audience. I got this. Bathrooms, right? Bathrooms were communal. They were they were communal. So what could happen if women were using the bathroom and a man walked in? He didn't know. So this way, again, if a man's approaching the bathroom and he hears women's voices in the bathroom, he knows not to go in there. So again, and to avoid any type of potential yichud situation. Quite incredible. Amrav. So the Gemara says Amrav. Amram Nashia by Abbas. Shilta is Rabbi Yoshia Rabbi, the base Amr the Hutzal. We'll say first of all, So Rabbi Nashia by Abbas asked Rabbi Yoshia, the great Rabbi Yoshia, in the cemetery of Hutzal. He said the following: Ein shura psucha chusa me'asar b'nei adam. For a shura, for the line of comforters for Avelim, there is no din of shura if you have less than 10 people. Ve'ein Avelim and Aminim, and the mourners are not part of the minyan. So bein sha'avelim omdim v'chala am omdim, bein sha'avelim omdim v'chala am omdim. And this doesn't matter whichever practice you follow. Whether you follow that the Avelim are stationary and the comforters walk past them, or the comforters are stationary and the Avelim walk past them, there is no concept of a shura with less than 10 people. Incredible. So so we'll say, when the Kohen Gadol, remember again, when the Kohen Gadol is in mourning and people come to comfort him, so remember again, the Mishnah said it's actually quite dramatic. The Mishnah said that they walk in and they say to him, Anu kaparascha, we will be your atonement, which is so profound. Like the people are saying to the Kohen Gadol, we'll take your suffering. Whatever is supposed to happen to you, let it happen to us. So the Gemara now says, when the Kohen Gadol comes to comfort someone else, so the Gemara says, what does he say to them? So Tashma, he says to them, you should be consoled. So the Gemara says, what's the case here? So it's like if we're talking about a case where someone's coming to comfort the Kohen Gadol, and he responds to them, Tisnachamu. So if someone coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and he says to them, you should also be consoled. It's almost like an ayin hara. Right? So can you imagine, like someone comes into the Adol, they say to the Adol, Hamakam Minachin Eschem, and he almost says back to them, you know what, thank you. Hamakam Minachin Eschem, right? So again, you don't say stuff like that. So if they're coming to console the Kohen Gadol, and the Kohen Gadol says to them, you should also be consoled, that's like an ayin hara. That doesn't make sense. Watch this. Ki Minachin Lachrini Amar Lahu Tisnachamu. What it means is like this. When the Kohen Gadol goes to console someone else, he gives a simple consolation. What's his consolation? Tisnachamu. You should find consolation. You should be consoled. I will say now, I think it's interesting, and again, the Bekim and Diktuk could fact check this. It's interesting because this is the easier way to have written this word would be what? Would be what? Tinachamu or tinuchamu. Tinuchamu, right? Be consoled. What's tisnachamu? Tisnachamu, I believe, is the hitpa'el form of the word. Hitpa'el, I paid attention for like 2 days in the Greek, and right 2 days. It was hitpa'el, right? So it's the hitpa'el form, which is the reflexive form of the word. So titnechamu, right? Tinachamu would be consoled. Titnechamu means almost like engage in the process of consolation. It's like lehitpalel, palal, church of lehitpalel to daven, right? Lehispalel, right? The church of lehitpalel is pei lamed lamed. That means to judge. Lehitpalel means to engage in the process of self-evaluation, to engage in the process of judgment. So tinachamu means to console, to be consoled. Tisnachamu means to engage in your own process of consolation. What is the Kohen Gadol saying? Chara, do you know where consolation comes from? Consolation comes from within. Nechama comes from a decision to look at life from a different perspective, to look at life with a different set of eyes. Consolation comes from the moment when you realize that although I've suffered loss and life has not gone the way I thought it would, I'm choosing not to lose myself in a state of sorrow. But instead, I am choosing to go ahead and look at life in a different way. This is my lot. This is what I got. This is the hand I've been dealt. And this is what Hashbar gave me. Then these are the circumstances I'm going to maximize. And by the way, we know, because what's the shorish from Nechama? We translate Nechama as consolation. Nechama doesn't mean consolation of salvation. He points this out in the end of Parshas Bereshis, where the pasuk says, "Vayinochim Hashem al she'asas Adam." Hashem had Nechama that He created man. Nechama. What does that mean? And Rashi says, a change of perspective. What's consolation? Great consolation comes from a change of perspective. Consolation comes grief. What's overwhelming about grief is this reality that life did not go according to plan. I had this whole vision, this whole idea, this whole plan how life is going to go, and now again I've been visited by these difficult circumstances, and I feel life has been derailed. What's Nechama? Nechama is a change of perspective. This is my new life. These are my new circumstances. This is my new reality. And I will not allow it to destroy me. I'm going to pivot. Not the life I planned for, but this life that I have, I'm going to maximize what I've got and not lament what I have lost. So what is the Kohen Gadol? We'll say one word, because we think to yourself, Kohen Gadol, you can come up with something better than that. That's it. Tisnachamu. I don't know, a little bird, a little something. A pasuk. Tisnachamu. We'll say that's it. Tisnachamu is the hitpa'el form of nechama. Kohen Gadol says to the mourner, find the koach within yourself to find a change of perspective. Find the koach inside of yourself. For consolation is not going to come from anyone around you. They can help. Consolation only comes from within. And the only times it comes from within is when you choose to change your outlook, when you choose to change your perspective. Not tinachamu, but tisnachamu. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara, Melech, well done. So we'll say now we're transitioning to king. So the king, right? The king doesn't judge and is not judged by others. So you want to say, Roshan el Malchei Yisrael. There's only Malchei Yisrael. About Malchei is David, right? Regular Jewish kings. But Davidic kings, done in Osan, judge and are judged by a court. Chsiv, Beis David Klamar Hashem, you know the back end Mishpat. Vilot Ainina Lei So I'll say, so remember again, so the Pasuk says, when it comes to the house of David, Beis David Kamar Hashem Dino Levaker Mishpat. Ultimately, again, right, their din is to uphold justice. And if you can't judge them, so the Pasuk says that Beis David has to be judges, right? But we'll say it's incredible. The only way to be a judge is if what? If you can be judged yourself. If you cannot be judged, you cannot stand in judgment of others. Incredible. The Gemara says, V'aksid. The Gemara says, after all, because we say V'aksid, his koshishu, v'koshu, which again was the Gemara is quoting the pasuk from Tzefanya, his koshishu, v'koshu, which literally means arrange, his koshu, v'koshu. Literally, again, arrange yourself, and then you can arrange others. Kishat atzimcha, v'achakach kishat acherim. Organize yourself, right? Better yourself, ready yourself, and then you can go ahead and help others. I would say such a profound yesod. You can only stand in judgment of others if you first judge yourself. You can only fix others if you first fix yourself. I would say it's the hardest thing in life, right? Because judging others is one of the most fun things in the world, right? And engaging in self-judgment and introspection is one of the things that we avoid most. The Gemara says if you want to stand in judgment of others, make sure you're in order. And if you're not in order, do not judge others. Which I will say is such a profound yesod in general. And it's not just judge. If you want to lead by example, then be the right example, right? A person wants, but whatever it is in life, if you want to have an influence on others, make sure that your own house is in order. Your personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, you're going to have, if it's not in order, you're going to have a difficult time having an impact beyond. I want to say this is so many different, in other words, you want to build a relationship with someone else, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. You want to be a good parental role model, you have to make sure you're in a good place. You want to be a team leader in your profession, you need to make sure that you're in a good place. If you want to have an impact on other people, make sure first that your own personalistic house is in order. Because if your personalistic house is in order, the truth is, you're not really going to be able to have a lasting impact upon others. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so I'll say, so why is it that Malchei Yisrael are Jewish kings, but not from the Davidic line? So why can't Malchei Yisrael be judged by a court? Listen to this. Mishamaisa Shahaya. The episode that occurred. What happened? The Gemara says, the Avdei Diyanai Malka Katal Nafsha. It's incredible. One time, a servant of King Yanai. I will say, King Yanai was one of the Hashmonite kings. Incredible, right? One of the Hashmonite kings. So one time, King Yanai's servant killed someone. Okay.
It's athleticism.
So Shimon Shetach, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, said, okay, we got to summon this Eved to a court case. The Sanhedrin, we have to judge him. So what happens? They sent the message to Yanai. Yanai, your king, your slave, your servant killed someone. Sent him to the Sanhedrin. Yanai sent him. Okay. They sent another message. Yanai, you also have to show up in Sanhedrin. Why? Because a servant is like a piece of property. A servant is like an ox.
Look at this.
Once one's ox kills someone, the owner of the ox has to shove him based in as well. So Yanai, you got to shove him based in. Yanai said, no problem. So Yanai came and he sat down. Right, he took his seat in court. Amalei, Sheba Shetach, Yanai Hamelech, Amod al Raglecha, V'ya'idu B'cha. Right, Yanai. Oh no, don't sit down. Stand up. Stand up. You're in Sanhedrin now. Right, stand up. Do not sit down. Right, V'ya'idu B'cha, and let them testify against you. Now remember, just to be clear. It's not it's Yanai's property. No one's accusing Yanai of anything. But at the end of the day, Yanai is part of this trial because it's his property that killed someone. And Rav Shimon says to him, you're not standing before us. Standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore they tell Yanai to stand up. Yanai says, Amar lo. So Yanai is back to Shimon Shetach. No. So Yanai says, hold up, Shimon Shetach. I don't have to stand unless all the other Rabbanim here say I have to stand as well. In other words, so I will say, so Tosfos points out over here that the halakha is like this. there is no halacha that says that litigants have to sit or stand. What the halacha says is one can't sit and one can't stand. So in other words, either both stand or both sit. So Yanai felt he's being a little bit mistreated over here. He's like, well, I don't say, why are you telling me to stand? Why are you telling me to stand? Again, if everybody's standing, I'll stand. But why are you singling me out to stand? So Yanai says to Shimon Shetach, if all of the Rabbanim here, right, if all of the Rabbanim here say that I have to stand, then I'll stand. So we'll say, what happened? I'm a base. Niftali, so he turned to his right, Kav Shuknei Mekarka. So the Rabbanim, the other members of the Sanhedrin avoided eye contact with Yana. You know, we all do this sometimes where you just pretend you're busy. See, thank God for phones. Right, Baruch Hashem for phones. Because you just always look busy, even if you're not. I don't know what they did in the Sanhedrin. I don't know, you have a station or something. I don't know, whatever. Right, so, whatever it is, they avoid eye contact, pretending like they do not know what was going on. There's a small little country made in Kaka. He turned left, and looked up on the avoid eye contact. Finally, you guys think I don't know what you're doing? So Shimon says, if you guys follow the shows, you have your plans, what you know what you're doing. You have about Makshavas read from the camp. Like the Makshavas Koshbach will come and exact punishment from you. Miyad, Boga, Biot, the Chasam, the Karko, and Mace. It's an intense story. Now, Zabiyah came and literally again killed all of the Rabbanim. Right, killed all of the Rabbanim. Now, you have this little punishment, point of view is retribution. Now, you can't understand. Why did Rabbanim not getting involved in this? I'm not getting involved in this. They were scared of Yana. They were scared of Yana. In other words, the king is putting you on the spot like this. Essentially, between the king and the archbaisman, that is a very uncomfortable spot to be in. So they just tried to avoid it. Also, Sha'onu, Melech, Lodon, and also Lomein, also. So in that moment, they made the new law. Kings do not get tried and are not part of a court system. And Shalom say, if you think about it, it makes sense. It makes sense because it is so incredibly difficult, ultimately, again, for a melech to be tried now. What does that mean? That a king is totally above the law, that he can do whatever he wants? No, we're going to discuss it. So just I want to point out over here how there is this fascinating distinction between Malchei Yisrael and Malchei David. Right, so Davidic kings are subject to the legal system, so it's only apparently kings Malchei Yisrael who are not. Again, what responsibility a king has to a judicial system, here's Hashem will see. The whole Yisrael will see. So we'll say the halacha is that we don't do chalitza, right? There's no chalitza, the king doesn't do chalitza, and we don't do chalitza with his wife. So the Gemara says as follows, meaning that even if you say they're nasi, right? He's more on his double, he his honor, so it's forgiven. Now that's Shemachol Akbal, they told him a king is not permitted to forgive his honor. Shene Emar, so Hashem Alecha Melech, Shekei Emascho Alecha. And ultimately, again, the reverence of the king must be upon you. Must be upon you. So the Gemara says, good. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, okay, a mitzvah is different. So even though you're right, even normally again the king halacha l'maisa cannot be mochel on his covered, but for the performance of a mitzvah is something. The ein nosin, you cannot. So again, lashon of the Mishnah over here was ein nosin. You cannot go ahead and marry the Amon of the kings. Also, some such, just clarify that previous one, so according to Rabbi Yehuda said if the king wants to do chalitza or wants to do jibum, he's allowed to. So the Gemara says, how could he do that? Isn't that compromising his dignity? Rabbi Yehuda for a mitzvah is different. Fine. Next. You cannot marry the widow of the king. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Amr ben Rabbi Yehuda, Noshin haru'uyos l'midei samelach. So it says Rabbi Yehuda, talking about women who are royalty from the Beis HaMelech. Who is that? Meirav u'Michal. So it says it's not David HaMelech, who married Meirav and Michal, the daughters of Shaul. And we're going to talk a lot more about that. Shaul is from English Rabbi Yossi. How was David able to marry two sisters, right, while they were both alive? That's awesome. Amaran, Michal after Misas Meirav Nosa. No. David married Michal after Meirav died. So in other words, he was married to two sisters, but never at the same time. And Rishav and Kach all married Kiddushin, Taos, Hayla, and Meirav. In fact, David was really never married to Meirav. It was called Kiddushin Tals, mistakenly Kiddushin. What happened? Moshe is a fascinating story. First on the intermediate one, Shneimar. Today it's Kishtias Michal Sharasti Libaner Arnos Pushkin. So David HaMelech says to Shaul, give me my wife Meirav, who I am betrothed to, because of the 100 Philistine foreskins that I gave you. Right? So it's my Tamuda. What's this term with Michal that we're talking about over here? I'm going to talk about Michal Ishti V'lo Meirav Ishti. So he's saying, the Papa said that David HaMelech was saying, Michal is my wife, and Meirav is not my wife. And what's the pshat? My kiddush, so the Gemara says, my kiddush tos. So what does it mean? Ultimately, when the Gemara says that Meirav was kiddush tos, right? So he married Meirav and it wasn't really a real marriage. But the marriage to Michal was a real marriage. What's the pshat? Also, this is by Goliath, by Goliath. So Shaul says, remember, no one could defeat Goliath. So Shaul says, whoever could defeat Goliath, I will go ahead and reward him with great riches, right? And also my daughter, right? Also my daughter's hand in marriage, Meirav's hand in marriage. Also Kaklai. So ultimately again, David kills Goliath, and therefore again, Amrlo, nobody is Ligaboy. So what happens? This is fascinating. So now, watch this. So now David is entitled to marry Meirav, and Shaul owes him money. So David, so to speak, forgives the loan, right? Shaul owes him money. David forgives the loan. And says again, that should count as the kiddushin. And let's tell ultimately, again, if you're mekadesh with the loan, because the loan forgiveness does not work for kiddushin. Right? For kiddushin, you have to actually give us item of value. Loan forgiveness is not effective for the kiddushin. Also, the other Rajia. So Shaul gives Meirav to another Amalek. He buys the Etzim of Michal. So then Shaul says to David, if you want, I have another daughter, Michal. I'll give her to you in marriage. You isolate there on those Christians. Okay, you know what? Here's the deal. Bring me 100 Philistine foreskins. Usually a red flag, right? Your father-in-law dynamic. Right? And I was like, so go ahead and bring me 100 or kill a bunch of Christians. And bring it to me. I see like some guy on the question. I don't know. You move the truth of this stuff, Gabai. So what happens? So Shaul said like this. Now there's two things, right? There's the Nova, there's the loan, and there's still David from the killing of Goliath. And let's call that the almost with a Puta. So now there's a loan and there's a Puta. So Shaul said, no Puta got that Nova. So Shaul assumed that David's intention was to effect the issue with the Nova, with the loan. That still doesn't work. So David said, Nova Puta got that Puta. So David figured, no, my gas is on the Puta, and that's why when Shaul thought also the Kedusha with Michal wasn't good, but that's why the Kedusha with Michal was good. He was saying, put it on the Nova Puta got that Puta. And we're not, maybe everyone agrees, that when there's a loan and there's a Puta, the gas is on the Puta. So Shaul suffered no possible illusion. So Shaul thought that the foreskin, the almost, were nothing. David suffered, Chazal the Kalbi B'Shuli. Ultimately, again, if David figured, they are worth something, because they're going to be given to animals. Because they're given to animals, and no problem, so it's worth at least a Puta. I just say, I apologize, let's stop a few minutes, so we're going to stop over here for today. We're perfectly on track. Do not look ahead. Don't look ahead. We're finding your session. Gonna get started on the side. Tremendous beginning of the week. Everyone's another great day, everyone.
Dude, all these kids with these issues jumping to trans, they're confused about their pronouns. You mean, how's all this going? It's not working when all this was in here. Wait, where is all? Wait, why? Because 32% by a lot of measures of teenage girls report having thought about suicide. That's not normal. Social media. But it's not just social media, dude.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. We thank our Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Arina Ritova. Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather of a Shlomo Steinmetz, Alav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron B'Bracha. In honor of his Shom Shtav and Aliyah, she will meet with Yosef for his children, grandchildren, 934 Green. Sending him out to Eshes in memory of their parents, Woodward, Stiefel, Yitzchak, Reed, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel, Bachar, Avram, Kinga, Eshes, and Kinga, Time and many of your family friends, that type of coming on a goodness and you come the most Darren Barrow and Gazan Earth Canada 2022. Holy Coffee Talik, the dedicated Sunday Birthday this month in memory of Paul's sister Leah Bas Shmuel and Yasmin, Shivanis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zakaria. A week of learning sponsors, Bartner Rina Gubin, in honor of the upcoming passing of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yad Hashem, which will take place this evening. The Shah Tova Umet Lachas, the Manzul Tav, the Gubin family. Plus, we encourage the result of Yad Hashem to build opinion at the Ad Mazel Tov. I got no sponsors for today. Ayala and Sarah Steinberg in the source of the continuing ritual. For Shulanis Hannah Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch and Irina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Ezra England. Mazel Tov against the Chassan and Kala. Nes Hashem, which is Zokat, stand under the Kiddush HaTorah to build a vineyard, build a home that Emet Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, Kedusha, Aneva, and Shem Thomas. All of them are Shem and Aliyah. All those who need a report, Shabbat together with Kol Kol Lady, Son to Pardon, to continue to share the story of troubles upon all of God's Yisrael. So with that, let us begin a really exciting dance ahead of us today. Today's dance is on Bridge 72. We left off on Ayin Aleph on the day 71b. We left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own sentence. So let's say, so again, the lot is Surah Hanoi. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf is really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnahs. There's a Mishnah in the second Sfachim, which is the Mishnah that we had on Ayin on the days, onto Ayin Aleph, and onto Ayin Aleph on the days. The first Mishnah is Mishnah and a Mishnah in Mishnah Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnahs seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not muscle, is not nullified, and again, when you get worse than the animal, so that's and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why do we done this? Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halach Lamai said the Mishnah is looking at the Mishnah Tzura.
But I put in a lot of paychecks, I put in a lot of time, and I've been really transparent since day one. And so because of all the burns and the lockups and the liquidity that exists today, like only less than 60% of our actual current supply is actually in circulation. Currently we sit around the 90K market cap, and it's really, really crazy how solid the foundation of the base is. You can go back, there's very few sales. Every day we buy our coffee and kind of just we prop ourselves up and waiting for, the right moment to strike. And when the iron's hot, we're going to true. We've also been extremely tested. We've had day one whales. I had somebody buy 5 Solana, one of the first 10 buys when we were on Pump Fund. Somebody bought 5 Solana, they had over 10% of the supply. I thought it was a good thing. This is my first ever launch, so I was super excited about it, but then I was losing sleep over it. I was worried about waking up the next day and having this massive dump off and pressure to produce everything that I needed to do in a short time frame, otherwise this person was going to sell. I made an over-the-counter deal with this person and bought all their, not all their supply, but I paid them all their initial investment back, left them with a moon bag, and they promised not to sell it. And then within 12 hours, they sold it and nuked us. These are at smaller market caps. And then I also had a close friend who I've known for 15 years, who the community got to know. And a lot of them can speak on it, but it's water under the bridge at this point. But this person sold over 100 million tokens, nuked us 30-40% on the chart in one single go, and lied about all of it. All of it said they were hacked. I know they weren't. I know this person personally, and I know that that's not the case. But even in all these times, every single time that stuff like this happened, our community bought back and held strong, stood strong. We kept buying it, and now we're double, coming up on triple the market cap that we were when this person nuked us down. So the resiliency is there, and where we're headed is what we're most excited about. We're building a token-verse, more of an ecosystem that includes an NFT supply that will be below 1,000 pieces. A lot of that, not a majority, but close to a majority of that will be claimable to our holders that have been, proven to be supporters, and we want to reward them. There will be staking that lets you earn, real
hard-earned money to invest in something like that, they're going to laugh you out of the building. They're going to be like, no, you sound fucking stupid. But if you come to them with a real, relatable thing, like don't ever believe them, which is, an anti-establishment thing, which, they're working and they realize that, right? Like they understand that they have been working 60 hours a week and they can't take their family on a vacation because the system in place, because inflation outgrows your wage fucking gaps, and because of all this, like it really is a relatable thing. So, debt is universal. Everyone can understand it. Everyone carries it at some point. And the goal is to flip that idea on its head and use this space to empower the people who usually get left behind. So I'm not asking you to chase a pump and dump or gamble on a chart. You can check the chart for yourself. You can see kind of how sturdy we are. Even with Solana zipping to where it's at. We've held our ground and we're going to be around for a long time. We have long-term aspirations. I just want you to, check out the community, listen to the message, and see if it resonates with you. And if you're looking for something stable, something transparent, long-term, and built on real conviction, we'd love to have you. So this is what that is all about. And the final message is, don't ever believe them. So I'm here to field any questions, but I don't want to take up any more of your time. And I again, appreciate the platform, appreciate being able to spread the message and kind of convey what we're all about. So that's what that is. Yeah. No, I like it. I like the narrative. Obviously, I like you said, relatability is relatable for people in crypto, obviously, because we already see, the truth behind the financial aspect of things, but also for the normies, like you said, right? I say this plenty of times. There's no way I get my coworker to invest in a fucking unicorn fart. There's no way in hell that she's gonna invest her hard-earned money into something so silly or a retarded frog. So that's it, right? So I like the narrative, I like the concept, and I like when people are real about it. And you guys seems like a solid bunch of people, so I appreciate you for sure. I haven't checked into the chart or anything, but just listening to you for the first time, I think you got it locked down, like you said. So what did you have anything for that?
Yeah, I'll tell you, put something up there to drive my truck around. Like, it's called Jordan. But you put something up top there, I see it, that cool. I'll check you out, and I couldn't find a contract ever, so I was looking at your profile, where Michelle picked down the deeper. I got some time, I just started looking a couple seconds ago, so either way, man, you want to check me out, I got it. Damn it, no, I'm kidding. I was doing it, I was expecting that. I was like, what the hell are we doing here? Let's go. Let's get on it. Let's go. I'm happy now. Let's go. I'm definitely don't know about Solana, especially if you're talking about the ticker being an original ticker. Solana is very hard to do. You have to do a lot of deep dive, and sometimes you can't get something that's really pulled anything if you really want something good. So you'll get that. Definitely get some the good ones. You definitely got the bad behind it, ready to build like you're talking about. So that's what there. So that's definitely one of the most important things too, to kind of get a little bit in there and follow, see what you're talking about. So I'm glad to have you up in your band. I like the energy. Definitely. It's made my day. What can I say? I was saying speechless down there.
Yeah, you're funny. You're howling. You're like, check me out. You're like, full moon today, baby. Okay, yeah, just to get you have anything for them. It's an interesting topic. have drinks as well, also from that community, Kelvin from Great Sharks. Who's that? One why, but I don't know. But lovely to have you all. Welcome in. And yeah, we are moving forward with haste. And I like what you said there too, like a home. The next song I will play is about Trollsten, and what we do a little bit more, because we are also not a token per se, but the whole idea about Trollsten is to connect the good people and give platform for the decent projects. And just a home up in the north, right? Follow the northern light. Up north, you will find our mountain. You will buzzing, you will hear warm echoes. Right? So I will have some decent songs for that. But yeah, we are a bunch of good people, and bad actors are already blocked. They're not allowed on this stage. But yeah, we do our best to bring good actors to this space, and we are needed, and that's what people can count on in this audience as well, right? That we vet the people coming up here speaking. So if there's a bad project, we will pretty soon find out, and we will call it out. So we protect our people, whether it's on the stage or in the audience. So we want to create that atmosphere, that the family vibe here. So and we're not a token. So don't count on us going down around. We're just here. We're ramping it up though. It's live. Yeah. But thank you all for coming. We are moving on. The stage is getting full, and I want to respect people's time. So next up was, let me see. It was Rabbi before Money Miller. I think so. Yeah. All right, then Rabbi sings the picture. Yeah. Let's go, Rabbi. How you doing?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams on YouTube 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to come join us. We have over 2,500 people in the community and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the OG meme coins. The ticker's Bitcoin, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to have a positive view on the world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Energy is alive. Nice to have you, bro. Hey, I like what you do. And yeah, you shoot yourself in a positive manner, and we appreciate that for sure. But just get back to that a bit. I didn't hear that you're a percent token on your own. So I just want to know how do you make people independent, financially free?
Yes, certainly. So that's a four-tier process. Essentially, the first is through the data. I have more data archived than any person ever. The plan is once I go viral, we're going to take all of the money that we're going to monetize from that, put it in 501c3, basically a not for profit trust. And we're going to go through anyone who has been in a space with me or helped me along the way over the last 4 years. We're going to give them money. Then, what we're going to do, I also have more social media than any person ever. We're going to monetize that. So, we're going to make sure that we put those funds into the same trust. Additionally, I do endorsements right now. I do endorsements for like cryptocurrencies, which is fine, but it's going to be much more lucrative when I'm able to do it for Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan Chase and Honda and those types of companies. We're going to take that money, put it into the trust, and then finally, through cryptocurrency, basically, once I have the attention of the world, anything that I touch will turn to gold, and especially in terms of cryptocurrencies. And people will essentially want to ape into whatever it is we promote. So through that four-tier process, I feel as if there may be the opportunity to bring financial freedom to everyone here.
Nice, bro. I like your cockiness and at the same time positivity. So he's cool, he's welcome, and he's nice. We head over to Wally. Do you have anything for Rabbi? Hey, what's going on, man? I appreciate you coming here, hanging out. I just touch. Some things are good, some things are bad, but no, anything is possible in this week, especially when you have as much data like you're saying. Anything is possible. You can do a lot of things, You've been around for a while. I'm surprised that people really like being get out now already, yes, we got that donation and stuff going on already, but, if you're waiting to try to do it all at once, I guess that's strategy, but you're waiting to have that kind of popularity and get around for that long, instead of the same for itself that, things want to create that, for sure, territory growing, waiting still just popular. It's not really my thing that I know a lot about. We're starting to learn about the screen and stuff. So I try to see how much I have as much as possible. It's possible in space. So I'm going to put the work and the efforts into it. So you got the energy and the dedication. So it's what's important.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
Nice. Yes, do you have anything for Rabbi? Nice. All you need to know is, guys, that he's been in the space now, so when he gets rich, he give us money. That's all you need to know. And space too. Yeah, it's recorded. It's recorded. I heard it. No, but good to have you here, Rabbi, and good to have you on the space. Good to have you on the stage. A bit different, and I like that too. We need some variety and some spread. So I like what you bring to the table. So thank you for pulling up. Thank you for sticking around and for the chill. It's lovely to have you. So with that being said, we move on to Money Miller. Let's get his space running because we are getting full. It's a good space. I want to thank everyone in the audience as well. Continue to share, engage on the space. Let's get this popping. Let's get more eyes on everyone here. Give everyone the time they put in here for us. They come here, they wait in line. For those people who don't know the spaces, we still go in order that I pull up people. I'm a fair person, and I know also that we will go back to Corey and Katarina a little bit because they didn't really have any stage time. But I want to get to some.
disappeared when I meant me to say fine.
Farouk. I can see Sakran. I can see you. I can see Pat. Sorry, I cannot pronounce the name correctly. Webkiri, Masha, I can see you. Daniel, you guys are on this now section. You guys should do it. Press on that mic. All right, that's fine. I can see your hands up. What's up, baby girl? How you doing? Okay. I feel still okay. I know what it's been saying. Trying to keep Abraham. Okay, all right, I'm that doing it right. Please over to you. It's not as if you are going through any challenge. It's not how you want your written or something. I don't understand. Oh my God, you do this entering my tongue right now, Rabbi. Let me ask you your question, Rabbi. So how are you doing? How are you running in the Web3 space? What brought you to Web3? And just tell us your story. Tell us your story. I think I said that earlier, but come on, we got new piece here. So, what happened to me? I was a web test. Yeah. And even to be honest, still a web test. Yeah. I still have a web job. So a friend of mine, who's taught nurse, reached out to me and said, okay, we've worked together before, right? In school when I was still a graduate. I'm so excited to announce that I'm not an undergraduate, rather. Yes. So when I was still an undergraduate, back in the days, oh my God. So we worked together on the project. So after that, we just kept in touch. He reached out to me once and said, okay, I got this project and I want you to get up on it. And then after the 2 weeks back probation, I got on board. So I started to work with new PFP. And then, that was how I started. Then headed over to the challenge of prison because Abraham, your kids has the answers at this point. Abraham, I want to ask you, please, how do people come to spaces, maybe when they are hosting or something of that nature, they get to clap, give different sounds. I've been looking for that picture, I've not found it yet. So Abraham,
It's the one next to the two people that at the bottom. So you see that one in the co-host position. Well, actually, you see it in the speaker's position too. So it's a little bit harder. Looks like you're gonna do magic. You can make it DC on type of stuff like rapping, thunders. You know the it's only on iPhone, I think. Or I have it. It's only on iPhone. Oh, it's only on that one, iPhone.
That's correct.
Oh wow, nice one. Elon. Elon. Okay, thank you so much, Amber. Thank you. I get that now. The family wake up with my eyes and how to run it. Want to speak. Just reason this movement. These words that Jesus will speak. Leave it up to the Lord, Leave it alright. I'm gonna see you right by the right. You cannot meet your mind and speak.
GM, shout out to my man Chi Boy. I'm really proud of you, my friend. Great space. You're growing every day. If you're not following Chi Boy and the speakers and hosts, please do. I'm just gonna drop some simple alpha on people. Many of you know these techniques already, but if you don't, uh, just want to keep you safe. If you are in Web3, if you don't know what that means, it's essentially the decentralized platform of the internet, moving away from Web2, which is more like social media, and Web1, which is basic websites. If you don't have a wallet, a crypto wallet, you need one. And when you create your crypto wallet, you're going to have the option to get a seed phrase and write down the seed phrase. It's very imperative that you write down your seed phrase. Do not save your seed phrase on an electronic device. It's too easy for that device to get hacked or you to lose access to that seed phrase and you lose access to your wallet. We don't want that to happen to you. Additionally, you never want to share your seed phrase with anyone else, even if it's a friend, even if it's a member of your community. That's basically giving them the keys to your wallet, and you don't want to do that either. Another thing that I advise is that you regularly back up your phone. Many of us rely on our phones, and if we lose our phone, we're going to lose all the data, we're going to lose all the apps, we're going to lose all our photos, and everything else that we value so much. do regular backups of your phone and save the backups to the cloud, and know that you have access to those backups so that if unfortunately anything ever happens to your device, you don't lose out on all of your previous experience, all of your previous work. Another thing, this is just something that I think is an interesting tip if you have the ability. If you want to gain followers very relatively quickly, and I can tell you, like I've gained over 1,500 followers in about 3 weeks, which I would say is a pretty good clip, especially without a verified badge. One thing you can do is go to the follow for follow spaces, and when you're in there, you of course you follow the people who are in there, but you leave your device on in there overnight or whenever you're sleeping, and when you awake, you're going to have 10, 20, 30 new followers, and you're going to follow those people back. Of course, if you do this for a month, you're going to have over 1,000 new followers. It's not always guaranteed, but it is a great way for you to be able to increase your network, and as they say, your network is your net worth, and we want to be able for you to grow as quickly as possible. So with that, that's just some alpha that I wanted to drop. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rabbi. One thing that he was teaching you guys is not to keep your money on centralized exchanges because they have backdoor mechanisms where your money can be swallowed. So what he said is DeFi, decentralized exchange or decentralized wallet. Then you even have a cold storage wallet where you can pull it off chain. That's what I use. It's called Decent. It's actually called Decent. You spell it DECENT. It actually takes a thumbprint for you to be able to transfer your money. Nobody can just get in and take nothing from me because it takes my thumbprint to verify the transaction. And there's numerous amounts of different ones, Tangent Wallet, Ledger. But Ledger, I heard they built a backdoor mechanism also, so that's why I have one. I swapped all my stuff from there. Because I'm not going to do any backdoors. So, but yeah, there's tons of them. And I'll also tell you guys, if you're thinking about a cold storage, do not ever get a second-hand cold storage because just like he told you, seed phrases are the keys to your kingdom. Don't go to a third party. Go to the actual companies.com, Tangent, Decent, whatever I'm telling you, which if you're looking to get into cold storage because of my Decent wallet, I also have a credit card so I can swipe it and use it if I put my money in USDC. So it's or Bitcoin or Ethereum because they're starting to put those in stores, those ATM machines. So like he said, these are ways to keep your money safe. Don't ever share your seed phrases. Thank you, Rabbi.
Excellent advice. Thank you. Oh, Prizzy, you know I'm never going to hesitate to do that. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to check out these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, it's in my pinned post. You're also going to find in my pinned post a link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person ever. You will also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/Rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 2,500 people there and grow stronger every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I am here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So, do you want to have any question to ask Rabbi? Ever do you have any question to ask Rabbi? Rabbi is. Okay, that's
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast, Chi boy. I'm really proud of you. You are growing every day. You're becoming a better marketer, a better host, and just all in all, power on Twitter Spaces. You should be very proud of yourself. You're growing very quickly, my man. Pretty soon, they're going to rename the app after you, Chi boy.
thanks for that, man. I really do appreciate that. And that is something I do say on my spaces every day. I want to thank everyone for coming to my space. I know you should be doing something right about now. Still out time to be here. I want to thank you for coming because your time is very, very valuable, very precious, and very resourceful. I want to thank you for giving me that time. So, yeah, and let's move to the next speaker. Yeah, before we move to the next speaker, guys, I can see pictures to guys what's going on with the space. You guys should go there and tag your friends, tag what's up on his face. Check it out, man. You guys can do that. You guys can do that. That's how we will have lines and moving up time. So what's up? And just something I'll be checking out. Yeah, so who are we gonna bring up next to speak? You guys should raise up those holy hands. Raise up those holy hands. Raise up those holy hands. Raise up those holy hands, guys. Let me see those hands up if you want to say something. Anyway, I can see EKG on the space. You changed your PFP guy. I can see Nebro. Yeah, I can see raise up those holy hands. Let me see those hands up if you want to say something. Anyway, I can see EKG on the space. You changed your PFP guy. I can see Nebro. Yeah, I can see EZXC. I can see you too. So guys, raise up your hands. And Shy Guy, I can see you. Shy Guy. I believe Shy Guy tried to come up and speak and they were trying to block him earlier. But yeah, I don't think okay, good enough for chance. Good enough for chance. Because you know it's the chance. I can't say it's the best either. It's been rainy. But we outside. We out here in Kentucky. So it's a good day.
missed another space because of some things. You guys have been able to get the bed out. Don't even get the bed out. Now you go. I swear. I hope you're, we'll hope that your day was, a good and 10. It's not a mandatory thing. So what took place today? You don't mind me asking? Well, it's again because I can list them off for you. Like, firstly, I didn't have much sleep in the nights, so I kept on waking up, sleeping, waking up, sleeping, waking up. I was like, damn. And I just woke up, I took my phone, and I was on it till the next morning. And I woke up, I did.
What does that mean? No one knows. Something to do. Why? Money Miller. Money Smith. Damn. Shit, really followers. Perfect for me, and I like you. Oh, I dropped one. That's it. Who would drop me? Who did? My butthole's puckered. Chicken crypto. What the fuck is that? Market Tapo. Examine Chrome. The real replacement. I guess. Emergency meeting. Man City leaders to Beverly Kids. No one has it. The streamers delight. Patriots into the Pacific Northwest. Really? Zabs. Official top schedule. GPK.
With different techniques and different tools that they use to spray paint the planets and give it different. Yeah, it's amazing. I want to do it negative. Bro, that's amazing. It looks really cool. I always wanted to mess with like airbrush and stuff like that. Still haven't done it, but it's appealing to me. It's something I would love to do.
Oh yeah, like those t-shirts at the mall.
Like airbrush stuff. Yeah, it's cool. I've always wanted to. It's really cool. I have a bunch of people do that on Instagram. I found out this week that Vicky is an assassin with fonts. That she helped me with my Phalian art, the text that I used. I had a different text on there, and I showed Vicky what I was coming up with. She I was like, "What do you think of this?" She's like, "I have a suggestion about the font." And boom, she knew it. She knew the alien. Like, that's just reality. This is what we get stuck, and you just kind of get to know pockets. It is one of those things. Like, no one else can tell the difference, but you kind of know. Like, all serif bombs and all sans-serif bombs are pretty much the same to the average person. But, you know, if you craft today, you do it day in, day out, you know. So, it's definitely Helvetica Black. It's very large letter spacing. I like that. That should be a t-shirt. You might have been able to touch the original poster paper. I haven't tell you the exact weight of the paper it was printed on as well. Just smells it. Definitely, that's hilarious. Yeah, as she was on fire with her font knowledge this week. It was pretty impressive, I must say. But helpful, very helpful as well. So you're like, quit using Comic Sans for every goddamn thing. She's good. She's a good one. Danny, how are you doing over there, man? Chilling, bro. Just been chilling. Like, same thing with everybody. I feel like the whole week it's kind of been like a whole weird week. But yeah, just happy to have like a shorter week. But I'm glad to have like the holiday, I guess. It'll be cool to see the family. I'm excited to see everybody. Yeah, by the way, people who are leaving really cool art in our chat, so thank you for that. That's I think it's our job. It's not, or is it just my post? Well, thank you for leaving awesome art everywhere. People, I appreciate it a lot. It looks awesome. Yeah, so what's everybody doing for Thanksgiving, Danny? You're going to be with the fam? Can I just ask you, can you explain what Thanksgiving is? Just that it's British person over here. Oh, yeah, we stole land from Indians, basically. Yeah, like I said, basically they celebrated when they wiped out the indigenous people. I said, I think that's awful. You want to absolutely awful. It's whenever you kick all the pilgrims out, they say, get the fuck out of here because you won't bow down to the king. So they're like, okay, well, fuck that. We're going to come over here. And then they just started slaughtering a whole bunch of people. And we celebrated the old English up to it again. And I was trying to explain this to my Brazilian girlfriend, by the way. Like, oh, we're here to celebrate. And I'm like, we stole land from people. No, we're thankful for it. We're thankful for it. Somebody was like, oh, they were best friends, and they were like hanging out, telling jokes back. That's great. Yeah. It's not how it goes. Right? There's a lot of things that I think need to be brought back into question a little bit from when I went to school, and history's retelling of things, I'm sure. Yeah, unfortunately, history is written by the victors, so. Yeah, exactly. It's not unicorns and rainbows, unfortunately. We like to make America like the Avengers of all of history, which is not. Always Captain America, apparently. He's like my least favorite hero, let me just say that. Captain America? Hold on. Captain America versus. Is it because he's Captain America, or is it because he's no, I wanted to know because he is not that great, honestly. I'm not massively into like type thing. I'm more of a Batman, like anything like to be a real man. I got like the superhero-y kind of vibe. Superman, Superman be like Superman hates. He's really ridiculous. He's too much like the football, like the quarterback of the football team in high school that everybody like just the cool. I always early to class kind of guy. A little bit. Like I did try to read the Batman Dark Metal. Superman did it so much. I have seen it. So I was like, I'm liking the dark shit. I'm liking the Batman stuff. Superman, you get on my nerves. I'm gonna have to read the comic there. Yeah, Superman's a little much. He's too much. That way too close. I did change my mind after that New York tour. We did. And I've heard the story about the Flex Clan and the radio show and all that. It did make me feel different about the comic character a little bit. I will say that the new movie that they made, the new Superman movie, I don't know if you've seen it, was good. And it humanizes him a lot. Well, I think it's like more so what he deals with. It's not the main plot point of the movie, but they humanize him a lot because he's dealing with human emotion. It's almost like he has to learn how to be human from it in some ways. You know what I mean? It's
It's interesting. It's interesting because it's really the only way you make him interesting.
Yeah, so if you watch he's an alien, right? So he's actually with us. Yeah, he is really something of a superhero. Sorry to sidetrack the conversation.
Yeah, no, we don't have to. That's very controversial to talk about Thanksgiving. It's ridiculous holiday.
I was interested because obviously it's not something we have over here, but we do silly things like celebrate Bonfire Night, which is essentially a plot to destroy the government. We celebrate
Is that the V for Vendetta story? I think I'm making that up. Is that the V for Vendetta story? Kind of, sort of. Is that right?
Yeah, remember the system of the pounded trees and plants.
That's real. I didn't know that was even real.
That's real.
That's awesome.
Guy Fawkes, he went into the Parliament planting dynamite was going to blow up Parliament, and he failed, basically. So we then build effigies of him, stick him on a bonfire, and now fireworks. It's great. We do that every year.
That's pretty damn interesting. A really neat story, real quick, about that is whenever he made Alan Watts. I think not Alan Watts, but he was the guy that wrote V for Vendetta. He's like a big wizard. He's convinced that everything he writes down comes true. So he started that with the Guy Fawkes mask and all that, and now you have like Anonymous wearing the mask and all that shit. So the mask right here, that part. Was it Grant Morrison? Is that the dude who did Watchmen as well? Or did V for Vendetta? I'm making things up. Yes, it is Watchmen. It's Alan Moore. Alan Moore. There you go. I got the book right there. Alan Moore that guy is off the fucking rails. He's got that big beard. He's a wizard. He's like self-proclaimed himself as a wizard. And whenever he writes or draws his stories, they come true because he's psychotic, but he makes really good art. Yeah, I think, he's definitely a crazy person, but makes great stories and art. He writes those stories too. He wrote Watchmen and V for Vendetta, right? As far as and he also invented Swamp Thing too for DC. Swamp Thing was cool. I didn't read one of those. Yeah, they're making a movie of that. I think the movie is part of the new relaunch of the DC universe that they're doing with James Gunn. So they're going to make a Swamp Thing for sure, which would be really cool. Okay, let's go to Rabbi Rothschild. You can correct me. I'm sorry. How are you?
Lovely. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. When possible, may I please share my project?
You sure can.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Excellent. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you aren't already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. My friend, I agree. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, you can. Absolutely. Please, if I may finish, I'll answer all of your questions. If you look at my pinned post, you can find a link to all of my cameras. Additionally, it's in my profile. You're also going to find my link tree there. My link tree is linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Please let me finish, and then you can comment anything that you want. I appreciate it. I dare you to look at my. I dare you to look at my link tree. Creepy Steve, you suck. Creepy Steve, if you're gonna let people show, you have to let them talk. You can't comment on every fucking sentence. And we aren't gonna help you in the future, Creepy Steve. People will be like, man, I'm glad I wasn't friends with Creepy Steve because that guy doesn't let anybody talk. I like how everyone who's mean to me, they're all recorded, and people are gonna be like abandoning them because they made a mistake in Twitter Spaces. Yep, because this shows a reflection on their greater personality that they feel that what they have to say is so important that they won't let people finish. And that's great. You want to ask questions as well. I don't understand. That's like, if you're going to put chill in there, it should be, let me comment on every fucking sentence that you say. If you're going to host a space like that. Hey, man, pitch.
So that's really what it is. Just an organic meat, no fluff. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna get some good people involved. We're gonna stay sturdy. We're gonna stay sturdy the whole time. We got a couple, dips and out on the charcoal. People love us and they rock with us every day. You've been seeing every day. There's no complaining. The feeds go crazy. We're gonna be big enough. So it's really just that, just showing people we're doing the right thing. We have a setup and not have too many plans. We got a lot of anybody to say it organically and to stay strong. So that's really one of the biggest things that we are doing, right? It's just staying sturdy, man. It's not really going to come here and fluff it. People just love it. That's it. We never pull back. Like, don't want to say too much about it. Like I said, I'm not sure what that much we talk about. But we do have an LP that we're working on right now. We do have some pictures on that. We do have NFTs. We talk about that. So there are things in the roadmap coming up and get a little bit of extra pump to what we got going on. We're just sitting here staying organic, man. Like, having a lot of work doing it. We stay strong. So that's really one of the biggest things. Like I said, completely transparent with everything. We talk every single day. Our demos, faces out here every single day. Any question you have, you can ask us. We're just doing it the right way, just like a regular thing you're supposed to do it. Not to go with the guy you're doing it. Trash and marketing. Like, we do got time for that. Our demo, oh, gentlemen, we have a bunch of information. You're not in a rush. Like, vegetables. Nobody's in a rush. We're going to do this every day for the next 2 years. You guys want us to do it without going anywhere. So that's what the promise is. People are starting to see that, feel that.
Yo, numbers, you speak to pictures. Look at that picture.
We just organic people stay strong in the community. And it's not even just our community. Like, we're talking even about 6 or 7. I'm not gonna ask your name to any of the communities, but I do love it. You are an incredible speaker, man. I was no hesitation whatsoever. There were no moments in there. I mean, I was very well spoken. If I'm being honest with you, though, man, I definitely in the future, when you welcome back on the show, I need to hear a business model. A lot of words, but I wasn't hearing, I need to hear the sustainability. I need to hear, what's going to separate this. There's a lot of meme coins that have a lot of movement, they're, oh, I'm not going anywhere, this and that. And, I hope that you guys, I'm confident that you have a good drive behind you, and, good team behind you guys, but it's like, somewhere only 6 months, 8 months, years down the line. So you guys need a sustainable business model, in the future. But PMV, I appreciate you for jumping up here. Is there any other call to action that we can leave the people at the microphone next week? What we're doing, I'm going to come out with a member set. We can have a little talk about machine and sustainability. So you give us a couple weeks, we'll come back up here. We'll have a park week. We're going to be doing this for real hard. We say that to me back. Like I said, respectfully, my devil in the building. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Disrespect him. I'm not the devil. He's a strongholder. So we're going to come back. So we'll speak to that. We'll hear that. Appreciate for having me. I'm talking with Florida, man. Thank you for taking the stage. I appreciate the work. I like it, man. I definitely like it. I like your energy as well. God knows what it's like. You got someone breathing down your neck up here the whole time. Like, I mean, look at that. Everything you say, I'm always attacked. So, no, I get you. It's tricky with the dad in the room. I appreciate you. I think that was a perfect answer that you had. I'm looking forward to hearing some updates from you guys in the future. We're going to keep things moving along here. However, we got Head Network and the Tribe called Rex up next one. Good for your request on up here, guys. We're happy to hear you guys pitch. Looks like we're going to have plenty of time for some first come, first serves. We get to 9 o'clock an hour. So we have such a repost room. We haven't get to you. Upgrade AI, man. Let's freaking get it. Why don't you hit us with a little bit of TLD? Those personal media and updates you guys have would be awesome too. And then the floor is yours. What you got?
Hey, man, how's it going, Joe? It's a pleasure to be here, man. It's a pleasure always to be here, man. It's always a pleasure to kind of present at network and entree to all the newcomers as well as the just continue to strive for your show. So much thank yous for that. So let me talk about the network. Just a little bit. The network is a collection of projects and developers that are staying stronger together. So jump into the bio, give me a follow. That's all I'm going to say. I'm really here for Uptrade.ai because this is a project that I personally support. I've invested in it. I know the developer. His name is Alex. He's been out for years. Come to understand the market. He's produced a lot of utility and he put it
a proprietary trading engine, put together real-time market scanner, AI-powered analysis, auto trade strategies, advanced analysis tools, and chat assistants. And this is essentially automating and creating an augmentation of what you can do in terms of your strategy in investing. And what that looks like is essentially giving you a lot of different tools for you to increase the potential of you winning in the space because it's changed. I'm going to have the same pitch if you heard me from last week. I'm going to say the same thing because I suddenly believe that these topics that we talk about in terms of the crypto market, for example, the very few projects that we had out in 2021 compared to the projects that we have now, thousands of projects being produced every day, really changes the playing field. So, with that being said, it's a lot harder to use a lot of manual things like putting in the contract to check to see if it's a value bought, or to see what the liquidity is, or see if you have bundles involved in each project. So, ROTHSCHILD has essentially put together a number of utilities that he's produced that are operational now that will assist you in improving your potential. It's not going to improve you unless you improve how you invest. Let me explain that. So it's better to do your self-investment, your research when it comes to investing. What that means is that you need to educate yourself on the chart, understanding not to invest emotionally, and kind of to complement that in terms of the ROTHSCHILD AI is the training academy that they have. So before I get into that, let me go ahead and break down some of these features that they provide for ROTHSCHILD AI. You have token scanning, you have manual trading, you have auto trade simulator. What that means is very briefly is that you can go in and practice your strategy without using any keys. You have access to Trade Academy, and their subscriptions in terms of not subscriptions, but just a small amount of tokens that you have to buy to let you access some of these features. Tokens carried, manual trading, auto trade simulator, those are free. When you get into access to Trading Academy, it requires 350 tokens. You have the trading channel, top wallet signals. You have basic trading strategies that kind of gives you a template on how you can engage a token that you receive. Low signals, high signals, medium signals, agent signals, double pump signals, golden signals, all those type signals. Essentially, you're getting everything you need potentially to invest without going out there and finding all these platforms, utilities, products out there to help you invest a little bit better. You're getting signals 24/7 on token behavior modeled projects that come out. They're screened for honeypots, they're screened for your risk profile, whether you're high risk, low risk, or middle risk. You're also availing yourself to AI agents in addition to auto trading, simulating, in addition to trading automation on the mainnet. You have access to AI agents.
How are you?
You can put out through what they call a smell of investment strategies that are already created in the template. And what this really means is that you can say, hey, okay, this is the type of investor I am. I'm an investor that is willing to invest $50 into something at a very low risk. Once it gets to 20%, it'll cash out half your money. If it drops down, it'll DC 50% of additional money that you have in the wallet. For example, also, you may have something where you need to cash it out at a Forex, and that's it. So these templates are a really easy way for you to experiment with what is best for you, as well as what is best for the particular that you may get from your friends and say, hey, have you heard about this? Or, some advertising of a project is having a pre-sale. What you can do is get signals that have been screened that works off into a computer modeling system.
Are you fucking serious?
These things would be essential for you. And this is just an education, it's not financial advice. As Joe always puts out his disclaimer, you have to really do your own research and understand that I'm going to be here week after week talking about Opportunity because it is a project and a product and a developer in a community that can increase your potential just by being in the room with people that understand technical analysis, having these utilities at your fingertips that can do your training for you 24/7. It's not like a human being that's trained for you 24/7 as long as your strategy is set up to be that way. It will do it for you. And one thing I can say is that if you're new to crypto, use the auto trade simulator to understand how your strategy can work for you in this community. Oh, no, I just want to let you know you got about 30 seconds left. I'm done, man. That's it. If anybody has any questions, feel free, man. Make sure you follow Joe, Pat, New Money, M Network, OpTrade.ai, OpTrade_AI, Twitter. And I appreciate the time, man. M Network, thank you for jumping up here. Make sure you guys are checking out OpTrade AI. It doesn't hurt to have more tools in your tool belt at all times. Try and make more money in these markets, especially if you're any type of trader or looking, for just more groundwork in the market, or maybe you're just looking for a base to start learning how to trade, things like that. This is a great platform to have over at OpTrade AI. It's multi-chain, so not one chain really you're built on. It's got all the main ones, or you're trying to trade on. It's got all the main ones, and copy trading, bot trading, paper trading, all the good stuff. Make sure you guys are checking it out. M Network, I appreciate you for jumping up here. We do got to keep things rolling along, however. So make sure you drop something down in the comments. We'll just pin something up top, and then we're going to take things on over to Tribe Called Rex, and then I believe Mosey Calloway right afterwards. Hopefully he's got some songs for us. If not, I'll go and take things in him, and I'll play some music afterwards. But for now, Tribe Called Rex, the floor is yours. What you got for us? Finally made it to your space. No, thanks, Ian. Thank you. I'll give you guys a shout out. Reaching out to so many different teams over the week to come and inspire everyone's doing in the space. So that's really good. You've got there where you're going to find the projects down there. There's an element of vetting and has to do a lot of research, but again, it's you guys. It is horrendous. It makes me lose my hair, but I appreciate you. I'm glad it comes in the final product is great. And thank you for being one of those high quality projects. And why don't you tell everybody about it? Yeah, just quickly, come to your house. There is a post up there. There's a question at the end which we can reply to. So listen in. But that will be from an analyst, Swiss. NFT business. We evolved from an original project that failed effectively and left a really, really solid community behind. And none of us, to be honest, couldn't believe it when it more detail. The one in the post that there's the LED room, it's just quite 100. But I mentioned wearables, so basically built this out so that we can add the clothes on and off and upgrade metadata for your avatar and your phone, so that things can change as you choose it to. That allows us to bring out new collections of wearables. It allows us to bring out IP deals with other companies, with tokens that serve the purpose of NFT. There's over 400 different clothing items in each collection. But ultimately, these are items we want people to use, we want people to enjoy collecting again. When it comes to NFTs, it's very much a case of back in 2021, everyone enjoyed this community collecting, almost competing to some extent to get less trades. But we're also looking at how we can use these so that we burn relevant. So might be a less rare item to start with, can become rarer and rarer, people trading in to burn for something new. There'll be seasonal launches. We'll have an animation for each scene as we also as well. Looking to do some casting so that community members directly within those animations that we have. And it really is a community project where we want people to get involved, we want people to feel part of the community, and not just put the NFT in their corner. This is really about being able to keep using what you get, keep evolving it, keep changing it. You don't need to buy one for the NFTs, you can just buy and trade the add-ons to make this work. Our dev team's currently working on a huge tech stack to do this. 17 money per season Rex. That's the NFT, the NFTs for the clothing. This has to go up to work with what we'll have as a big viewer to be able to drop the Rex into really quickly. So I'll put some sort of off segments today to do transaction and your NFT upgrade. So quite novel, quite unique, quite fresh, something we hope people really can enjoy. So we're launching Arium, we haven't set the launch date yet. We're not going to launch until everything's ready, so we're not going to do the old-fashioned, we mint it, there's a place up there, these accounts when they purchase some NFT that we're going to launch. So that's always been our mindset and still share some of the still things we're looking at. We've worked on this for 2 years, we're still building every day, so appreciate the time. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
We've got about a minute and a half left here, so I've got you many questions as well. But my question is, so what's sort of like the end goal like here? It's like, are you creating more art, or is the goal that people be able to play this in other games, or what's really the main selling points here?
So there's two elements. These are avatars and some mechanics everybody got to deal with. Come Island is both animals and started today. So Rex will be going in there before we launch people to go in and play and pick it up. So we can put them into games. Our long-term goal is to create an avatar that can be easily swapped in, so that one you own can be swapped in by. We've spoken to a couple of other companies working on similar stuff for this. So that's our long-term goal. So when it comes to the animation side, the IP, a lot of people say, give the IP to we're doing limited. So that will allow for holders of virtual trade, they might with their rent, the actual main IP, and have back to benefit everyone. So every holder, if we get the big IP deal, we're talking with a character this quality, we're looking at one cartoon and this thing. So they're our targets, because
let's go. And yet, if you watch it, certain things are coming. We're building something different, but hopefully everyone's going to get to enjoy it. So thank you, Tripod Rex. I do like as myself an IP player. We're also building on some intellectual property. Thank you guys again. We do gotta keep things rolling on. We're behind schedule here. And I do want to reset the room really quickly. So movies that I'm curious, do you have any music you're able to play since the thing? Hey, let's get it. Alright, so real quick before you throw that on, I'm gonna throw on this disclaimer. I forgot it like the entire space. You gotta let me know. I know it's all for you. That's just crap down to it. So I'm ready. What's up? What's up? Is that for a giveaway? That's for a giveaway. There we go. Thank you for clarifying that, Tripod Rex. We are going to keep things moving along. Make sure you guys are dropping your thoughts down below. I'm going to play this disclaimer real quick. This video is based on your informational and educational purposes only. Nothing discussed here should be considered financial advice. Cryptocurrency investments involve risks, and it's important to do your own research and consult a financial advisor before making any decision. We are not responsible for any financial losses or decisions made based on this discussion. Alright, guys, we're going to keep things rolling along. We got Mosaic Halloween to bring up the vibes. What you got for us, Mosaic? I have a lethal injection. Recently dropped launched my entertainment platform on Friday of last week. This is a Beach 2 radio exclusive. Dropped it at the Jumbotron. Take a listen. Oh yeah. Master Flex Night. Yeah. It's, so I was going to the Palladium. Funk Master Flex Night. You know that. Oh yeah. Funk Master Flex Night. Yeah. It's cool. Are these the tickets?
It's a nice space opener. It's a nice space close to heavy drops. Hot gems I had. I'm enjoying my time. I will be back. Thanks for having me. I do have another song that I can play for you if you like something new, something coming out soon, something ready for the room. You know, let me know. If you got about half the song, we are running pretty tight on time. We're running a little bit behind. If you got, let's at least get a little bit taste, a little teaser, then if you could pin up top, where we can get it from, I think that would be the best of both worlds. This is a mosaic. You can't get it anywhere else in this room. You get it once, you can get it once, and it will be dropping soon. The lethal injection is what we're pushing right now. Digital radio, definitely tap on the Jumbotron and also pin it in the comments. Take a listen on the site if you like it, you can fit it. But this is the Exodus, you know, for all of those who have been in a decent relationship or bad. And that was your Exodus. And when you have achieved greatness, my friend, give me an Exodus. Let's get it, bro. We do gotta keep things moving along here, but like I said, make sure you put something up top. I like that little Afro beats, like it's like my portion actually. The first one too was hard, but I really like the Afro beats. It's kind of popping off usually. Yeah, make sure you put it up top, and then you gotta close your parts for it.
So.
Appreciate you, Mosaic, for jumping up here. Make sure you guys are following Mosaic Callaway. Make sure I tag you in spaces as well. If not, pretty sure I gotta add you to my list of people. But thank you, Mosaic. I love supporting the web great artists up here. Spare parts, you throw thumbs down on another artist. I don't know. Now I have you here. Come on. Soulless, heartless. I respect the honesty now. Keep it up, man. I'm so up the love. We're gonna keep things moving. We have Diamond Z Chain up next, and then Spare Parts Universe behind for this slot. We're just slightly behind here, so I can move it along. I'm gonna be at the next time slot. We'll see if we can get it. We're looking for first interlink next, but right now we got Diamond Z Chain. The floor is yours, man. Super glad we can finally get you on the space. What you have for us today? What's up, brothers and sisters? I have no thanks to y'all for these minutes. Real time. Thank you for allowing me to show what we got going on. So I'm gonna be real quick. You know, since the last time I was up here, working out, stretching things out, balancing things off, making sure that all the pieces connect, so that we can have, pretty decent low-fi blockchain. So we have Diamond Z Chain, which is a part of Diamond Shadow Voice, which is a part of Diamond Shadow Gaming Development. So we are
also partnering with a lot of like big infrastructure dudes, making stuff happen. We're essentially working towards making the blockchain more accessible and more fun for newbies, for armies, and for people who actually like really are into content creation. So I'm a filmmaker. I have a master's in film. I have a film on Amazon Prime Video or IMDb. Worked on a bunch of different productions. I have a bunch of friends that's involved in the same type of stuff. And my thing was always, it didn't seem like there was a real space for us in Montreal. Like, of course, you got your Shillers, you got your AOL, you got people like that. But in terms of like real content creation, it's kind of scary. So we came up with an idea. Essentially, we got this site that we created. That's on our blockchain. You'll be launching soon. You can check it out. It's called Rabbi. You can go to the website. RabbiWitness.com. Essentially, what it is it's like a streaming site that you can tip and ERC tokens and some other tokens. But essentially, you can go live. You can have a Twitch account, go live on Twitch and go live simultaneously through the site, so that way you're live and actually reimbursement being like rewarded with tips and things like that with actual ERC tokens or Ethereum or whatever your fan wants to give you. They can send to your wallet, directly to your wallet. The wallet is created, but it doesn't matter if you have like a Google account, if you have a Facebook account, if you have an email account, phone number, or anything. It's real simple. Like, you just sign up, create it, and you'll have a wallet just like that. So if you want to use your MetaMask or you want to save that, then you have access to it. So you can get your access keys and open up the wallet with MetaMask if you want. So it's completely a wallet that you create. So that's the one streaming network. Then we have YouTube. You sign in with your YouTube account, and it pulls the playlist off your YouTube page. And essentially now all the YouTube streams that we talking about, actually, you can essentially set a price for them if you want. Like if you want to be like, all right, this playlist, send me $5, $10 tips, and everything like that. You can set that. Also, we're working on TikTok. TikTok is a little bit different. You can't really do that way. You can't set them up. So we're working on a way where you can go live from our site and directly push it to TikTok, and that way you can make money on the double stream. So that way you can make money on the TikTok side and on the crypto side. We also have, you can upload videos and film. So like if you have a web series or if you have like a film, like a 1 hour, 2 hour film, you can upload it, your cast, your poster, all that kind of cool stuff. And it'll be in the preview section. And we're going to a model where essentially once we get enough people watching, that they'll pay a little subscription fee, $2.99 or something. And then you can pay more for content also. So we'll set it up we're setting it up where you can put like $5 USDC or $10 a month to view a episode of your production or music video or anything. You can even go live and make it where you can totally like a one-on-one, like 5-on-1 interaction with your fans. Like, buy this NFT and you'll be able to open up and access a live directly with people like BTS. Depends on what you're doing, what your type of lifestyle is. But, that's one of the ideas that we have for our blockchain. There's a lot of cool stuff we got going on, things like that. But it's catered to the content creators. We also did like a Kickstarter for you, a Kickstarter for filmmakers, but it's super fun. So I'm not going to go too crazy into all that. I just want to give you an eye for this right here. RabbiTV.com. Rabbi tokens coming next. And like I said, we are layer 3 blockchain. Built on arbitral funds. So there's all kind of rewards and benefits for getting in early with us. We have projects that we're working on and projects that are working with us. This is one of the projects that we're part of. There's another project we're working on also called Miss Coco, which is kind of a wild game, but that's for another day. But check us out. Come to my link. Come to the Telegram. Go to RabbiTV.com. Sign up. You can sign up. You can become a creator. Instant creating. You have to go $4,000 and 1,000 followers and all that kind of stuff. With all the other rules to get your money. You can get it right away to you people. And you can able to send you tips. We take 3% of everything that sells. So you gotta make a little money too. But yeah, we got energy. We have head of marketplace. I don't even know what his name is. But yeah, check us out, man. Let us know. Say what's up to us. Got some stuff always coming. Always making something creative.
Hey, Diamond Teacher, I appreciate you guys for jumping up here. We're going to have to talk about that Hispanic thing. But that's a conversation for another day. I guess my question for you guys is, why the change? Why do you need the layer of the church? I guess said to it.
Essentially, there are a lot of chains out there that don't. So two things that we just don't expect. These disaster like two. These same works of life, a lot of you have projects of the priorities that you have created together as a couple. They're already in momentum. And those include the devotion, staying mental health problems, keeps them out of jail, gets them into different services. That is already in the $60 million to fund the housing. Tenants facing eviction. They needed $160 million for that over the next 5 years because it was created one-time funding that did not have any other source of income. And how much the contributions to the county are going to have to be more because the federal government is not going to be giving us much anymore. Exactly. It used to be a 50% participation from the federal government. That's going to 25% now by the state and the county. Not to make up that difference, the cost of the county is going to go up. What does it mean for you and me? It's awful because the departments that could fund on this and the CRT departments, departments including probation, some of the larger departments in the county, it could also mean cutting the hours that athletes are in. Agents cutting the amount of cleaning agents that they are, and agents reducing the amount of time that soldiers are in reducing services and animal control. So if there are shelters that are being struggles, or if you've got hospitals in your area, you have less responsibility for these types of things in the future. Second, there's only like 50 people in the room. It's probably only 50 people. Right?
Now I went and worked out with Dakota Shepley, who was playing for the Cowboys, I think the Eagles. Did some time in the NFL center for the Cowboys. Got some play time. 305, handsome fella. And he took, there he is, handsome kid. Oh yeah, great guy. Love him. And college ball at just one of those giant dudes. 36-inch vertical leap and all that stuff. Freak. Great players. Oh yeah, the first NFL guy to come out of the University of Richmond. First guy. Canadian. Hilarious. So, either way, oh yeah, and I was took us to the ultimate meathead gym, me and Nick Simmons, my boy Nick Collins. And Nick loves that stuff. It was just a real bodybuilding gym. I mean, it ain't like they're just using sleep. They're not just sleeping and eating well. They're sleeping. They're eating well. Got some miracle growing cornflakes every morning. Where was that? In Plano? That was in Plano, Texas. Or yeah, that was in Plano. And I think it's called I can't remember what a gym. The ladies. This one gal who won the 2017 Strongman Powerlifting Worlds. Just jacked. And we have a lot of mutual friends who came up and said hi. Great gal. And that is where you feel so my type. I was grabbing her arms. I said if she does body work, I told her, my fantasy was more like you're training me. You train me and I get bigger, And I was so gay. Now I'm not shit. I know it's cocky shit. But she's so immersed in it. Yeah. Come on, bro. Be cool with me. But talk about feeling a little less than you feel like you would you be a dirt, but like, hey, I don't know, like you anything I can give you for that. Did you get off to that at night? I don't want a little bit. You mean like walk me around like a dog? Yeah, I'm not into being dominated, bro. No, it's not my thing. I just appreciate the aesthetic of a woman. There's no muscle one guy who's into big chicks and just wants to like,
now. The reason you're into it is because she slap you around.
No, man. Come on, I'm not into being slapped around. She's not like that.
That's her.
No, that's not her. She's not. She's she's petite, but muscle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, she's small.
Like almost like a fitness model. Tattoos.
Kitty, bring her up for God's sake. I'm trying to. What's her name?
I want to put women who want strong. I want to put her on blast. She's great.
They look all right.
Jessica Pop. I know. Jamie Pop. Great gal, came with her competitor friend, and just a great chick.
So it's just a really good weekend for as far as
Getting strong.
shit that you're into. Big dudes, big women.
Yeah, but she's just in shape. So let's take a little break. You know about these Ridge wallets?
Do I ever? My father-in-law, it came in the mail and he jacked it for me. I need to get one because what I have, things are falling out all the time. Plus, I have that George Costanza wallet, dude.
These are made of aluminum, titanium, carbon fiber.
They're slim, they're modern.
They hold 12 cards plus cash, and you just push, and one comes out. It's really easy, man. Once you start using them, you're like, oh, man,
Dude, you can customize them. We got over 50 color styles to choose from. You can get a wallet that features every NFL, MLB, or college team. I'll tell you right now, great holiday gift. Great holiday gift.
They got a tracker card. They got the Ridge tracker, and you lose your wallet, which I always do. You'll know exactly where it is before panic mode strikes in. Okay, it kicks in. It's like losing your phone when you got that thing. So you got peace of mind for holiday travel, gifting, and the tracker card's unbelievable.
Over 100,000 5-star reviews. People love them. All right.
Huge Black Friday sale, and it's spelled RIDGE.com. You can get 47% off.
Biggest discount they've ever given all year. That's Ridge.com for up to 47% off your order. And the biggest sale of the year. After you purchase, they're going to say, where'd you hear about them? Let them know. Your boy saying you'll find the kid. That's Ridge.com. Dude, you get 47% off your order.
This one? Probably. Does any of these girls look familiar? No.
You can probably go back to it because that's like an art name.
Yeah, I wrote this. I wrote this fucking.
That's got to be her, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, let me see. There she is. Cutie pie.
Thank God we found her. Yeah, she's super.
Yep. And great gal. And
Okay, so Jesus Christ.
yeah, but more I just admire the commitment and the fact that she was the strongest lady in the world in 1 year. That's cool. Yeah, I love excellence. She's not big though. She's strong. Because Daddy ain't that strong, and I need somebody to train me like that. Just so I can get jacked. It can happen. I do think about you.
Well, guys that are in the Star Wars, that's what it is.
No, I'm not. That's not me.
It's like it's a white chick saying I'm into black guys. They're like, hey, like big dicks. Like, how dare you? No, I like them. It's like, no, bro. We all know what it is.
No, bro. I don't
The small guy goes, I like big muscular chick. It's like,
No, I'm not into being.
it's like,
I'm an alpha. All right. I like being. Pegged.
That's how that movie ends. We don't know why. It starts with you on the ground with your collar on, and then there's the ball gag, and then they're like, all right, I guess you kick me in the nuts from the back, and then it turns into.
Put on those boots. Put on the dog
It's like just that minute, we just stumble at it. That's it.
Yeah, Sasso just sent me a video of just here, Jen. Here's what Sasso sent me. It's the last thing Sasso sent me. Just out of nowhere. Because, he's got to keep me honest.
Dude, how about that? Have a kid and fight on merch. Finally. It's what we got doing, Brendan.
Good God, it's great, though. Look at my shirt. You got these on sale.
Well, not yet, right? When sit on top. I'll keep you posted. I mean, definitely for Black Friday.
You get that video?
Not yet. Definitely Black Friday. We just gotta offer an original gray and black version. Just original's gray and black. We did offer white and black. And then this has every kid on the back, too.
first time.
I got an MRI scan.
Oh yeah.
Got an MRI scan. The wife got an MRI scan.
Did you go with Delia? Because Delia did the same thing.
No.
You guys went separate.
Yeah, what's separate? Did Delia? Did he reach out to Delia? Maybe.
Literally same guy. I'm assuming you guys miss each other for like hours.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wait, it's
on Thursday?
This is what Delia sent me. That's what Sansa sent me. Sansa goes, hey, this is a game. I said, football, game of inches. What are you doing? Watching. He goes, yeah, how about this game of inches? He goes, and I go, what's the point of that? He goes, to get stinky fingers. I said, so,
Once I guess it's tits too. Once I guess tits.
he does.
It's just fat.
The shit is weird.
But is it gay?
Some kind of Indian.
Why is everybody into it?
Reverse.
Oh, this might. Oh, you just have like. But Indians might think this is like UFC.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is some weird shit. They're trying to.
It's very sexual.
It's a little sexual. Yeah, and I guess having a belly is not.
Can you imagine being the ref for that?
Look at those tits on it.
Those are always wiggle room at rock bottom.
A lot of wiggle room at rock bottom.
Ref for that.
There's a coach. That guy coaches. That guy's been in the trenches.
So wait, so how did your
My MRI scan.
man, I can't believe you checked Delia with that same day. Me too.
You just always like, the scary part is that they'll look at your joints, my spine, my neck good, my brain good. I've had MRIs before. So I know that, I'm good, but then they do the old scanneroo for any kind of a tumor. And they look at the places where it hides. A lot of people, so many people my age, like, I don't want to do that. I'm like, but do it because they'll catch cancers early, which they have at this place.
Clearly you don't know.
I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, but they just scan the shit out of you. But as they're going with you, they do it right there. So you don't wait for the results. You do your scan, it takes about 45 minutes, and then you're in there with the doctor as they go through I have some micro tears in the old Achilles. He goes, your Achilles sore? I go, they sure are. He goes, yeah, got some micro tears. Be careful. Yeah. Just so you put it in our heart, just all that stuff. But pretty good, man. Good knees, good neck, good back, good brain, all that shit. So, right? Yeah, I guess you do. But the only thing you need is the cancer. Yeah, other than that, you can have a little something high, which they've already caught. They've been over 3 months. It's already caught 17 cancers. That's good. But in early stages, they just like that.
Thanks, man.
You've had it.
Yeah, man.
MRI for what? Just
Generally, yeah. But I did that and I did
right, the grail. They check for all cancers. How you doing?
no, man. Zero. I mean, you would know, man.
Oh, yeah.
You'd know. Can you imagine? I didn't tell you. Stage 4. Oh, my God. Can you imagine? You know, it's like communication. Can you imagine? It's like deep pancreas, stage 4.
Yeah, sometimes, those doctors will get, like, you'll come in and a woman will say, I've got rib pain. It's like, what do you mean rib pain?
When it's too late, especially something shit, all that shit.
My lower back, it's radiating to my lower back. What do you mean? Starts here.
And all that shit's good. All that shit's good.
Now, sometimes it's not.
Other times it's like, dude, D had his last game this year. Fall ball's over. Dude, I knew it was very good. Fall ball's over. I say
It's an
that.
intense schedule. And for you, too, because you're not traveling. You can take kind of sit
I
home.
love it though. Yeah. But they'll get 2 months off. It's spring. There's always Real Housewives.
Do you not watch any Eagles? Eagles got beaten by the Cowboys. Cowboys were ahead by it.
What I was going to tell you though, baseball this weekend is in travel ball teams. There's always disgruntled parents. So the way your team went to the fall was a different. Why is that? So dads just doing the coach. gets competitive. Did you watch the UFC this weekend? I'm sure you did. Oh, they thought it was on early. I don't mind that. Yeah. Where was that? Qatar, right? Yeah. I could have called the Sorokian thing.
I think everyone could.
Yeah.
I think everyone kind of called the main and go.
Yeah.
Dude, that Waldo Acosta, that motherfucker's a problem. He's had 5 fights in under a year, just not getting everybody out. He's a big problem heavyweight.
Really?
Yeah. Look at him. I think he has 4 fights in calendar year, but I know 5. Like, he's just starting, dude.
He just fought this month, too. He got booked out by Tom Osman.
Everybody needs something like that,
What's his name? Just to
knock and dudes out. Just a crazy fucking right now. Machado Gary, Muhammad.
Did you watch it? I didn't see it.
Okay.
I saw the
Sorkin John. Saul Long.
Yes. I just never count one line. I think he's got such a high fight IQ.
That's because we like him. That's a nightmare.
And that's Robert Gary's which is so good. You knew right away.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
God, he's good. Can I ask you, like, his thing is he's so good.
It's kind of like who wants to get beat by Islam? That's your who's going to beat Islam? I don't go through it. There's not a lot of guys that
Machado Gary's a problem for Islam. What do you say?
I don't know. I mean,
if there's anybody that's going to be able to do something,
but what's he going to do? He's not a knockout artist. So his best method of victory is to
kick him in the face.
Okay, but again, with Islam, it's like, is he Machado Gary going to last 25 minutes with Islam?
Well, the thing is, Ian also seems to be a bit of a counterpuncher, isn't he? He kind of is, he can, you know what I mean? Like,
he can do both, but then also,
he's going to get pushed against the cage.
The people go, man, his takedown defense is looking against Law. Okay, Law's a bar. I love Law. Or aggressive.
Takedown wise.
Yeah, it's just a different animal. So, but then again, maybe Machado's has a long.
It's like when Izzy fought UL in a way. It's like, why isn't UL taking him down? But when the guys are really long, like
UL didn't engage it. That was one of the worst fights in deadly series history. It's like, why did she just wrestle? It wasn't that because he doesn't wrestle in jab wrestling. So it'd be different if you wrestle.
Yeah,
that's a bad example. But I'm saying it's just doesn't.
And Makachev can take Machado Gary down, right?
Yeah, height's not a factor.
And the problem is, I just don't know what you do. You're not getting up. You're not getting up. Once he's got you down, you're not getting up.
Machado might be able to.
I talked to Dustin Poirier because we shot something a little bit behind. I had such a great week. It was so great. Last week I was with your boy Corey Sandhagen, and it was hilarious and awesome and smart. Rose not Eunice.
But what did Dustin say?
And so I was talking to Dustin about fighting both guys, Khabib and Islam. And he was like, dude, I've never felt anything like that. Now, Dustin's seen a lot of books. Dustin has been with serious wrestlers. And at American Top Team, they got Olympians, they got everybody. He said, dude, their feet are like hands. They're going to trip you. They got you against the thing, and you're thinking about this. They're going to trip you. They're going to grab you. And he said his little show, he put a hell of a show on them. But Dustin said their strength. It's their strength. And most importantly, when they're on top of you and you've got all your escapes, they're ahead of you. They're just ahead of you. And it's micro adjustments that you're just not even aware of. So there's just no matter how many looks you've seen, who's seen more fights? Dustin's had 53 fights. Dustin in American Top Team. Dustin's top of the food chain in every way. And, he's like, there's a limit. There's a limit. They're doing something those guys have done. They figured out something that people haven't. It's a puzzle people haven't solved. Yeah, I think Dustin, after that fight, even went in and said to Khabib, Islam, he's like, hey, congrats, whatever you guys are doing, Of course. Yeah, you gotta give it up. Yeah, I don't know. But if you don't get the welterweight division, it's like, John Gary deserves it. You look at it, like the notion of Shavkat, he's had so much time off. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Was Shavkat injured, or is he injured? You know, he was injured. He was, but now, after he fought Machado, he should be ready to go. He's been injured since that. He's been out for a hot second. What you know what it is? Is it the fucking something? Yeah, so he's not getting Ian's wins too. I think the knock on Ian's gonna be he's just not exciting. You know, he just doesn't finish it. But he deserves it. His only loss against Shavkat, and that was when Shavkat was. People thought he walked on water, like, oh shit, that's actually a really good fight. Really good fight. I don't know, man. I think you do it now, though. Yeah. You think that's next? Yeah. If you're the UFC, it's kind of like pick your poison. He at least has a style. But again, if you're not excited, that's a very exciting fight. I don't know what the fuck you do. I don't know. Does he go back to the rankings, too? It's either Ian Machado or Gary. I think Armand comes up to 7. No, he is still fighting 55. I just might be looking for him. Yeah. Well, after that. Because I think he beats Spear. He's too big. I mean, the only guy I'm saying who speaks that language, that Islam language, is Sarukian, I believe. I mean, I think, right? We'll see. Let's see what happens with Ian Machado Gary. But yeah, I mean, Sarukian. He's not even a discussion. Like he has to, like he's been out for over a year. Yeah. And then he beat Charles Oliveira. He just beat Dan Hooker. So he has so much work to do at 55. So hopefully they give him the fight at 55. But then the UFC has the Paramount card in January. And they're going to want a big name. They just fought. So they probably need to go period versus Patty Pitt. They got a ton of options. 55 and 70, there's a ton of options. You got an American in the series. There's not a ton of Americans. Wow. Yep. The UFC can do Kamaru's, it's these old heads, but I feel like the division's moved on. And Kamaru's been like, let's see Kamaru versus him. And then just engaging in Mr. Leary. I don't see the UFC doing that. Well, I want to see how Dugard does at 55 of those sluggers. Guys like Justin, guys like Patty Pittman. He's not a slugger, right? He's big. Yeah, just, what do you think of him? He gets hit, Patty. He can't really. I would say the tech, I'd love to see Patty do it for the UFC. It's only about the first fight on Paramount. So it's only about eyeballs. There's no bigger star in that division than Patty. So that's what they do. Who deserves it? Probably Army. Yeah. Again, that's not going to get the eyeballs they need. No. What else you got to? Guns. What about this Jeff Simon game happening? What is this? You want KFC Barstool pretty much explains it. We just hear.
Jeff Dye is getting heat online for starting a GoFundMe to raise money to help him move from Los Angeles to Boston. The GoFundMe description says that Jeff is making the bold move to move from California to Texas because of his passion for comedy and his desire to be in a community with like-minded people. He finished it off with a Jordan Peterson quote, which checks out. This entire saga began on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jeff was a guest on the November 12th episode where he proclaimed that Gavin Newsom, quote, scares the shit out of me. Him and Joe had a conversation about Los Angeles, specifically the LA wildfires, and said that they believe that Gavin Newsom is incompetent and that he doesn't want to be any part of it. After that episode is when he put up the GoFundMe asking for money, despite the fact that in the past he had made fun of people who use GoFundMe in this manner. The direct quote from Twitter back in 2018 was 90%
what up, big dog?
Benedict.
I know who you are, so I'm going to tell you the GoFundMe. What is this bullshit? Oh, cum toes. Why? Because I just stepped in cum on each other with my toes. Really? Who knows? Who knows about cum toes? Come on. I gotta take a shit. Allegedly. Come on, you little bitch. Nobody's ever gonna watch these. Yo, Benedict. Can you hear me, big man?
What's up? I can hear you loud and clear. What's up, man? How you doing?
Excellent, my man. Okay, where do we stand? How far have you progressed?
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't an easy one, dude. I just finished making the video. Yeah, I finished making the video, and I'm going to send it to you right away.
Okay, I'm ready for it.
Alright, just do me a favor and just go to your DM right now.
Take your time. Are you sending it on Twitter or Discord?
Discord, yeah, Discord.
You got it, big dog. Go for it. I'm ready when you are. As you do so, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
I'm here.
All right, Benedict, did you send it to me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just did. I think the Discord is kind of just weak for the video, so I have to just send it just through X. So just check your X. You see it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, just check your X right now.
I'm checking X right now.
Just sent it.
I'm checking X right now. I don't see anything.
So
Where is it?
it's yeah, over here is you uploading here. Yeah, here it goes. It's going on.
There you go. I got it now.
Alright, you got it. I tried adding the rights of to block, but the video I was having was just speaking some language that I understand and trying to say different thing entirely from what I actually wanted. So I had to just make the video myself. Yeah.
All right. I mean, your video is really good, so that works. Just know though, with Grok, you just ask it a bunch of times. You ask it 5 times, and out of the 5, you'll get a good one.
Yeah, actually, I did. I really asked it so well for how to get what I wanted. So.
Okay, so this is really good. So you want to put together 10 videos. They don't all have to be that long, but that's good. And then send them to me, and once we get 10 good ones, then we're going to start uploading them to your accounts. Okay?
Okay, I don't know if I can be using like formats, like write-off formats for it, so I could just make it from there. What do you think?
What are you saying?
I don't know if you can give me like write-off formats, like format, so I could use it as a guide on the video.
Yeah, absolutely,
So,
absolutely. Just for a moment. Absolutely.
Like up to like 10 write-up formats. So I'll just kind of create the video from them. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Well, you saying that one particularly I made was actually very very cool, right?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Okay, alright. I'll just have to like stick on the particular.
This shouldn't take long though. This shouldn't take long. You shouldn't have to do any video editing. So, no text on video. So I'm sending you similar.
On the Discord, on the Discord or X.
Yeah, Discord.
Okay.
Okay. So put what I just sent you on in Grok, and then it should take a few seconds to create or whatever, and then
Okay. So your network is running though. I can hear you, bro. Can you hear me, Rabbi?
yeah, can you?
Yeah, yeah, I can now. I can. So you're saying I should use this particular template just to create just a very short video, right?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, anyway, how you doing? It seems like this present moment is like your daytime over there.
Yeah, it's getting to be evening.
Okay, because right here right now it's about like 2:04 a.m.
Right.
It's cool. It's cool.
All right. So you took that prompt and you put it into
Grok.
Grok, right? Okay. How long does it normally take to make a video?
It takes up to like let's say not more than 2 minutes,
Oh,
and it makes a video.
okay. So let's wait 2 minutes, and then let's hope it works.
You feel me? What's up? Did it work?
You sent it to me.
Oh, okay. I'm supposed to make a video, right?
Yeah. What do you? What did you?
Sorry. Yeah, I was actually zoned. I was doing something else. Sorry. Let me just get on. Sorry.
Okay.
happy you're not going to find out anyway. But I'd love you, and we'll be together forever. The kids, I'm just now they're taken care of. Mother's being a good dad. God.
Yeah, y'all hear him now, right? But he gonna remember how boring it was. They had to stay in the house while he kept buying the dip. Then he gonna meet someone exciting. For the news, it's like crypto. Like your crypto millionaire too. But you know what?
We'll be on the Nova yacht making a new family. Yes, enough fun. Oh, man. Not just great to hear, man. We need to get on to some shows. What's going on? We got Touch Grass in here, we got Crypto Ledger, and Rabbi. I think Ledger is your first Ledger. Shows. Should suck.
Yeah, why the hell not?
Hey, boys,
Okay.
Did you send it?
Yeah, I just did. So just check. Yeah, let's just read it. Just check.
tried that once.
Yeah, that's the first video I set up guys. Open up. You sent me like I tried to we send the videos that we're creating what you're seeing right now. So yeah, that's what I had to make the video intentional myself, making it fun.
Okay, what you sent is good.
So what I sent recently is good, right?
Yeah. So you want to make 10 videos like that, or 9 or 8 more, and then send them all to me, and then we'll make sure they're good. If you need to redo any of them, we'll have you do that. We'll teach you how to put titles on them, hashtags, descriptions, and hashtags, and then we'll have them upload to your YouTube account, okay?
Yeah, man. Team holds about 50%.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So I'll just have to make these videos myself this time. 10 of them, right?
Yeah, and then send them to me.
Still out here showing ourselves and showing we're not going anywhere.
Excellent.
Not in like 10%.
I'm here if you have questions.
Forget about it. Have it worth listening here. I've got money into this, and it's something, it's a fucking hilarious narrative if you look at the art and some of the shit we got going on. Telegram VCs, we did space last night. Gonna start doing those now more often. I'm gonna shoot for every Monday night now. And, we're just out here working, trying to build a true meme coin culture, and it's a hilarious narrative.
Is all the supply out, or is there a business here?
No, this was a pump fund token. Yeah, that's why, we're here to represent that, it's like less than 1% of tokens that don't rug in the first few hours, if not the first few minutes. And, we're here, we're working, we're not going anywhere. Market shit, we all know it. Everybody's market cap's fucking down. And, as long as there's no giant sell-offs, which we haven't had, people are holding. And that's, really all we need right now is for people to hold and just hold through this dies down when you keep going. Eventually that attention comes back, and that's when the volume comes back, and that's when people get excited, and the people that were there at the beginning come back, they're just going to have to buy back at a higher price, because most likely they won't be ready for it to go up again. And I've watched, I've spent 6 months working on a meme coin, CTO, built a team around it, got some of those team members still with me, like hanging out in Nova, so made great friendships in the space, and we ran that thing from like 35K all the way up to about 8 mil all-time high, and it took 6 months of going to spaces, grading our asses off, making sure everybody saw us, but it was a community effort. And that's what you got in the community. And it takes time, whether small or big. It takes time for a community to spread and build that fire around them. But if you keep consistent, you will get there. So keep it up, man.
And I like that now things have gotten so dire that we're past just, someone throwing in a little bit of money and just, taking a lot of money out. You really got to work for your bag, work for your project, work for your community. Just reminds me of Mr. Lightsby, just seeing the things that he's doing on his own and how he's just showing everyone, I'm tired of seeing what I'm seeing. Let me try to make a change or be an example. It's just nice to see.
Exactly. And guys, now the space is filling up. I just want to take a second to say a great way to connect is pulseswitch.io. This is not a token. This is not a show. This is a platform where you can get in and actually create an account, and now you can create a community. You can bring your community on here, and it's going to be much like an X community or a Telegram community, but it's going to be better. Ultimately, the goal is to make PulseSwitch your all one-stop shop and get projects and communities to link up on there, cross-network. And we just had a great update with that today. So now you can bring your community into the space and be a part of it. Like, it's all in one. Did I have rug? No, you're good, man. You're really good. Okay, my speaker was playing with me or something. Just making sure. But yeah, check out PulseSwitch that I advertise. Try to pick something to the top. You see, I got the man up here now. Yeah, he's here, man. We got Zach in the house. I don't know if he can speak. Jump in, guys. And we got Touch Grass and Rabbi. Feel free to jump in. Guys, give me a second. Try to pull over more than we got in here. We got 7 comments down in the bubble. Can you hear me? We can hear you. Alright, stop being fucking pussies and join PulseSwitch. What's wrong with you? Build your goddamn community. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? Oh shit, I gotta do something. I'll be back in a second. Oh, he's picking up a beat. Hey, I will say this, even if you don't have the time right now, go in and get your name or your ID, make it a check mark to come back and check it out later, but at least you was able to grab your name before someone else. Hey guys, you gotta remember, the next 1,000 people that sign up, you're gonna get a free premium account for a year, and you really can't make a mistake. It's gonna give you all the advantages of the platform. You'll be able to use all the tools, so definitely take advantage of that now while it's available, because you're saving yourself about $135 a year, so I would definitely jump on there when we have the chance. And you said, we only have about 150 people on there right now, but we're growing every day. What's that? I said more. We have more. Here you go. Zach's back. Go ahead, Zach. Yeah, I'm back. I was for a second. Correct the numbers. But seriously, I released the most epic update today. It's just a Telegram. It's called Network. So build your network on there. And most of it, I think, in the bubble there. Seriously, it's great. Bring your community over. Do everything you can do on Telegram, other than voice chats right now. videos on there. There's all kinds of stuff. Real, just like TikTok and Instagram. You can put videos on there. It's really about networking. That's the way to go. I know Shimbles is here. He actually created a network today on there, which is super epic. And on top of that, I'm inviting Mark Rabbi talking about you. I think you should join. You're on the blockchain team. I think you're a great speaker and you're very knowledgeable. So hit me up and don't be a fucking idiot. Get on full switch. Thank you. I see Elon's watching me. I talked to him. You see what I'm doing? He's got my nice colors out there. Trying to get everyone to pay for $8 for free, free months, blah, blah, blah. I made them wake the fuck up. I know you're listening, Elon.
He's gonna run us, man.
He already rubbed me when I tried to get on the fucking stage. He's like this fucking sandwich guy. He's creating his own social now. And it's all crypto based. I can't control it. I can't block him if I don't like something. I need that password.
Hey, Zach, I got a question for you.
Yes.
You have this on Full Switch. You have it where I can switch my personal to project.
Correct.
Okay, so we started a Krusty. So I'm guessing it's just best for me to end the cancel, end the Krusty and just do it to my personal now.
No, you can. Well, you have a Cressy account, right?
Yeah.
Yes. No, leave that the way it is. But there's a super cool feature that I'm giving for free that next charges you $10,000. So as Crusty, go through your edit profile. You can upload an image of like Cressy to give all your team members badges, so they're officially in with Crusty. So the messaging people, they will know they're part of that team. This is some of the features that most people don't know. I was definitely in favor of Crusty account. Open networks, create a Crusty account there, because people join. And from there, you can view people's profiles from these networks too. So it's a massive networking thing. That's what I'm doing, right? No control. You control your own area, your own everything. You wake up tomorrow, your project's still there. You never get banned. You can't block anyone. Talk shit. That's what I love about it. But the cool thing too is, as a project, you can now assign badges to your team members. It's next to their name, next to the freaking badge. Basically, it will link it right to Crusty. So if you got someone out there going to another network, saying, "Hey, come check out Crusty," they go, "Yeah, right, this guy's full of shit." You can say, "No, he's verified because he has the badge next to his name. He's part of my team." So I'm trying to think of the way of. I've been in the game a long time. I'm watching what Exodus. They have some of the cool features, which I think are stole from them, and I'm giving it for free, pretty much. They charge $10,000, so I know it's probably taking all these revenues. I'm giving it away for free. It's the holidays. But it's super epic, man. Definitely check it out. It's free, pretty much. You're free with membership. You get all those features. So I would definitely take a moment, look through it, see what I've developed. And I update stuff so much that I usually kind of get the website. A lot of people miss some of the super epic stuff like that. I think that's a really, really great feature. That's one of my best features in this. Flash uses one. It's really, for me, it really comes down to security and just trusting people. So I can see if someone messages me and they got a Crusty badge, I know they're part of your team, I can talk to them. Someone else goes, "Oh, we're a Crusty, they don't have that." I'm like, "Yeah, you're good with me, just so you master or a daily member, but I'm not taking any advice you say because you don't have your badge." So it's a cool feature, and you can. There's no limit on it. I know there's a limit on X. You can only get a limit right now. You give 100 people badge, you get 100 people on your team. To me, it doesn't matter. It's all about growing. Growing. And yes, there is no token associated with this social media platform. And no one is the other tools. AI actually here, you pretty much have your own personal assistant. She can give you technical financial advice, but she'll lead you in the right direction. And then you can use your token list, and you can do training, you can do ads, or Web 2, Web 3 projects, everything out there. So really great is that you can become a top project, top profile, you can vote on it, you can earn notified posts charge people to come up and speak. All kinds of great stuff, man. This is just like, I think people are really, well, the way I look at it, people either like me or hate me. Most likely hate me. But, you know, they want to see you until you're winning. And once you're winning, they don't want to see you win. I don't really care. Completely all signal, zero noise. If I was noise, I would respond to that. And I would stay out of that really doesn't bring any benefit to what I'm trying to help everyone do. And we can see people's true colors. They're going to speak to me by next cycle. But my goal is to help all your projects grow and network across network. Just with each other. You're pressing something, you can leave, pressing something, everyone else. So on top of the network, you can assign admins. So we go to the top of the network, create it. I call it system settings. And from there, if you use an ad or handle, you want to be an admin, they can't ban. I mean, they can ban, they can mute people in your, pretty much your telephone group, the network group, and you can promote, you can admins too. So if you kick someone out of your group, you're winning. You get back. So whoever starts the group is the owner. And if you want to do it, you can also switch that to private. So you can create your own private network. So if you want to do kind of like the back channel hotel group, you can do that on the switch also. So I know it's a lot of information.
You gotta get on it and use it.
Yeah.
That's the best thing you can do right now. Get on it and use it.
Right. 100%. If you're just an investor, go on there and post anything you want. You can say, I hate fucking Zach Subway, you should start my meetings. I will not make that comment. Like, that's why I'm building this.
I'm typing it up right now, brother.
I see some shit going on. Next, you get banned. Oh, fuck. I want to keep it decentralized as much. My job is to just keep giving you guys features and the more you guys network and comes out, the more it gets out. You know, that's what it's all about, really. I mean, that's what we know everyone's doing. We're taking over. You know, I'm taking this to everyone. I know the goddamn network, social media platform, crypto. You're asking to your mother, your mom, and research about crypto. That's what it's all about. You know? So it's operating. I'm exhausted, man. I'm not used to shit.
You carried it into the pitch. You got exactly. Touch Grass jumped on there too recently. Touch Grass, you can share a little bit about your project and maybe a little bit about your experience with message.
I just got summoned up to the stage. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, halfway listening because I'm over here killing some tacos that I just came back from. So, yeah, no, honestly, it's amazing to be up here. Looking forward to this space. And yes, we got established on full Twitch today. That's something I had on my to-do list and got that knocked out today. And honestly, I gotta say, man, you know, Zach from Subway over there has been killing it because I've been seeing the updates come across the timelines. This got done, this got done, this got done, this got done. I'm like, damn, man, I need to go ahead and get over there and get set up. So we got that done today, and I'm super excited because we got touch grass. We got like the full phrase. And I know over here on X, I don't even know who the hell has touch grass, but it's not us. That's all I know. But over there on Full Switch, we have touch grass. I'm super excited to be over there. It's been a good experience. Obviously, with any kind of platform, trying to learn the ways of it and understand how, you know, tokens, how all that works, the engagement, and all the shit that's built into it, man. It takes a minute because there's so many features. But I'm super excited to be over there, honestly, and it's been a great experience getting over there and start trying to post a little bit of content. So it's been awesome, man. So shout out to that. Shout out to everybody, man. When I made that post, all the reposts and all the engagement on it, I was like, oh, okay. I see how they're moving over So that that's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm so glad you're on there. I also missed the feature. So if you make a post and it doesn't get that much engagement, after 2 hours, there's something called Revive AI. Actually, I created this the AI bot that basically pops up a button that says Revive. If you hit that, it'll regenerate that same post from 2 hours ago. It kind of calculate engagement, right? So it's going to work its hardest to get you more engagement when you just click on the button. So you put a post out, you're like, oh, this is more engagement with me. After a couple hours, you hit that button, it'll automatically get the post for you. But still keep that one for free to do. And it'll try to get you the most engagement. My whole platform is not based off an algorithm. When I look at my analytics, I get basically more views for everything on this platform. This is not that many people compared to X. So I know the algorithm is really back. It's very, very hard to get ahead of what X is playing right now. If you didn't start your profile back in the day, I think that for people that just started now, it's growing. So I want to really keep it community engagement. The more engagement you get, the bigger you get. The more you post, I see, and I'll make you the top profile. Basically, you get more engagement, but every premium member gets their own analytics page, just like X. So you go to add profile and see all that, and just check it over time. I think it's like a day, 7 days, a month, a year or something. So you'll be able to see the history of it, which is really cool. So it's really just trying to give you guys the most value of what everyone's trying to search for to become a big account without all the information. That's it. And then hopefully it comes to the point where you're not going to Telegram to get proof, and you're not going to X to post Instagram to real proof. You don't need to you have the real human post, and now the thing yourself. I can keep you guys on the same level. That is the key. And soon, once I collect every feature, because the notifications are working right now, it's very, very tricky. That's my next hurdle. Once I get that done, pretty much the lives going to the app store. So this will be an app completely. It's web-based right now, but everything is out. And any feedback is great. I get feedback all the time, and I fix things because there is so much that goes on. Think about how much goes into just Telegram and how much goes into just X. So I'm trying to do all of this in one. A lot of moving parts and things will fail when I fix them. It's non-stop. It's off of it. Just being exact percent way. Being the developer too by myself is basically crazy. So I'm just so excited you guys are joining, and I think it's foolish not to create a network here for free, and I will promote it. You go on there and you post and stuff, I promote it, which in return X brings it up, and you never know who else. Who knows? I mean, my name's over at Mario Space today, and they see Full Switch. I know the project I was working with, the most I ran after Mario Space, they get them all. The whole network, they see what I'm doing. Everyone sees everything. So I'm just trying to do it for everyone, investors, entrepreneurs, community, bring it all together for them. Really, that's the main goal. And the cool thing is you can earn Nova. So Nova is not just a token of investment. It's actually a utility token you can earn while engaging. So I don't know. I'm not trying to show it or that's no man. Show that shit. I'll fucking show it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll show it. That's what I've been doing in all my spaces today. We had our Touch Grass Tuesday space, and that's what I was telling people. We expanded out into a new platform. And I was telling people to go out there and sign up. This is the way for you to establish your account on a new platform where you're not able to do that on X. So I'm definitely helping show it too, because I see all the features and everything, man, but that's what it's all about. It's like, hey, let's get as many people here as we can. And, I have people in the community who are trying to build that platform and build that credibility on their side. So what better way to do it on a platform like Full Switch, man? This also, get in. Now's the time to let's go. Joe, I need another cigar with you. Let's go. I just wanted to say, does X have a blockchain? Does Reddit have a blockchain? Does Facebook have a blockchain? Meta? Instagram? TikTok? Do they have a blockchain? I'm going to throw it out there. Does Telegram have a blockchain? saw how it's engagement based and how like if you make a post, then it like deducts certain points, and then if you get engagement or you're engaging, you get more. So I have to like get a good idea of how to utilize that. But it's super cool, and that's what I like about it. It's engagement based, like you talked about. It's not the algorithm, but it's really just about the people that are utilizing the platform. So I mean, I like it so far, and I love how the price of crypto is going across the top too. So you can see all of that in one platform. So I really like how I can tell what you're trying to build here. Like you said, of not having to really leave this platform, but all be in the same place.
And the best thing about it is when you join us and you post about us, you become a community. And it may not necessarily be everyone in the community buying your project, but we're supporting your project because you're supporting us. So it's mutually beneficial. That's where we grow. And you guys don't have to buy our tokens, but if you share a switch post, we appreciate it. And we're going to upgrade, and our community is going to see your project because of you. And then you may gain new investors from our community or the communities that we're associated with already. So that's the benefit of this networking scheme. It's more so of something where we need to connect on a deeper level and stop pushing projects away, but instead accepting them into our communities and becoming a part of each other's communities. And it's just going to spread like wildfire. Once this blows up, it's going to be that like mentality, but it's not going to be based on one project. It's going to be based on a platform. And it's going to give all of us recognition we deserve. Because we're working together, even though we're separated.
Yeah, no, I really like it so far, and just the support and everything from just initially signing up with it. So that's what I'll have to get a better understanding of, like, what's the best way to help promote it. Obviously, I can talk about it and stuff as, hey, go follow us, go set up an account, go do this. But if there's more ways, more like community way to push it, and maybe, whatever you all are doing, just get more so grasp of that so we can push it out there, man, because I really like it so far. Like I said, the interface, everything is clean, everything is right there, it's simple, it's easy to sign up, how to connect us to the wallet. So, I mean, I've really enjoyed it so far, and I definitely got to dig into it a little bit more. But I'm telling as many people about it as I can, because that's how we build this thing out. I think that's what it's all about, but I also heard someone said it's time to chill. So let's chill a little bit. Talk about touch grass and what we got going on over here. So for touch grass,
You're the worst project ever.
Wellness and outdoor brand. Yes, I said next big wellness and outdoor brand. I didn't say next meme coin. I didn't say next crypto project, because we're trying to build something bigger than that. We already have an ecosystem that's established. We have our token, which is currently sitting at 100K market cap. So still very, very early. Our all-time high is 125K. And the amazing thing about that is 125K was at $210 a month. So just think about that. If you do the math, I always say that we have a lot of price tension built up because we've had some amazing people that have joined our community over the past couple of weeks. And most of these are people that aren't even in crypto at all. Because my biggest focus has been, shout out to everybody I met in Miami about a month and a half ago. At this point, it seems like it was longer than that, but shorter than that at the same time. But everybody I met over there, that was an amazing experience. But what that really taught me was there is so many people out there who do not know about crypto. And ever since that event, that really shifted my focus to really focusing on people IRL who don't know anything about crypto, or maybe they know a little bit about crypto, want to get involved. That's been my main focus. So over the past 2 weeks, we have got 10 plus people invested into Touch Grass, who was currently or previously holding zero crypto. So we're providing them a good onboarding experience as well as education about how to diversify. Of course, we want them to hold Touch Grass, but we want them to get more just acclimated with crypto in general. So we're doing that. So we have our token that's performing very well. We have our NFTs, of course, which is an 1,000 NFT collection. All of this is on Solana. We're currently 26% minted out. Not only are you able to stake our NFTs and earn our token, which if you look at the chart, it looks really good. I just want to say, we haven't had that dump because, one, we have good supply control. We did launch off a pump fund, so there's not any kind of vesting or anything like that. Everything that's out there is out there. We have a fixed supply of 1 billion. We've burned 14 million, so we have 986 million in circulation. And the team currently holds 62%. Some people will be like, damn, that's a lot of supply. But once again, I introduced Touchgrass as a brand and a business. And I would not want to own a brand and a business that I do not have majority ownership of. So that's the way that we look at it. We want to be able to move forward. So when we talk about listings like Binance, Betsy, and all these other exchanges that we want to possibly list on in the future, we're going to have that supply. So why not get it now while we're early in the game versus later trying to buy tokens at 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, whatever it may be. We'd rather do it now. And then two, we want to be able to control our journey. I don't want to be in a situation where some KOL has me by the nuts and I can't do anything that I want to do because I'm waiting for this person to dump or waiting for them to move or do this and do that. There will never be a situation where someone holds more tokens than the Touchgrass team does. And we move that way because I've been through the space. I've been here since 2020. Once again, I'm doxxed. People have seen me. People have met me. I've enjoyed some nice drinks and cigars with a couple of people in this room at this point. So really want to be able to build something that's legitimate, something that's authentic, and really want to create something that's different that I feel hasn't been done right in the space since I've at least joined it. So once again, we have our NFTs, we have our token. Our NFTs, really the bread and butter about that is one, that you can stake on and earn a token. But two, you also are contributing to youth athletics, and this is the biggest part of it. This is where I'm like the most proud about this project. And we actually just doubled our contribution. So we're now giving 20% of every single NFT that is minted goes directly towards our charity wallet. And once we fully mint out, we're going to be giving those funds directly to our local community in Florida. So we have multiple platforms at this point. We talked about being over on Switch, but we're also on X, on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Kick, Twitch, all these platforms which we're going to actually live stream the donations that we give so that we're not only just saying it, but we're actually doing it and you see it. So that's the biggest part of our NFTs. You can stake them, but you're also contributing to a good cause. So I always say with every NFT that you mint, you are putting a piece of that sporting equipment in the hands of a kid who really needs it. So I'm going to post just a couple things to the top. This is going to be all of our links where you can get the information. You can check out our chart. You can look at our token if you want to buy it. Once again, we're over on Solana. We're holding a very, very steady. Over here, we have good investors. And I really approach this, once again, like I introduced it, like a brand and business. When we initially kicked off, I talked to friends, family, neighbors, people in our local community, and got them invested into this because this is really something I want to grow out to be a true brand. And simply take a couple of minutes, go to any social media platform, type in Touchgrass, and see what you find. What you're going to find is something that is very brandable. So to put it all together, you got someone who's doxxed, you got a good narrative, we're on Solana, we have NFTs, give back to the kids, we're giving you passive income, we're building all these things. And at the end of the day, we're going to get more people. Check this out for the future. This is a day 147 in a row that we've been here showing up consistently. And we're going to keep doing that for 147 more days, then 147 more days, and then 147 more days. Because we're never going to give up. Because for me, Touchgrass is plan A through Z. There's nothing else for me. So this is what it's going to be. We're going to build this thing out, and we're going to do it the right way. So make sure, if anything, that you take from this, that you touch more grass.
I also forgot that the future for you
touch grass. So, switch. Yeah, you're going to love this one. Wait, there's more. There's more. In your edit profile, you can post your NFT. Go reach the marketplace, the NFT marketplace. Just, to help promote the platform. But, yeah, man, put it on things. So it'll show on your profile also. That'll be fun. So, super excited, man. And I heard about all your NFTs, so I'm like, man, I forgot about this. See, there's so many features that I even forgot I built. Good, though, right? It's like, I feel like you're that person with the code that you open it up and you got all this stuff on both sides of it. It's like, oh, wait, well, I got this, I got this, I got this, I got this. So it's always good to be in that situation versus vice versa. So, no, I'll definitely go in there. And that's what I got to dig in a little bit more because it was just like so many things I could do. I don't know where to start. This is time I need to sit down and really take some time to look at all the features. So I'm super excited about that. And then being able to get touch grass on there. So I'm super excited. We're about to really build that out and build the things together. That's happened because I look at X. The only thing you can really do is unlike NFT as your NFT, but it doesn't link it to anything. Also, but you can put it on there in a sense of great crypto. But it's already an NFT, so I'm thinking about everyone. No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I was super excited to be able to add that as another platform here on. So definitely check it out. We got a lot of big things going over here at Touch Grass. We're going to be building out on Full Switch for sure. Check all our other social media pages as well. We're posting content on there almost every single day on TikTok, YouTube, as well as the Instagram. So check that out. And we're all about being active and engaging people. Another thing that I just posted to the top is something that's super simple. It's bear market grass therapy. So we've already sent out almost 200,000 touch grass tokens to people who simply follow those instructions. And it's going outside, taking a piece of paper, writing touch grass on the piece of paper, taking a picture of it, and then doing those instructions. And we literally send you touch grass just because you actually went outside and touched grass. So I'm telling you, touch grass is going to be the meta. It's just a matter of time. You want to get it now or you want to get it when everybody else wants to. Just think about that. I appreciate everybody. Always love coming through this space, and I've met some people IRL as well. You know what you all are building over here. It's even a different kind of relationship. So just appreciate everybody here and when everybody's good. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, come back on Fridays too. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but when I was facing it's crazy more people. It's really good. Sylvester does a great job. Christy does a great job. But Fridays are the awesome. Thanks, man. About a conference. I do want to say this, though, guys. Go up to the Jumbotron, smash every one of those posts. All the links you need for everything you're hearing tonight are up there. If they're not, go ahead and pin it. Get it up there. Make sure everybody in the audience knows where to find your projects. Go up there, smash them, retweet them, quote tweet them, let people know who's out here actually putting in work. So that's the other two speakers waiting on the mic. I think Shibbles was up next, and then we go to Rabbi. So if people come in, if anybody wants to come up on the mic, just request me. Bring you guys right up, man. Why don't you go ahead and take it away, Shibbles? Shibbles going once. Shibbles going twice. We'll come back to Shibbles. Rabbi, how you doing, Mike? It's all on you, brothers. Mike's yours.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my cameras, there's a link in my profile. Additionally, look at my pinned post. There's a link to my YouTubes there as well. You'll also find a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join us. We have over 2,500 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all rich and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $50 million. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Schiller, if you're a Raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, please send me a DM. I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Yo, Rabbi, super bullish on everything you just said. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
I did look at your link tree. You're not on full switch. Yeah, Chester.
How do you know everything that I have is on my link tree?
So you dare everybody to look at your link tree.
Right. When I say I dare you to look at my link tree, it doesn't mean that I'm on Pole Switch.
Yeah, but you dared me to look at your link tree, and I did.
Absolutely. I'm not on OnlyFans either. They rejected me twice. That doesn't mean that I might not be in the future.
Protect you over on full switch. Come on over and sign up for an account, brother. Definitely not.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No rejections there. Build this whole community. Wait, we need to boycott big fans.
I agree. I think they were worried I would bring down the website. I'd be so popular.
Somebody call up Jay-Z and get him on Rabbi's program. I see you down there with your hand up, Chris. You want to go ahead, brother? It's all you. Go ahead, the mic's yours. Morning. Good morning. Good night. So, I just want to share for tonight. This is my profile. I'm just a bit body and I'm just I'm just we just talking about the project activities. So Void is just a project that helps save the other country projects and brought them together like image of 3 different projects that were about to like crash or just should I say the box in this one. So the Void like 80 cents. Right? So when do we tell her? I just think this is okay. $1,000, I can buy $1,000 toy, 10,000 share of the toy. It doesn't do it. Yeah, but the toy is having the lightning in the bottom, right? You gotta have all the containers to be right. You gotta have emails to be able to go and all that. I don't think it's gonna the lightning's gonna come back into the bottom here. Yeah, emails starts recording those. I don't know. I think when a coin has enough base, fundamental, whatever, information, it's gonna be okay. Look, we at the first bear market right now, like less than $5 billion. It's fucking 10 times more than whatever, Polkadot. It is crazy, right? You think that, but when people believe in something so bad, now that they believe just like they have those ETF, like someone already have that shit in there. So like it's gonna go right now. It's going closer to $5 billion. I get it. It's the when Elon Musk were fading, we think that it's going out, but it doesn't seem like it's because right now, even at the worst market condition, it's still $25 billion. So it's what about them? They disbanded the Doge, government organization. So I wonder if these organization in the foundation, the government organization, the whatever. So they just disbanded these. I think it's not bad. They just we're in the process of that they are going to. I think they were going to in like a couple of months. So if they really are, I wonder if people will take advantage of that, and push those perhaps. But I don't know because he already said I'm not going to push any more movies. So I don't know what's going on with that. Or if I can say that. Company money for this guy is crazy. No, the world sucks right now. No, the word good guys is so much that's to talk about. Like, life, just having a good living standard and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of good things happening. So we have to like
I don't know if it's good news, but I'd like to read you some crypto news if possible.
Sure.
Excellent. So this is from a Forbes article from September. It's entitled "Crypto is Powering the AI Age's Most Critical Fuel: Data," which argues that data, rather than oil or compute, is the fuel of our AI-driven future, and explains how crypto could make data AI ready. Some keys of the article: they state that data is the most open pillar of AI, along with compute power and algorithms. These make up AI development, essentially. And one thing that I think is really interesting is that they state that data is AI's next gold rush. So, what they say is, for a broad adoption of AI, what's missing now is high quality, niche, domain specific data. For example, medical imaging, local agriculture photos, localized sensor data, etc. Whoever can build infrastructure to gather, verify, and distribute that data efficiently could win the next wave of AI innovation. And this reminded me of an article that I read in 2018 from The Economist that stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I happen to agree that this is a new gold rush. About 4 years ago, I started live streaming my life 24 hours a day on YouTube. And I think that data may be valuable to humans in the future. And I think that perhaps I may, and other people like me who have been archiving their data, may have an opportunity at taking part in this gold rush alongside cryptocurrency. And just wanted to know if anybody had any thoughts on data being the next gold rush.
I mean, data has opened the gold rush really like the last 50 years or so. You know, just to like just the job market alone, like the data job already provide millions of jobs in America. Um, if you think about gold rush, you think about like the top five company in Silicon Valley, which is Google, Facebook, Apple. You know what they have? Data. That's what they sell. So it's been around for a long, and this is why Google take up to be like, whatever the number right now with a $3 trillion market cap. So the data is already there as a gold rush because, once we figured out the Oracle, the data infrastructure, whatever, and just take off from there. The next is just how they make more efficient, which AI is going to come in and make more efficient, which is more speed, more calculation, more computation, so that you can answer your question faster, right? The AI that we know it just take off right after ChatGPT released for the first was in 2022, something like that. So in the last 3 years, they'll start building data center to process data, not to store it. So the data is already there. Just like the next step of how to use it.
Kind of adding to that thought in a slightly different direction, just in the last 2 to 4 years in my market and elsewhere in the United States, one of the fastest growing real estate growth areas has been data centers. They're converting old warehouses very, very quickly to data centers, pretty much as fast as they can, because of the data need that we have in the AI sector.
Yeah, process it. I mean, but the Elon Musk built a data center somewhere in Texas for like in the days, I think. And all that is a CPU and GPU, so that they can process it and run models with it, right? So the data is there, they just have to, it's just the next evolution of technology.
I absolutely agree. Does anybody foresee anything overtaking data as the next gold rush in the future?
So, funny story, I know if you have and any listeners, that I think is actually quantum computer, like quantum chip. They are being made right now in Illinois. And I know one of my partners from my company, a part of this big project. So, quantum computer chip is coming. I don't know when, but there are companies that are pumping money in there to said. Guinness. I do, man. Be safe. Be cock. Oh. You know, on this note, go ahead. I'll put a link to my friends working on, which is on a computer chip that making right now. You know, I wonder, this conversation has come up maybe 3 or 4 times in the last 6 months, hypothesizing that we might be going into an era where human creativity comes back in fashion in a big way, because we're studying, and I talked to a handful of professors that confirmed it on my market, that the use of AI, what it's doing to written language, and what it's doing to verbal skills for university-age students, is it's causing our writing and our use of language to be very, very similar in a certain age group. And it makes me wonder if in the future, as AI becomes more powerful, if we will value certain human creativity as at a higher premium. Maybe we'll value oratory, maybe we'll value poetry, writing, because it's created exclusively by a human being. Maybe we'll value human created art, music, because AI doesn't touch it at all. And maybe that will be a gold rush. Maybe we'll put a premium on that.
I'm in agreement with you, Midas. I've heard this discussed as a second renaissance, especially with AI replacing many people's jobs. People will perhaps have time to be able to delve into arts that they may have never, with which had any experience, and perhaps may become more, uh, well, just frankly, enhance the different arts, whether it's music or poetry or perhaps sculpture. The key is, though, I think people in the future will desire human made art over perhaps AI or artificially created art. And that will make human derived objects and art in general at a higher premium. And I think that people will desire if it was made from a human, and they will reject many things that are artificially created. What are your thoughts?
I get it. I can see where you're going with this. I can see where you go back to the classic human drawing something right from the hands. It does look valuable. I can see there's a market for that. There's a market for anything. Well, the art of telling jokes is an art, and I'm going to bring it back. Give us one. Maybe Jody is how the rest of I'm still working on the joke of the day. I'm still working on it. It's not what happened. Hey, go back to this idea about AI taking over the job, and I have some sort of because in my career I manage and kind of have some type of employee. Have you guys been to the big city? I've been to Mexico City, right? There are 25,000 people live in Mexico City, okay? And you walk there, there are so many markets, flea markets, small market, people selling vendors on the street, people doing handiwork, blah, 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 right? And when people tell me that AI taking over a job, they take over some job, not all job. And it's a long way for AI to take over all the job. I mean, if only they can start and finish the process, you can, right? And so AI will take over some job, not all the job. But in some way, AI, and what is way, think about the GPS, right? The map function. When it happened in 90 and 80 and, early 2000, what we do, we open a fucking map and we follow it. Not a GPS, help us. All that way efficient, right? We're not looking over, looking at the smartphone and go with it, right? So I think there's some positive to this, is that, AI is going to make our life better, more efficient.
it's changing, one door open, another door closes, right? So if all the AI job, now it's all white collar, which is, other job, right? Something like I do, something like, Andy or Jamal, like something like in that, you need some education, your high paying job, you can automate it. So those job will take a hit, okay? They will. But, some job like writing a journal or like cooking something on a street vendor to sell to your tourists or tour guides, all that stuff like that. No job still needs some human craft in it. And it's really hard to replace, right? And the AGI won't be, AGI as a conscious thing is not going to be here. It's not going to happen in a lifetime, is what I'm going to say, right? So in some aspect, it can help us out. That's what I'm saying. So it's not all, gloom and doom. There are definitely some positive that AI can help us. And they are right now,
I don't think there's any argument that AI is beneficial for human society in some ways, but I guess the whole fear is that for the first time there is technology that can replace white collar jobs. Before machines and all that replaced blue collar jobs, and that's run its course. But now with AGI and all that, it's going to replace white collar jobs. And that's the big fear, right? Yeah, and they find stuff to do. They will find some stuff to do. I mean, there's always new stuff to do. Remember in like the early 1800s where like we have donkeys and horses, and in New York, and you even tell that there's 1,000 horses in New York, and they get what's needs blacksmith. Those whatever they need to the saddle, whatever. So in a couple of years, when Ford releases car, the whole industry die out. Like all the fucking blacksmith, all the saddler, all the people that make leather, just go down to one factory, make a car, right? So I don't think it's too early to see what this transformation look like AI. But I'm not gonna worry because I know that life and how we evolve, we always find something to do, and we will make ourselves work. I don't think we need to worry about this. If you are collecting shit and recycling, that's the challenge. So or you want to do all the manual work and so forth, that's not even the challenge. But think of it this way: AI actually enhances your job experience. Right? AI gives you a bit more relaxation. Right? You have it out. So don't worry about technology. We're going through so many different eras. Previous one, fintech and so forth. They say all the bankers are going to finance that's fintech. No way. So don't need to worry about this. Since then people say that there's most like you say that being a waiter I've been job forever, but now there's this robot waiter, going around and it's not replacing human, right? So just don't need to worry about it. Yeah, I'm not. It's easy to say as a smart Asian. The rest of us, we're at risk here. It's good looking black to get that bad. Oh yeah, yeah. So that's the only thing. Like Myanmar, I've not seen before. I think it's good looking too. Oh, nice pictures. His pictures right there. Dude, I'm fucking gorgeous. Wait, you haven't met in person? Yes. I'm not saying extra, but yes. You want me to show you? You live so close with those hairless cats. The hairless fire. I'm not sure whether he has hair down, but yes, I'm not sure. I have hair somewhere. Yeah, I can't tell you where though. Let's not go there. Let's not go down there. Let's just be the audience here. Like this. Good conversations, and then I've got to drop off. But appreciate you all. Thanks for letting me join in for a few. Thanks for dropping me on. Always stronger conversation. Good work, Travis. Straight away. One by one, every day. Is he from 12th Street? what I would recommend doing is checking America's AI action plan. That's the America's AI action plan. That's Trump's his whatever executive plan or whatever executive order or something for the AI stuff. We're trying to we're just trying to rush things, right? And so one of the things that in the plan they're talking about is they want to, I think it was Chairman that said that to his point, one of the things that they want to do is have AI focus on replace, kind of like, they don't say replace it, but to help focus on certain jobs like medical and stuff like that. So they definitely have a plan for, having AI really, help us in the workforce. But what do you think though? Let's say they do take over most of our jobs. What's the new job then, right? Everyone can't be not everyone can be such like a robot technician. Not everyone's going to be a coder. So, do they have to? We're going to have that universal income. That's, what other jobs do we have? I guess we'll find out as to right unemployment. I think low skill job will be taken over by people. You look at what AI does well, they can write very well. So I think a lot of the social media experts will be talking about. But they will not be good, but they will be using AI as voice recognition, expand their screen, right? So instead of thinking that AI is going to replace your job, as long as you use AI, your job and not this way. So if you think along this way. Would there be new jobs created that we possibly don't have ever heard that term? AI was becoming big to have that whole prompt engineering, which was basically a new job created, right? So, or even a career that was created, at least for temporary, and it's self-sustained. The way that you need to go for some retraining to repurpose yourself, there will definitely be more jobs. In fact, I was having a conversation with one of the government that I advise. There's a professor saying that, AI is replaced everybody, you need to be more technically advanced. Like humans, all of us just need to understand prompt engineering. Right? So then he asked me, what do you mean? I said, what is in the future, all the coders that you see right now, and all your students have to do contribution. Because my grandmother is also coming to take over the job. Because my grandmother knows prompt engineering. She can be an engineer, but everybody loves it. Nice session. But that has 1,000% true behind what I'm saying. Not human responsibility is true. Security guard could not be a skill that's just retraining. If they have a very logical mind, good comms, they can be a prompt engineer as well. that though? We started getting their interviews after November 2nd. Okay. Yeah, because that's kind of how like 401k does. They keep paying for it, getting them back in their career fees, so they really only want to stick up with That's pretty cool. But the crazy thing is, someone else is paying for it, and it's not going into anyone else's creator fee. So it's like, thanks. It's interesting to say the least. And that's the other thing about our coin is that it's wrapped in a bit of mystery. Like, nobody knows who this Satoshi individual is. He's launched over a few hundred coins, and he hadn't launched anything after he launched Fatcoin. And then he went and tried to sell another coin. And I think it was to kind of give away, this one. I think it's his shit. Like, I think his thing is launching tokens and just seeing where they go. And so, I mean, he's collected over $250,000 or $220,000 through PubFund when you go to his profile. So, like, he just collects those fees. And I mean, it looked to us like the truck was being farmed before we took it over, which then looks like it stopped. And now, like I said, we're sitting on higher floors. And that's what we want to see, nice, slow, stable growth. Rabbi, I see you have your hand up. Do you have a question? Or are you looking to shell?
Yeah, when possible, I'd like to share my project with everyone.
You can go right ahead. And if you have any questions, come back.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you're interested in these cameras, feel free to check out my profile. I have a link there to my YouTube streams. Also in my pinned post, I have a link to my YouTube streams. You can also check out my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one's going to dare you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You can also find a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people in the community and continue to grow every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno. It's one of the OG meme coins. The ticker's Bitcoin. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, please send me a DM. I'd be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want all of you to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So are you on 24/7 even while you sleep?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a lot of excellent data that I'm archiving while I sleep. We don't have this much data on any individual, 4 years of 24/7 data to be able to study. So I think things like my circadian rhythms, my breathing patterns, perhaps even like my REM states can all be studied in the future, certainly at an academic level.
What about if you walk outside? You know, it's also streamed.
Absolutely, I've streamed. Absolutely, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California.
Wow, this is great. Whenever you're trying to get laid, the water bath, first of all, he's a rabbi. Rabbis do not do those things. Oh, okay, that's fine. No, I'm not religious. I don't know the effect. I'm just joking.
He used to be that one lady we met, the water lady.
Oh, I've met her. I know her. We're very good friends. Yeah, the lady who does the wastewater treatment. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know the wastewater lady person. So yeah, I heard some other questions in there. What if I'm trying to get laid? I have essentially delayed all of those types of activities until perhaps I meet my wife of the future, and that should be after my stream goes viral. I will have perhaps a much wider group of ladies from which to choose, and maybe one of the most eligible bachelors in the future if that happens. I'm someone who generally recognizes that this is a very important project for the world, and that's why I've dedicated next year or two. I may go viral, and when that happens, the sky's the limit.
How many,
I have over 50,000 on like Instagram, over 10,000 on uh, TikTok. I have YouTube is my primary location to be able to archive my data. So about every 6 months or so, I just restart all my YouTube channels. So I don't really focus on my numbers on YouTube, especially because I have 20 simultaneous YouTube tricks would be subdivided by 20, but over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing stronger each day.
have your own coin? What made you decide to do this? What was the turning point?
Absolutely. In addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. During the pandemic, I was working as a contractor for a major Fortune 100 company, and my position went essentially to being on camera about 8 hours a day. So I got very used to being on camera and learning about different ways to be able to communicate with others virtually. And then after work, I would go hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to improve my golf swing. So I started to record myself, and I would say some funny things on camera if I slice the ball or hook the ball or top the ball, whatever it may be. And I thought, you know what, my future family, while I don't know them yet, they're not even a gleam in my eye, perhaps in the future, they might think this is cool to have basically footage of their dad during the pandemic when everybody was keeping, 6 feet apart and all of that. And wouldn't it be neat if I started archiving this? So I did, and I was uploading it each night onto my Google Drive account, and it would take me a long time to do, basically like 1 or 2 hour sessions of doing that. And I thought, you know what, this is really inefficient. If I'm going to do this, I better just bite the bullet and maybe start live streaming it. So it was approximately in the fall of 2021. I started live streaming with my first YouTube account, and I recognized apps had not expected, like you get app crashes and you get issues with connectivity. And I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I really want to do it better than any person ever. So I bought about 10 different Chromebooks and laptops and another 20 or so handheld devices and put them around me in 360 degrees and created many more accounts. And as they say, the rest is history.
And how old are you?
35.
I'm about it. I like it.
Well, thank you.
Dedication. Not too many people can do that. So that's for sure.
Thank you. Absolutely. I do want to do this the rest of my life. I get that question often as well. I think it'll be interesting to have my life perhaps in the future be visible from a first person point of view. People be able to live out their lives alongside me. We'll be able to grow up together. I think it's really an interesting aspect too. Any other influencer that you may see, you eventually get through all of their content, but not with my content. It would take you lifetimes to be able to go through all of the data that I've created, even at this point, let alone given if I do this for decades into the future. And I think it's really special. Not only was I able to capture the historical events that certainly occurred during the pandemic, but also perhaps more importantly, the launch of large language models into our society. So I was live streaming, of course, prior to the launch of ChatGPT. I was an early adopter in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. And now we've been able to see what large language models have done to our world, have done to employment, really how they've just changed just about every aspect of society. And I think people really think that's interesting as well from a timeline and time capsule aspect of this. This isn't just a stream about me. Certainly, I would probably be considered the main character, but in the background of all of my streams, I keep a radio going 24 hours a day to the news so that you can literally go back for the last 4 years to essentially any moment of any day and not just know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I think that will be an interesting aspect for people to be able to study in the future as well.
Do you have your own token or no?
Well, I do, but don't buy it. It's on Pump Fun, and the only reason why I launched it was because I wanted the ability to be able to stream on it. It's Rabbi.
Right, that's why I asked, because obviously you can stream on Pump Fun so you can 24/7.
Exactly. So I do that, but I don't promote it. If you're going to buy a token, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You need the tickets Bitcoin.
But what's your book on it, sir?
I don't even know what my Pump Fun link would be. If you just go to Pump Fun and search Rabbi, you'll see I'm the one that's live streaming right now. It has a very low market cap, so if you're interested in
Hey,
it,
but you never know, it could be at $1 million right in like 10 seconds.
yeah, I mean, it really could be. That's the interesting thing. What's going to happen? I mean, you can hear. I've got my pitch down very well. I've had 4 years to memorize it, and somebody's going to hear what I do, or I'm building enough of basically a following that somebody's going to say, this is really interesting. What do you need from me? And it's just like, just tell your friends. That's all I need. Somebody's going to repost something that I posted, or tell somebody about it, and it may perhaps be a catalyst to a major event in global history. And when that happens, watch out for the Rabbi coin.
Are you a real Rothschild? There we go. I'm sure you've had that stupid question also, but it is a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a reasonable question. Yeah, that's my last name. I get that question so often.
That's fair.
I get that question so often. If you just look at my banner, I've got my California driver's license there.
Holy crap.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share. Thank you for your kind words. They're very motivating to me. I appreciate it. And thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'll go back down to.
I want to make help me with you. In case you make it, I will know.
Okay.
$45 the pudding.
Sounds like a plan.
If you ever take off, no, for sure.
Oh, you definitely will. When I say I want to make you all rich, I mean it. You're all recorded on my live stream. It's different than just a live stream. This is a stream of my entire life. So you're live on 20 different YouTube streams. And and people ask, okay, Rabbi, how are you going to make us rich? Well, firstly, as I say, the Economist magazine, recently Forbes, said that we're in a new gold rush, but it's data. And data is the number one resource on earth. And I'll be able to monetize the data. What I'd like to do is create a 501c, essentially a not-for-profit, a large trust to have the monetization basically filtered to. Also, I've got more social media than any person ever. I'll be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. I won't just be endorsing cryptocurrencies, but perhaps large Fortune 500 companies. We'll take all of that, basically put it in a not for profit, and then finally, cryptocurrencies as well. And we're going to help every single person who's helped me on these streams, every single person with whom I've had any communication over the course of the past of these streams. And then I'd like to go and do good in the world, particularly in the developing world, and ensure that they have not just the basics that they need to succeed, but everything that they need to be able to thrive, especially on the African continent.
And you have a nice beard. I saw it on the pump fund.
Absolutely. Yeah, you saw me. Okay, excellent. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've got a good beard going. So you can see it grow over the course of my live stream. So that'll be another interesting trinket that people might think is cool. You'll be able to know where in my live stream we were by the length of my beard.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Glad you happened to stop by here and tell us about it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, same as well. Sorry, I'm sitting here reading your bio and stuff. I'm not talented enough to read and speak at the same time.
No issues at all.
I'm not him down there that can do both.
If you do want to learn more about me and not leave Twitter, I do have an enhanced biography that you can view my view profile, and it's 50,000 characters. So it has everything that you may want to know about me. It has an Ask Me Anything section, so it is quite thorough. But if I didn't include anything, you're always welcome to come into my Discord. I'm live 24 hours a day and connect with me. Um, if you don't mind, can I tell you what I do to help small time creators perhaps improve their social marketing skills? Excellent. So I'm sure many of you have been to these chill and chills where you get basically like small time creators or people who don't even know anything about Web3 who want to be able to start their own businesses. Many times they're in Nigeria or maybe a developing country. And I basically mentor them for free. I don't charge for anything. And the strategy that we utilize is absolutely free. But what we do is I first help them to get a link tree if they don't already know how to do that or they don't already have one. Then I advise them, I give them a list of the top 30 social media platforms that are out there. Everything from YouTube to TikTok to Instagram to Blue Sky to Reddit, everything. Then what we do is we put content on their different social media platforms. We ensure that the titles of the content and the descriptions and hashtags are all going to populate well in search engines. Then what I teach them to do is how to not just make memes, but also how to be able to market themselves with memes by putting their hashtag or their handle or their link tree in the corner. I teach them how to join different communities, not just on X, but certainly on Discord, Telegram, etc. We ensure that we basically enhance their profiles, optimize their profiles for whatever industry they're in. If they're content writers, if they are moderators, if they're just reply guys, then I just coach them in my Discord on how to get a good 30-second pitch down, a good 60-second pitch, and then a good 3-minute pitch. And we're changing lives. We have people who basically started as reply guys. Now they have Fiverr accounts. They're studying technology and what they're being able to do for people. And it's really pretty simple. When you have this much social media, you will populate on all of the different search engines. You just won't have one entry on Google. You'll dominate that top 10 pack. And that's what I want people to be able to do. And then they promote different projects on their social media. And then when somebody searches that project, it dominates the top 10, not just on Google, but on YouTube, on Instagram, on Threads, on TikTok, everywhere, every major platform. Not only that, it's helping to give AI some content to be able to understand what their project is and to basically learn more about projects. So with just a little, I usually say it's less than 8 hours of work of creating all of the different social media. People are able to transform not only their lives but their projects, and then their customers' projects, because that means if the customer is being promoted in, let's say, 30 different platforms, that means sometimes as many as 30 times more DMs, 30 times more people buying their crypto, 30 times more people buying their NFTs, 30 times more impressions on their profile. So it's really we found a lot of success with that. And if anybody else is interested, feel free to send me a DM. I'll send you the social media that I think everybody should have. If you're going to be a Web3 marketer, even if you just have a coin. Here's the thing: I tell people there's really a four-pronged strategy of having all the social media, because a lot of people say, I don't have time to manage all that. I understand. You have all the notifications come to your Gmail account, so you just have to check your email. But here's the theory behind it. It gives you 30 places, 30 times more places to be able to promote your content, 30 times more places to promote your customers' content, 30 times more places for you to communication channels that you can open up to potential investors or other clients. And then additionally, it makes it more difficult for people to be able to impersonate you. So if you have a project out there and you want more business, you want more buyers, you want more awareness about it, the first thing that I would suggest is making sure that you have all of the free social media that's available to you. Thank you for letting me contribute that.
Thank you. That's very important for sure. Think about how that stuff.
We're just trying to figure out how to do Reddit and not get banned. I read it.
Larry, welcome to the club. Absolutely. Yeah, Reddit's a very difficult one, especially if you get in with the wrong moderator or perhaps even an administrator. And then they have an excellent system to be able to stop basically repeat offenders. There are ways, but I certainly understand if you're trying to get your post seen in one of the major like Wall Street Bets subreddits or perhaps the crypto subreddits. It's best to age your account. It's best to get some karma on it before posting, and certainly not to artificially boost it. If it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, then just let it be, because Reddit is extremely finicky. So don't feel like you're alone. Reddit's one of the most difficult platforms to master, and I certainly am not a master of it. But I can tell you, of any of the social media platforms that I use, Reddit is perhaps the top one, even more than Twitter. I absolutely love Reddit. As they used to say, it's the front page of the internet. It is an excellent, amazing resource, and so long as you play by the rules, it can be a wonderful platform for you to be able to utilize.
So patience is key with them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to make sure you have aged accounts. So that means not brand new accounts. Also, you want to make sure you don't use a VPN. You use one of the more credible email sources, so like Gmail's a fine one, but maybe stay away from temp mail services. Um, and then you want karma. And if you don't know what karma is, it's basically points that you get for making good posts. And if you don't know how to get karma, one of the best, easiest ways to do it is to go to a subreddit like, for instance, what is this thing is a good subreddit, or another one is explain to me like I'm five, and you categorize by newest. And so you go to a post that has somebody asks a question like, why is the sky blue? Whatever the question may be. And if no one has replied to it, you provide the reply, and you'll be one of the first people, and then that will allow people to upvote you earlier. So you would say like it's the refraction of water molecules in the atmosphere, something along those lines, and then you'll gain karma quite quickly. Some subreddits have a minimum karma requirement, also a minimum age of the account. So just depending on what subreddit you're interested, you may want to check, and then also check all the rules as well to make sure you're not doing something that may violate the guidelines. But again, Reddit is extremely finicky, but those are just some quick tips if you want to be successful.
That's really good information. And Wall Street Bets, you know, a couple guys. Yeah, we do know those.
That's a major one. It's a top 10 finance subreddit. It's very difficult to be able to post in there. So the more leadership you know in there, the better. if you can get a trending post on Wall Street Bets, it can absolutely change your project. So, um, one thing, at least with Wall Street Bets, they're not too keen on crypto, so you want to be careful. At least in the past, I've seen that you may want to veer away from there to some extent. But there are many crypto-friendly subreddits, and you should join them. Also, if you have a project, you should have a subreddit. It's just this, like, AI was basically 40% built on Reddit. Many of the questions that are out there, AI has just taken the top comments on Reddit and basically made that into a database. And if you if you want to be able to promote your project to, I would say, many high net worth individuals, also people who are very tech savvy, um, get into some of the Web3 subreddits, the crypto subreddits, some of those NFT, certainly Bitcoin. Those are all really great subreddits. Just to join, even if you're not going to necessarily promote on them immediately, uh, they're just really informative. And I can tell you, I can't tell you how much I learn from Reddit every single day. It's such a wonderful website, such a a library of knowledge that people eventually get, but it's only once somebody takes it from Reddit and puts it on Instagram or puts it on YouTube. Everything basically starts on Reddit. If you want to know, that's basically the epicenter of creativity on the internet. All the memes start on Reddit. If they don't take off on Reddit, generally they're not going to take off. So if you're not a Reddit user, uh, I highly recommend it. And if you're like, well, I don't know what subreddits to join, go to something that is of interest to you, but also join some that aren't of interest to you. There may be something that you may want to learn more about, but you just don't know about it. I advocate doing that as well. I can tell you, I'm in probably. I don't think there's a limit to how many subreddits you can be in, but I would say thousands of them. And I learned so much about places that I've never been, uh, tourist activities that I'd like to do in the future. You just learn an incredible amount from Reddit. So shout out to uh, the hard people who keep Reddit going, but also not a big fan of their moderators or their administrators. So hopefully one day there'll be a little bit more freedom on it. I've also heard this about Reddit. Reddit doesn't necessarily need more users. It doesn't necessarily want more users. It's owned by Condé Nast. If you know who that is, it's just like basically was at one time one of the largest magazine publishers in the world, and they don't want perhaps a lot of divergent opinions. So it does have a tendency to become an echo chamber for things. But nevertheless, much of the content that you're going to get there is extremely useful, resourceful. So if you don't have a Reddit account, you can just be what's called a lurker, and you can look at it and just read. But if you want to get involved, create an account and start joining some subreddits. I highly recommend it.
I didn't know Condé Nast owned that. I know them very well. I used to work for a travel magazine. I was their competitors to Condé Nast Travel because in my 20s. So yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know they owned them. That's cool.
Absolutely, they bought them. I want to say within the last 10 years. Um, it's actually a subsidiary. Condé Nast itself is a subsidiary for another company. Um, so Advanced Publications is the media conglomerate that owns 23 to 30% of Reddit. Um, so it's publicly traded, but Advanced Publications is the owner of Condé Nast, who owns at least 30% of it. So that's why you can see that it's very corporate and isn't as perhaps decentralized as some people would want. If you remember back in the day, forums used to be very popular, just whatever your interest was, and those kind of went away over the course of the 2010s, and everything basically became centralized into Reddit. And for better or for worse, if you want the most active set of forums in the world, you're going to find it on Reddit. Um, so it looks like, yeah, definitely. So Advanced Publications owns 30%, Tencent owns 11%, and Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI himself, owns 9%. And then Advanced Publications, um, they are the people who basically own Condé Nast, American City Business Journals, Turnitin, Charter Communications, Warner Brothers Discovery. They're a major shareholder of that as well. So, um, and if you know the story of Reddit, what has become Reddit is basically um, what the one of the founders, Aaron Schwartz, did not want it to be. Was this corporate basically form? He wanted it to be free to the people, but unfortunately, he died um, more than a decade ago, and his influence was not able to be continued. And now we have what we have, but it's better than nothing. And especially if you're looking for cool memes or cute cat videos, it's the place to go. But also, it's a really great place to get financial information, certainly politics information. It's the central hub of the internet.
Awesome. Thank you for all of the information. More than I've known for quite some time there, so I appreciate it.
Most certainly. Thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share. I am going to step down, um, perhaps spread the word to some other people, but you guys should know that I really appreciate the the communications that we've had in here, the conversation. If anybody really needs anything from me, just feel free to send me a DM or come join my Discord. I'm always here to help you. Thank you.
Anyway, I want 1% of your project, make it go to $1 million. And let's rock and roll. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. That may be your best investment that you've ever made. So let's make that happen.
There you go. It's been blessed by Rabbi. There you go, yeah. And you know I'm from New Jersey, T-Nac, so he probably knows Passaic Park. I don't know if he's from the East Coast, but,
My family is. Absolutely. Shout out to New Jersey. It's one of my favorite states.
Many people say that. That's correct.
My first sexual experience in life.
Hey, we had somebody buy our coin. That's tight. Who else owns our coin? I don't know. I certainly don't. Shout out to those guys. They were really nice. Thank you. Dude, I lost a ton. All right. The weekly report's ready to review. Max points. I was the most efficient manager. Fuck yeah. Because I'm stuck here. I had the lowest points in the win. Sweet. All right, who are we playing next week? Tickets. All right, so league. Five kids you need to lose. Spurs 69ers needs to lose. We have either of them get a win, basically. Three guys have clinched the playoffs. Who are we playing this week? The tickets, the number 14 in the league. Oh, the guy with Ashton Gentry. This is the worst podcast. I am more excited to do this.
I'm happy to help in emergencies, but a lot of y'all are internet
I'm
panhandle.
really feeling
That's a
two
tough look.
different levels of
You know,
focus. Is
Jeff
definitely
made
the
his other
animal
appearance on a
ultimately
podcast called
no,
Misery Loves
not
Company.
Asherban,
He
no,
said that the
that
whole thing was just a joke.
that was actually the last official in the Gemara. The Gemara actually picks up in the Gemara says the Lavi Suri Handel. I'm sorry, the Lavi Suri Nanidu Hot Kananite. So the Gemara says 1 second. But our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Suri Handel. Once again, if that's the case, then why did we put it in the Mishnah on the second at all? To which the Gemara says, Mikatani Bekamo, Oshin Hasa Katani. So the Gemara says, but 1 second. Does the Mishnah talk about again halacha l'maisa numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the Moshe, even any amount ultimately is. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tmula does not speak about ultimately again numbers. The Gemara says over here, the Nisniha, below Baiha. So just like the Mishnah in Tmula, don't like the Mishnah in Tzva. Just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything. The Gemara says it's very interesting. Someone said Kakanta speaks on it. We'll say with our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting. The Mishnah which discusses the remedy. The Remember again, I will say, you know this, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about, first of all, the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Remember again, there are different remedies for different cases. Just to give an example of remedies, so could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say let everything wait until you develop a loan, sell it off, and then the value of the loan is available to purchase.
What up, Kajak?
Whatever the remedy is, the point here is of our Mishnah is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Mesechus Tura discusses problems, no solutions. The Mishnah Mesechus Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. Because they want a tremendous skill. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people. But for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. They can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problem, someone else's problem, not their problem. Right? All the problems in the world. Right? And I always say, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, Baruch Hashem, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every the Gemara goes like this. The head yoke, not the economics, the Gemara says one side. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Tura discusses the idea that halacha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for kabanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So we'll say, so hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah Tura, which reference kabanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Mesechus Tura is necessary because it speaks out the idea that when you're prohibited to get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages. We have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? It was a little Chazara, Mesechus Avodah Zarah. So Avodah Zarah, by the way, that was a good Mesechus. Right? Remember Avodah Zarah, that seemed also. But Avodah Zarah every day was like, poof. Okay, Gemara says as follows. The hedyot nami tanale. What do we learn in Avodah Zarah? Here we go. Ve'elu asurin v'olshim v'choshen. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they prohibit in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin Nesach is wine that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Sochav and Avodah Zarah. So these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibit in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page. Take the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi the hedyot. Rashi says, "Nami tanle b'Mesechus Avodah Zarah." We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. That when you have something that is asur ba'anah, right? It is not bottled to roll. We'll say again. Remember, I think I mentioned this. So again, so in the previous that, remember the whole novelty also, we're going to discuss this more today, is in general, midda oraisa. Whenever you have something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Like chad b'trei. Generally, the Torah says that prohibited items are bottled in a simple majority. Simple majority. Achari rabin mahatos, the Torah says followed in majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not bottled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But you're actually saying over here that halacha l'maisa, you're saying that it's asur ba'anah, something that is not given, and it gets mixed in. Even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, mystery lehedyot. it is usher, and not only usher for sacrificial purposes, but usher even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara says, "Rashi Shalom Listening, Hacha Bechatas Hamesos Shahanis." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited usher dano, that gets mixed in with other permitted items. That is usher dano. We already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do we learn it? That if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha l'maaseh the entire mixture is usher dano. So if that's the case, why do I need this stated in Power Mishnah over here in Tzmach? Top of Ayin Base 72a, so let's look at this one. I need, I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Yivar Mesech Avodah Zarah, Hava Amina Lahedjot. I would have said ultimately again, what do we say? That if an item that is Asr Ba'anah gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is Asr. When is that so? Lahedjot. For mundane purposes. About the Gaboa, when we're talking about Kavanas, then Ema will use maybe the boss you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. Just from the environment section of Avodah Zarah. I just thought when we say that something is Asr Da'anah and gets mixed in with other items that result in mixture is Asr, that's only the head yoke. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by Kavanas, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is Asr. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is Asr, then what do you do? You're causing a loss to Hektish. And I might have thought that you don't cause such a loss to Hektish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Yisuri Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be Asr. And if you would have just written the Mishnah over here about the second talking, I would have thought like this. When do you say that it's something that's Asr Ba'anah and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asr? When is that? I mean, really touch it. I would have thought that's not only for sacrificial purposes. Why? It must. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? It's the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also. About Hulin, when it comes to mundane things, about Hulin, the Gemara says, the low is, which is not disgusting, Ema Isui Hana of the Baka. I would have thought that ultimately again we should employ typical bittul barov, right? The nullification is a simple majority. Therefore, it's things. Therefore, also, this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that I really have three different sources for these concepts. We have Mishnah Second Torah, we have Mishnah Second Spoken, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah and Second Torah. Interestingly enough, now it's mercy. Yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah Spoken, Mishnah Torah. Now, the mercy introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in the Sefer Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table of Hosea is that when you have Surah Hanov that gets mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be Asr, even what we call Lehedyot. Even for simple mundane things. Our Mishnah Maseches Tzmachim highlights the idea that when a Surah Hanov get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asr Legavoah. You cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes. And both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if it would have just said spoken, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is also for the Beis Hamikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis Hamikdash. But for Hedyot, it's mother. Therefore, Avodah Zarah comes along as a for mundane purposes. It's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composite Mishnahs are teaching us is that when you have something that is Asr Da'anah that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mix is going to be Asr both for the Gaboah, for the Beis Hamikdash, and ultimately again for Hedyot, for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halacha l'maisa, not everything has a Rabbi, right? Because remember again, that's the first piece of our Mishnah where the chatas case is. But ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single topic has a solution. Not every single mixture has a remedy. But l'maisa, again, our Mishnah is all about the remedy. Good. So now we take care of the Mishnah Zvatim, we take care of the Mishnah Tmura, we take care of the Mishnah Zvatim. Everyone does that. I have like thousands of that. I don't care. In a Bakmu Beruba. Why don't we apply typical physical field? Right? In other words, here's what's fascinating. In other words, the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not bottled, not nullified in the jar. It's just packed. Why not? Why not? Again, I just want to point out. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the field out in the box, it's not field in the box, but the hot seat after that in the house. And listen, it's incredibly important. Use the Oraisa. So this prohibited matter is nullified in a simple jar. That is biblical law, simple majority. So then if you might just ask, why all of these pieces, whatever it is, the fact, whatever it is, why do you keep talking about it? So what's it? This is or maybe you'll say like this.
Yo, what a band.
Therefore what? They're not bottled. So you're saying, what's the whole idea of gittel? Right? The whole idea of gittel is that ultimately, when you have an item that is finds itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is choshev. If it's important, then the mice again is not bottled. It's not bottled. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the item discussing is not choshev, and therefore ultimately again they're not bottled. So once again, this is so super exciting. Gemara says, Hani Chalaman Amar, Kol Shedarka Limnos Shanu, El Laman Damar Es Shedarka Limnos Shanu, Mighty Kalamina. So now this is so beautiful. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the items are not bottled is because they're choshev. So we'll say, see, here's the interesting shayla. What makes something choshev? What makes something choshev? So we'll say, so in general, on a more basic level, what makes an item choshev is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you an example, right? I'll just use the illustration of something. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of the group.
So walking down the hall, faster than a
cannonball. So an egg is by definition
while
something
we
that
were
is
getting
always sold as a
high.
group. So
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in a champagne supernova, the champagne supernova in the sky.
So in general, when you speak of something being choshev, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So one says, now watch this. That is going to be a fundamental my focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit? Right? It's never sold as part of a group? Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's my focus. So watch this. The Gemara says that's what it means over here.
How many people change? How many lives
First, short line of Rashi. Kosher Darka Lenos, Shvish Bnei Adam, Hamakpitim B'Minyanim, U'Mochim B'Minyanim Shalim. The Rabbi, the son of Mishnah, the Chavilei Tosaf, Shapir, the Haveim coming up to listen to the Kosher Darka.
Someday you will find me caught beneath the landslide in the champagne supernova in the sky.
not.
Someday you will find me company the landslide in a champagne supernova, a champagne supernova in the sky.
So again, in animals, you do examples. Often when you buy livestock, there would be comments that ultimately livestock are sold with one head at a time. Right? Good. ואף על פי שיש בני אדם שאין מכירים בכך, ומוסיפים בסירה ומוסיפים
Dream can
Never
never
it's not
die.
unconscious.
I
It's
don't
when a
find
person
the
sells
way down your
flock or a
eyes.
herd. Right? So let's say commonly again a
Slowly
flock.
walking down the hall, faster than a cannonball. Then we would get high. Someday you will find me company the landslide in a champagne supernova in the sky. Someday you will find me company the landslide in a champagne supernova, champagne supernova.
What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? Why don't we just say bittul? Like the prohibited animal gets mixed in, just say that it's buckled below. So you might just, oh no, it's kosher. It's kosher. It's important, therefore it's not buckled. So, okay, so that makes sense if you say kol shadakalimos. Kol shadakalimos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is kosher and therefore not buckled. But if you hold a laman da'amar es shadakalimos, so we'll say, what is eshdak-limos? Eshdak-limos means the only item that is kosher is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. These animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not kosher, but that's the case in the sense why it's not bottled. To which the Gemara says, "Oh man, Damar, eshdak-limos shri." The Micro look at Rashi. And man, Damar, eshdak-limos. Rashi says, "Shedarko miyucham lekach she'im leka adam b'mosef alei yisir l'rokeach v'lomocha v'lominyan hani ein darko miyucham l'minyan sheyesh mosif yisir nochel." So again, so if you hold eshdak-limos means the only item that is kosher is something that is exclusively sold as individual units. So if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote kosher, and therefore they could be bottled. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies this to Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this in the whole. So we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important macros things like people. Just again, just to define the terms. Kol shadakalimos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, it's still called kosher. It's still looked at as an individual entity.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Rashi says over here,
Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I told you heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights we lead is there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all,
that's the common expression for kliyat chayim.
You're my wonder wall.
So what you use is you have to admit, you have to burn, you have to destroy. Risagu b'achirim, kulon yadliku div Rabbi. Watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. For example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that food, let's say, in close proximity to a vine, is going to be awesome. What do you do with Klayakera? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundles got mixed with other bundles, and then get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These ways are there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of prohibited fenugreek, they get mixed in together, and you have one bundle of prohibited fenugreek, the Mayor says it all has to be destroyed. Come to know, Yadu the Echamimasai. You know, Matthew's bottle. And after speak for Klayakera, the ratio for Gittel is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted fenugreek of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle, and it's going to be milk. What's not focusing on? Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. We'll come back to this in a little bit. It says, the Mayor says this. Kol shedarko v'nosh mekadosh. The Chum Olim in the Kaddish so again. So the Mayor says, Kol shedarko v'nosh. Now, what does Kol shedarko v'nosh mean? Anything that is often looked at and often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively so, anything that is completely sold as an individual unit is cautious. Because it's cautious, therefore what? It's not bottled. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's cautious. Because it's cautious, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of fenugreek, it's not going to be bottled, and therefore the entire mixture is awesome. The entire mixture is awesome. On the other hand, the Chum saying no. Anyone that tried to have a shoot in bundle, the Chum said there are only 6 things. 6 things that ultimately against are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva says Shiva? Kiva is the 7th thing as well. What are these things? Here it is. But anyway, what are these items that are so important that they are never bottled? Namely, Egozei Tzach. So apparently these craft nuts. Rimone Badan. These Rimon and Badan is a place. Rimon and right, the camera is from Badan. Chabios Stumos. Sealed barrels of wine. Okay, so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more costly than an open barrel. Right? Because remember again, by a sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine. And filthy beef stalks. The Gemara says, stalks. So the Gemara says, the kilchei kluf and cabbage stalks, right? The last vanis, and ultimately again this gourd. Okay, so those items that are apparently so cautious that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Moshe, even loaves of bread that are made by Balabai, as opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like pro forma loaves. They're commonly replicated. And the loaf of a Balabai is ultimately a genus custom. Because when a person eats bread, the bread is unique to them. Therefore, it's not custom. That's what the Siva adds on. Because of the actions of the line, that's the English usage volume. Without that, you might look at the bottom. Here is the action as a whole, and it's arguing behind the culture of the Golim, the Mayan, the Karim, the Kashim, and the Mina. So as he says over here, what comes down there amongst these items are your large. Now, large doesn't mean very large. One just means they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive, and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that some cities, 6 items that we do, items 7 below, that are never bottled in. And therefore, Allah, if the items, any of these items are Allah, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into Allah. And if they're Klayakayim, you turn the rest of the mixture into Klayakayim. Okay, so now, what's my focus here on the Now watch this. And about that Makotis it was said, that the Yochanan Omar, Es Shadarka Windows. The Yochanan says, part of is S-Shadakalumnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah mentions the Chashiv, because the Chashiv they never bottle. Shlokish Omer, Kol Shadat Omer. Shlokish says, no, these items are Chashiv. Why? Because Kol Shadat Omer. Ultimately, again,
What is he
sorry,
saying?
the opposite. The Yochanan Eshdak Omer, these items are exclusively
Thank you, Judy.
as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered that they're never bottled. They never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're kosher and not bottled. Again, so before we go on, right, let's just remember where we're coming from. Right? What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? Let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to basis with something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple different rules? Right? Simple negation or multiplication in the jar. We have to go again back to the biblical well. So what's the answer? What's the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, kosher. Important. So both says, now, if a person becomes well, how is it right? Now, obviously, we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define kosher? We just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew this Fennec week, but the Fennec week really so exciting. And so we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all this comes back ultimately to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a kosher item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. This Lakish says no. This Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, is also still called kosher. So the Gemara says,
Bitch, I stream my life 24 hours a day.
So our Mishnah makes this quite very small, right? Why does it make sense quite very small? Because halacha l'maisa is going to say our case is animals. Right now we assume what's the status of animals. The status of animals is in general. How is an animal sold in general? As an individual unit in general. But is it can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called shadakalum. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Shlokish, so let's do the same. According to Shlokish, so all of this makes sense according to Shlokish. As about Yochanan, not Yochanan, right? But according to Yochanan, ultimately, again, by actually that on the notes, what is there to say? So let's say listen to this. Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately again of the Lishra Tzios. And let's say what Lishra is in measure, Tzios ultimately again refers to items that are hard to say. We'll see in this case. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Okay, so it says, Yehuda Amar, Koldavar Shvish, here we go. Koldavar Shvish for minion, Akiz B'Tilaponon Lobato, the host of the rest. So we're opening the door again, I will say to a whole other group of items only. We'll say now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a Davar Shabbat. So what's a Davar Shabbat? If you look at the top Rashi, so what's really saying? By the way, for those of us who are doing some Haskadah, he's also saying in our updates, when we get to our updates with us, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again. So look at Rashi, top Rashi 73a. Well, Davar Shabbat, Moshe Garko Limnos Cloud. See, I will say, this is so interesting. Up until now, we are focusing on Kol Shadat Alumnos, S Shadat Alumnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as an individual. There's another thing called Davar Shavanim. Rashi says over there, Kol Shadat Alumnos Cloud. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit. Don't literals shall pitios, sherov b'nei adam ein mochen namin ela darsin osa v'evil, umochen kol ha'evil yachal toil u'shtanim shemonin ha'litros levad b'mochen namin. So the Davish Shadamini says, anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own tashmish. So I will say, so this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become conscious, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as an individual unit or majority of times sold as an individual unit. So another concept called Darshana Darshana means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent tashivas as well. So again, I've also said there's another school of thought, and this school of thought says any Darshana dominion, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not fatal. It's not fatal. Yeah, I both say so. This.
What's good? What's new?
Well, I mean, you clicked my Twitch channel twice and to join your Discord server.
Oh, that's tight. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I watched the interview that was posted to YouTube like 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, then you know about me. Okay, very cool. All right, so you're a kick streamer?
I'm a entrepreneur. I do everything.
All right, tight. Do you do anything with like? Yeah. All right, so I was just gonna say, do you do anything with like anti-gravity or like space tourism?
No, fuck no. I just I'm a okay. So I have 2.3 million plays on a song on Spotify. I have 200,000 total channel views on YouTube. 12,000 Instagram followers. I make music. I stream. I'm that guy that'll do things that people are too scared to do because I genuinely don't give a fuck about anyone's opinion. So because of that, social anxiety fucking fears me. I'll go on there, I'll play a scary video game, freak out at it. The kids love it. I own a pretty successful Discord server of 3,500 people called Friend Zone.
Oh, dude, I know that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, excellent.
Yeah, I own it, yeah.
Very well. All right. Okay, well, then you're not going to let me tell you about myself?
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera.
Really?
Absolutely, my man. I talk about things to help the world.
Tell you what.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you a shout out real quick.
That's tight.
Ads manager. Yeah, okay. We're going to stop the stream. I'm going to restream it.
Take your time, my man. Absolutely.
Okay, streaming. You go through my intro.
Please do anything you'd like.
Hello, guys. Thank you for just tuning in now. I want to say thank you all for allowing me to take the 4 to 5 day hiatus. I had to take a mental health break and postpone making content. I made myself a merchandise store. If you guys are interested, please look down in the description. I'll leave a link. Also, exclamation point merch for the link store. Today, I decided to get onto my computer and join a peculiar individual's Discord server. His name is Rabbi Rothschild. I'm going to let him take it away.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more.
Wait. I just realized my display was not going to run me.
You're good.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Voice check. Mic check. Oh, okay. Hello, guys. Mic check. Oh, shit. One quick second, brother. Sorry. I'll run the intro again. That's very, very awkward.
No worries.
You're very, very patient, and I appreciate you.
Well, you're
No,
being...
you're going to, this is the shadow of England question for you.
Well, thank you.
Okay, give me a quick second here.
Take your time.
I just need to, you do multi-streaming, I presume, correct?
100%. I'm the king of multi-streaming.
Do you ever get that weird error where it's like, hey, YouTube output is not working, so you go reset the RTM viewing?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I know everything about every social media.
Okay, I'll challenge you on that, my man. Do you use Rumble Studio ever?
No, I do not.
You should. It allows for multi-streaming for free on unlimited sources.
I use item.tv.
Okay, very well. Excellent. Miss Aquarius, if you would, just don't mind us. This is a big-time YouTube personality and entrepreneur, and we are doing a video. So if you don't mind, just feel free to watch along.
Yeah, they're allowed to be here by all means. They can talk as well. I want to hold my intro, and then basically I'll segue the spotlight over to you. It's just my thing I do. Okay,
Excellent.
I'm going to reset the stream key chat. I know chat can hear me, they're like curious as to what the fuck's going on. Just be patient, guys. You'll see. Copy it over to the multi-stream, and then paste the new main canvas for YouTube stream key, paste it, save, okay, turn off the YouTube stream, and then turn it back on. And we refresh it, should be smooth sailing. Yes, sir. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. A quick shout out to the people that were waiting while I was diagnosing my audio issues. We have Sue Santoro, Obby Willie, Charming_Kiss. Yeah, thank you guys for being here early. I really appreciate you. My name's Shattered Click. If you're new here, please consider following. If you're a long-time viewer, I appreciate you sticking around. I want to apologize for the 4 to 5 day hiatus. I was actually needing a mental health break. So during that time, while I took time for myself, I made an online store. Now, if you want to see the store, feel free to comment down below. I need to integrate it onto my Twitch panels and shit, but it is just exclamation point merchandise or exclamation point merch. And yeah, you can see my hoodies, my mouse pads, and all that good jazz. Ladies and gentlemen, I got a pleasure for you all. I've recently met this very peculiar individual, and I decided to join his Discord server. Without further ado, I want you, ladies and gentlemen, to meet my friend Rabbi Rothschild. Take it away.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show. This is a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You should know that not only do I want to make you rich and help promote world peace, but I want to help to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. It is known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about topics about the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like perhaps interstellar travel, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or people like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that. I want to give you the funds to be able to increase that, to be able to be 100, 120 years old using things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy. But at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really good run. Everything that you said back in 2025 took place. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you all is you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. I think this is wild, but more than any of that, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I am here to be a positive person in your world. I am here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I want to give people hope. So if you have the opportunity, please join my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day. I'd love to connect with you. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Very kind, and you're very welcome, my friend. You are a very interesting individual, you have a lot to say. And I guess it'll be an interesting conversation.
Thank you so much.
Who is this? I'm doing an interview with another content creator right now. Yeah. I have a friend over at the moment. He gave me some nice Christmas presents early, so I'm wearing it out of respect to him.
Looks
I hope
beautiful.
you guys like it, Chad. This is my Christmas tuxedo.
Fancy.
Shattered, are you able to be in VC? No, but you are. I'll give you the link to this guy's Discord, and you guys can feel free to pull up. Rabbi, just a heads up for you. You have multiple cameras in here, right?
I do.
Your audio is unmuted on both of them. So
Yes.
your audio is actually doubling. I didn't manually mute you. And so anyone that I bring into your server will have to go and manually do that, unless you manually just go.
I've got you. Just one moment. I'll do so.
Yeah.
That should be better.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Wait for voice, copy. Let's get Bolt, Cosmic, Muffin, Eric, yeah, and Clocks, yeah, and a few unique characters. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, okay?
Please do.
Also, chat. Please allow me to drop my merch store. Hello,
Welcome.
to our first person joining. Hello, Mental. Thank you for tuning into the stream today. I appreciate you being here. How's your day going, Mental?
My day is terrible.
Well, we're going to change that.
You are live. You are live on basically every corner of the internet right now. This guy. Actually, why don't you tell chat about the services that you're live on?
Most certainly, I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams, another dozen or so Rumble accounts, another few Twitch accounts. I'm live on YouNow, on Africa TV, Trovo, DLive, basically everything except for Kick. Kick has banned me, but that's okay. I don't let that stop me. I am friends on Discord with the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, and we could probably get that reversed, but for the time being, I'm okay promoting on Kick and driving everyone to my Discord. Additionally, I'm live on Pump Fun. I'm live on a Twitter space right now, and I'm live in about another dozen different Discords.
Why are you live in this different thing?
Just wait 1 second until. For everyone that's watching, my name is Shattered Click. You can find me on all social medias, including all music platforms, and my Discord server. Linktree, so linktr.ee/shatteredclick, or just twitch.tv/shatteredclick, anything/shatteredclick. Oh yeah. Rabbi, could I ask your opinion on something? I know we just met.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm dropping my catalog, my season 1 #1 drop. It is live right now, and I've already gotten like 4 sales. But its scheduled release is for December, so I thought doing it 4 days in advance just to work out the kinks is perfect before, rather than saying, hey, site's open on December 1st. You know, I get community feedback and stuff. Now, you don't know me, and I don't know you on a biased level. So getting your untrained eyes and ears to review this would actually allow me to have that unbiased feedback. You would be real, if you real good statistical data. Do you consent?
Absolutely.
If I send you my website.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, brother. I'm also partnering with a few other content creators to help them get their own merchandise on the floor. Yeah. I take 5%. Hello, Eric. Hello, Dr. Clocks. Thank you, 3 gentlemen, for pulling up. You guys are probably curious as to what you guys are probably curious as to what the fuck is going on. That will be addressed shortly.
How are you doing, Shatter?
I'm always good, my friend. Always. It's a good day for a good day.
How do you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Clocks, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah. Bet you're a little bit curious as to what's going on right now, eh?
A little bit. I'm trying to decide whether or not to go back to sleep.
No. You'll get the whole shebang. You're gonna get it. I just want to hear the input from Rothschild real quick. Go ahead, buddy. It's your turn.
What is your website?
Did I not send it to you? DMs, Rabbi. I did. Rabbi, you'll want to check your message requests.
Okay.
Because it's my first time.
Absolutely.
Hello to the 12 people watching on Twitch. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you all. Yeah, good job now. Feel free to go check it out. Yeah, my name's Shabby. I'm 24 years old from BC, Canada, but I live in Alberta now. And I'm interviewing. Would it be politically incorrect to refer to you as a Jewish man?
No, that's accurate.
Okay, and would it be politically incorrect to refer to you as a Jew? Is that fine with you?
Absolutely.
My Jew friend?
100%.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
Sweet. Okay, yeah, sweet. Well, I'm Canadian. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
We have 12 people watching on Twitch. Why don't you give my friends here that decided to join your call live, as well as everyone watching, a little bit about what you want to do and the reason why you stream 24/7 for 3 years straight on every possible platform. Mentor, we can hear your background audio.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. In addition to wanting to make you all rich and promoting world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm also a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study things like anti-gravity, antimatter, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, things like invisibility cloaks, space tourism, space elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, de-extinction. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. I'm excited to be able to archive it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting. I want you all to know that I want to help you to live longer when I go viral. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to get you to be 120 or however old you want to be. At 120 or so, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is all with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you all is you may have the opportunity at digital immortality, which I think is extremely exciting. More than anything, though, I want you to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share. Shattered Click. Okay, I'm on your website. Where do I go to get your song?
Okay, mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Loudly and clearly.
Yeah, sorry. So I just have my friend listening to you on the headset. Were you talking?
Yeah, so I'm on your website. Where would I find your song?
Oh, 1 second, myself. Here we go. Okay, so on my website, my phone is currently. Where's my phone? It was just here. Momentarily, my friend.
Take your time.
It's in my pocket.
100%.
Alright, so that's just catalog. If you go to my Discord messages with me, right? Did you see the message request from Shattered Click?
Yeah, and so I'm on your website. It says December limited drop is live.
Yes. Can you scroll down?
Certainly. I see your hat.
Yeah. I made there's limited liquid chromium extra large desk mat. There's a prismatic sigil sticker slab with the collectible. Anything with an hourglass emoji means it will be gone January 1st. Well, December 31st. Anything with that does not have the hourglass emoji is a permanent item that will be on my store. I hope you enjoy it.
Okay.
I hope you like the font that I chose and the aesthetic.
Yeah,
I'm
cool.
appealing to people in the underground rap scene, as well as people that like the gothic / alternative grunge style esque of that style of aesthetic, right?
Certainly.
Yeah. I try to make clothing for people in the same regards that I would wear it for myself.
Very cool.
If I wouldn't buy it myself, I wouldn't make it.
That's a good
But
policy.
yeah, Rabbi, if you ever need help making a store or actually like monetizing your viewer base, let me know. I can definitely help you out.
Well, certainly. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the entire process probably takes you about a day.
All right, so I see your hat. You had mentioned a song that you're dropping in December, correct?
A song that I'm dropping in December. Oh, yes. Would you like to hear the first 60 seconds of that week?
Absolutely. I'm going to give you my unbiased opinion on this.
You are too kind. Click up. So here's the song, and then once you click play, you can click on the image. You kind of read along to my lyrics. I went to the British Columbia Institution of Technology for 3 years for audio engineering.
Impressive.
I hope you enjoy it.
Very well. So this is a link that you sent me. Do I understand that correctly?
Nope. This is a localized MP3 file from my computer that I sent to you.
Okay. All right.
Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. No. So my colleague here,
Just a moment. Your colleague, excuse me, what did you say?
My colleague here would like to know where approximately, you're from. Are you from Israel? Are you from America?
I'm from the United States. I'm from the United States.
Oh, nice. Oh, how is the United States? From an insider's perspective, because I've only ever been to Canada.
Certainly, it's a wonderful country in many aspects. It has an amazing citizenry. It's very diverse. You can get basically every kind of ecosystem, every kind of entertainment that is available in the world somewhere in one of the cities, whether it's one of our major cities, be it New York City, Los Angeles, or even in some small rural areas. The United States has everything to offer. We have perhaps one of the most beautiful park systems in the world. Our national park system is perhaps one of the greatest gifts as I'm a big advocate of our park system. Also, the entertainment industry, at least in the Western world, is focused in Los Angeles. Finance world is focused in New York City. But then we have many other great cities, everything from Miami to Chicago to Houston to Dallas to Denver, Seattle, and everywhere in between. So you can get a little bit of everything in the United States. It's generally, from a people standpoint, a wonderful country. Okay.
Nice. I'm actually really happy to hear that.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to listen to your song now. Is that okay?
Perfect. Then I will play it alongside you. Tell me when you press the play button.
Yes, sir. Just one moment. Okay. So I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, and then go. And on go, we'll go. Okay?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
No. No sleep. Turning my sheet. I'm lost. Count the cars. Death is close. No one knows. Joke anymore. Crying on the floor. Lies cold steel. Feel dreaded is real.
You guys enjoyed the 60-second teaser of my song Lost, available on all platforms starting December.
You ready for my opinion?
Yeah, of course.
I like it. I think even more important than that, though, I think it could have mass appeal. It's very in touch with what today's generation enjoys, and I think that you're a talented artist.
I genuinely appreciate that. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much, Rabbi.
100%.
Genuinely.
Yeah. I mean, you could hear that not just on Spotify, but I think that you could definitely hear that on American radio someday.
Yeah, well, we hope so. We can only hope. With proper networking and with, a little bit of luck, a little bit of effort, anyone can achieve their dreams.
100%. If I may
It
ask,
isn't about what you know. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to finish. It's about who you know. A question that I have: do you have any plans to have a music video to go along with your song?
Yes. So I'm in the process of getting the camera. It's on my Amazon wish list. It's $3,000. And essentially, it's 4K. It's mirrorless DSLR. I think it's this Sony. I want to say Sony Panasonic Lumix S2X. And when I get that, I'll be able to hire a film crew or a camera guy. I've also taken, film and cinematography in high school, so I'm not, rusty to it. But ideally, I would have another person hold the camera for pay, to earn some money.
Absolutely.
Support some local people.
Well, certainly.
If my colleagues like,
Definitely. If you're out there watching this now or in the future, let's get our friend here that camera, and anyone who's interested in helping this project. Let's do our best to be able to help them with their dreams.
thank you guys so much. Yeah, paypal.me/shatterclick. Donations are appreciated, but that's not what this channel is about. This channel is about me and my life and the adventures I go on, the people I meet, and the content that I give to you.
Beautiful. Beautifully said.
Thank you.
My man,
What's up, Flax? How are you doing today?
they just bounced. Yeah, they probably saw us maybe an interview, so they'll be back. They're a Kick streamer. Shout out to A Flax Life on Kick. They're a really nice person.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Flax. No worries, Flax.
You're good.
Flax.
You're good.
I just.
I hope you like my Christmas tuxedo.
Oh, mistletoe. Does that mean we kiss? I'm feeling that. Hey, what's up, Rabbi? What's up, man?
Living the dream. Absolutely. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. We're here with Shattered Click Flax, and you just joined us during an interview. Feel free to stay. We were just listening to some of the music that he has. He's an entrepreneur, a musician, a live streamer, has quite a huge network, and we're essentially doing everything we can to mutually promote each other. So, Flax, if you haven't had a chance, check out Shattered Click on any social media. He's linktree.com/Shattered Click, correct?
linktr.ee/Shattered Click. That's my link hub.
Same link.
I actually just made a clothing store. Oh, go ahead.
It's the same link. So it's linktr.ee is the equivalent of linktree.com. They both will go to the same site.
Sweet, I had no idea.
Yeah,
that's actually really useful to know.
It most certainly is. A lot of people who haven't used Linktree before are skeptical on going to a .ee website because it's like, what is that? So a lot of times I just tell people promote it with linktree.com/whatever your name is. So this, in your case, be Shattered Click. But if you do need to shorten it, then the .ee is a really great way to do it.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? I learn a new thing every single day. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
Genuinely.
100%.
I just realized my auto captions were turned off. I turned them on for you guys because sometimes I like to slur because I talk too quickly. But we have some new viewers in the call. Flax and Silk. Nice to see you guys here. Hello.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up? What do you do? Rabbi has just told me that you are also a content creator.
Yeah, I stream sometimes here and there.
Oh, really?
Sometimes he's one of the greatest.
An introduction about what I've done.
Sure. Cool.
It also so my first ever hey, who's this person? Who's this dorky white guy from Canada? Let's turn back 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I was 15 years old, going to Terry Fox High in Vancouver, Canada. A Vancouver high school of about 1,600 people, predominantly. Anyways, so there's no Canadian there. His name was. Speed up.
I'll take care of him.
I love you, baby. So Big No Money was shooting his music video Rotisserie. Young Rabbi flew up. And back then, Baby No Money had no fucking money. So what did he do? He reached out to Steve Sanis, my digital media development teacher, rented out the classroom's hardware, and we were too young to be paid for it, but we were paid with stream time. Like scene time. So if you look up on right now on YouTube with 8.8 million views, Rotisserie, Young Gravy, and Baby No Money, you'll see me, the 23rd second mark, with my backpack on, dancing in the background. So we got paid with screen time.
Yeah, how much you got paid for screen time?
We didn't get paid. We were minors. We can't be paid legally because the age of work was like 16, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got you.
So yeah, but it's really cool. We got to take photos with them and all that good jazz. And filming the actual music video was so fun. It was so fun.
Sorry.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Besides that, I just play horror games because I'm a little bitch when it comes to scary movies and scary video games. So, and Counter-Strike. I do a little bit of IRL streaming. I just got into it, like taking a camera, walking downtown and shit. As long as I have data, you guys can see me.
Wait, are you in Austin?
Sorry?
Are you in Austin?
Austin, Texas? No, I'm not. No, I'm Canadian, but.
Oh, Vancouver. Yeah, you said Vancouver. I was like, really high, my fault.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
My own life, right?
Yeah, on life. Yeah, on life.
So
I'm
Flax,
out now right now.
Flax, tell them about
What's
yourself.
up, man?
You're at a Flax Life on Kick. Tell them what you like to do. You're telling the world. Come on, promote yourself.
I just be chilling. I don't know. I just play games and watch videos.
What games do you play, Flax?
No, I just play random stuff. I don't know. I just be playing. What do they even play today? Child, what did you play today on trip? I played 2K, the black game. Yeah. That's
Who's your team?
Interesting.
I don't really got. I mean, the only team I really support is the Dolphins in football.
Okay.
Wait, is that a big boy anxiety man?
What was that, Flax?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. Yeah. Scatter. It's not a big boy anxiety man.
I consume nicotine for focus. I have ADHD, and nicotine is known to allow people to dial in.
So it's not an anxiety man. It's a big.
Yeah.
I just making sure. I got one too.
I like my nose beers, buddy. Hey, Mental, welcome back, my friend.
What's up, man?
Before you Rabbi,
Pardon me, Mental? What did you say?
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you think that the U.S. is in a good spot right now?
Oh, I do my best to generally stay away from politics, but I think that perhaps we've been in a better spot, and I look forward to a brighter future tomorrow.
Well said. Hey, props to you.
Thank you.
Mental, do you feel comfortable with turning your camera on? It's all love and positivity here, buddy.
Probably if I go on my laptop. I'm not there. I'm trying around on my phone. For some reason, it's like super tiny and thicker.
Sorry, Chad, I just realized what was going on the stream. Fixed it.
Yo, guys, I gotta go do some stuff. I didn't want to just be rude and leave, so I want to say bye. But yeah, it was nice talking to you guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Flax.
likewise. Feel free to shout out your Twitch or kick, and I'll check you out.
My kick is Chenzo, CHENZO, Chenzo. 323. Yeah, be sure to look up for me.
Do you mind if I message you?
Yeah, Chenzo, message me. I got you.
Perfect. I'm going to send you a link to my website. It's my merchandise store. If you want to set up one for yourself, let me know. I can get it all set up for you for free. I'm basically just trying to allow creators to just have that out of the way when they're starting out or they're not that big. Because when you have it there and you're growing, that's the most important part.
Let him be. He's multi-streaming himself. But you're raising an excellent point.
Funny.
You're raising an excellent point. It's great for small streamers to be able to have access to merch stores and be able to promote their own merchandise. So that's great.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. You're too kind.
Thank you for your kind words.
So, about you, what's your favorite video game?
This is an excellent question. I really love the Civilization series, but for console games, I love Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Absolutely.
Classic.
We had a countdown to May 26, 2026, and now we have to delay it to November 19th, 2026, so we're just under the year.
I know. Oh.
But that's going to be a game changer, and I think that's going to bring a lot of people into the streaming world who perhaps wouldn't have done it previously. It is extremely exciting. I wish we didn't have to wait as long as we have. It's going to be 18 years between Grand Theft Auto 4 and Grand Theft Auto 6, and over a decade between
That long,
Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto 6. And that's just too much. When I was a kid, you'd get a Grand Theft Auto every year and a half or so, and that was an amazing day of your life. I still remember watching the commercials for Grand Theft Auto 3 and seeing how game changing it was. I played Grand Theft Auto 1 and Grand Theft Auto 2, but Grand Theft Auto brought everything into the 3D world. It was such a game changer. Then Grand Theft Auto 4 came out with not only being in Vice City, but having the retro aspect of it, having maybe the greatest soundtrack of any game of all time. Everything from Michael Jackson to the Bangles and everything in between is incredible. Then we waited a little bit and we got San Andreas, which again had one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. And I think soundtracks really can help to make games uh, improve mass appeal, but also they just give you a really great sense of nostalgia. So San Andreas also had three different cities. You had San Andreas, you had so Los Santos, Los Fieros, and Las Venturas, which were like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Las Vegas. And even though the map wasn't all that large, it really seemed huge because there were three different distinct areas that you could play. Then we get into Grand Theft Auto 4, which took us back to Liberty City, which is like New York City. A good game, certainly. Then Grand Theft Auto 5, without going into the smaller games that they had, Grand Theft Auto 5 has been the cash cow of Rockstar Games ever since its launch. And with the development of the online aspect of the game, they haven't seen a need to necessarily create a new game, and they're just still raking in the money more than a decade after it launched. And there's been less of an emphasis on the music or the soundtracks for the games because um, it's multi faceted. The reason, one of the reasons is just licensing has increased the price of licensing some of these artists, but additionally, sometimes people don't even play the soundtrack on their game. They want to listen to Spotify or whatever it may be. Some consoles would allow some uh, um, customized music for Grand Theft Auto. I think that with Grand Theft Auto 6, while we don't have a lot of information about it, they may have a Spotify port or perhaps Pandora or iHeart or some other kind of third party app that you may be able to play the game with customizable music. So that may be cool. There are all kinds of rumors about it, but we still don't know. Uh, Perhaps even what the map looks like. There's an argument to be made that it needs to be an island because you need to be able to travel around. If it's a peninsula, because it's supposed to be like Vice City, like Florida, what happens when you hit the top of the map? What would happen? Even questions like that still exist. We do have an idea that perhaps the map might be 2 or 3 times larger than the Grand Theft Auto 5 map, but the people at
That would be
Rockstar,
insane.
absolutely,
Insane.
absolutely, the people at
Can I tell
Rockstar,
you my favorite?
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
The people at Rockstar are quite quiet about these things. Go ahead.
So I'm not a '90s kid. I wish I was. I was born in 2001. Um, my childhood consisted of VHS tapes and a lot of Nintendo 64.
Absolutely.
I have a lot of hours on Paper Mario for Nintendo 64. So I would have to say my favorite video game, probably that, or Pokemon Sapphire for Game Boy Advance.
Excellent.
Or Skyrim.
Excellent. Okay, so you played Nintendo 64. Did you ever play GoldenEye?
Oh, what a classic. GoldenEye on Nintendo 64. Yeah, you bet, buddy.
Excellent. How about
Actually,
go ahead.
but a lot of hours playing Majora's Mask. Oh, sorry, Ocarina of Time?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Majora's Mask.
Excellent. Very well. Do you still play Nintendo 64?
I do. I definitely do. If I have no internet, because like I'm switching providers and stuff, then I just rock some consoles, you know?
Very cool.
Either that or the DS, you know?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. What was your first video game that you remember ever playing?
Yeah, great question. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I want to say, but then very soon after it was, and this would be on the Nintendo Entertainment System, so the original Nintendo. But then Super Mario Brothers, and then Duck Hunt. Those were like the first three I ever played. Gesundheit.
Duck Hunt.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, like
that's actually crazy. I remember on the, I think it was the Nintendo, the NES.
Yes.
The NES or the SNES. You could have a single cartridge. It was a 2-in-1 Duck Hunt and Mario Brothers.
That's right. So all all regular Nintendos came with the game, which is unique today. That doesn't happen, but yeah, they all came with a game, and it was Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. And one, I don't know if this can actually be verified, but I've heard the argument that the first Koopa that you encounter in Nintendo's in Super Mario Brothers is the enemy that has killed more people than any person in any video game ever. What am I?
Dig Dug on the Apple IIc. Dig Dug on the Apple IIc. My colleague said this is his first video game he ever played.
Oh,
that is crazy. Yeah, the Apple IIc. That was revolutionary first time. It had I think it was a 3.5 or a 2.5 inch floppy. Yeah, if you wanna speak a little bit louder, they can hear you. Just a little bit about the Apple IIc.
The Apple IIc, oh man, it's such an old computer. It's so very ancient, but that was just the first game that I played.
That's crazy, yeah. I remember back in the day, you could get, what's it called? Doom on there. Doom and Command and Conquer and Oregon Trail.
Well, that was a big one by Mech. Yeah, that was a phenomenal game.
Yes, actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Eric, are you here? Ventil, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just want to say thank you guys so much for being patient. I know I haven't been here often. I really needed that break, you know. It was very, very important to me. Mental?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm looking stuff up on my laptop.
Oh, okay. What are you looking up?
Well, I'm just trying to find some like cool extensions to add to my Discord.
Oh, okay. So like servers and stuff, or do you mean like bots to your stuff?
Like website extensions.
Interesting.
Into Discord. So because I'm on phone, I have so many more stuff so much things that I can do with like certain websites to make my websites look and do different stuff that you can't do on like your local stuff.
Right. So what you're saying is like Chrome Store extensions, but for Discord.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No. If you actually get the actual program Discord, you can download a plugin for that called Vencord. I don't condone piracy, but if you want to use it for your own educational purposes, feel free to. You can get Nitro for free.
How do I do this?
VENCORD. You're very welcome.
Well, let's see if I can download it on this terrible.
You're actually starting chat. What time is it? It is 9:52.
Do I just put this? Oh, okay, I just put this in the music. Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna quickly call my girlfriend. See if she answers. She has a friend over right now, her friend Haley.
Tell Haley what's up. What happened to our friend? Well, Mental, I heard you weren't having a good day. I hope your day gets better. Is there anything I can do to make your day better?
I'm just kind of angry at myself because
Is it something you want to talk? Is it something you want to talk about?
I did really bad in bowling today. And it angered me.
Oh, well, that's nothing to get too upset over. So you like to bowl?
Yeah.
Excellent. Are you generally a pretty good bowler?
Well, I mean, it's my first year, so I just kind of get angry at myself and then not doing anything.
Okay.
Hey guys, sorry, yeah, my power just went out. Apparently there's a shortage in my area, so that's very unfortunate. But anybody come in here and say, hey, I will be back after I have power.
Absolutely. You get everything taken care of, Shattered Click. It's been a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for everything that you've done.
Yeah, no, I'll come back, and I think you're a really cool individual. I'm gonna send you a friend request here on Discord, okay?
Okay, before you do that, just one moment. Let me send it to you because I don't usually check this device. I've got so many different devices. So if you don't mind, I will send you one with my main account.
Yeah, just click on whichever one you want me to add. I can only add one because I actually maxed out my friends list.
Same here, my man. I just sent it to you.
Yeah.
You should have a pending request for me.
Yep. Check right. Awesome, buddy. Yep, it went through.
Excellent.
I was trying to download Discord.
Okay. I will see you all in probably 45 minutes or to an hour.
Absolutely. Take your time, Shattered Click. Pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, buddy. Please
Thank you.
hydrate. Please get a snack in you. It's important to take care of yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. See y'all soon.
Take care. So, Mental, you were saying that you like to bowl?
Yeah.
Okay. And it didn't go too well today, but you're in your first year, so that happens, right?
Well,
If you ever need any support, I'm here to help you. If you ever have any need to talk to anybody, I'm sure that you'll be able to improve. And 5 years from now, you'll laugh and you'll be like, wow, remember when I thought that I wasn't a good bowler, but that was just some of well, maybe not just had a bad bowling day, I should say. But that will be a thing of the past, and you'll be a very good bowler and continue to be a good bowler in the future. That's the goal, right?
yeah.
Excellent, my friend. How did you learn about Shattered Click?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
Sir, hello YouTube. Hello Twitch. Quick shout out to the people that were waiting on those diamonds.
Well, welcome. Hope you're all doing well.
Introduces a whole new vista of understanding. And Eretz Hashem also will pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedak Limnos, Kol Shedak Limnos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol Davar Sheminian, anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so, or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately again is not going to be bottled as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. New Tana, new Dr. Rabbi Shkoyach.
For years, they get fucking, they get messed with by their bosses, by sponsors, not physical play, but mental play.
You know what? So yeah, the bundle is the individual unit because the stock is nothing.
Or you have 2 x from a certain weight.
And small guy.
Yo, look at me for that dick.
Only works in very specific case.
Okay, let's get into something else here. You want that track?
So by animals, as we sell up what if you have something for an extra animal? Take this now. Yeah, that's decent.
You say piggy? Yeah, he's a quiet piggy. She like short jumping. I didn't see what she looked like as a president. Just kidding. She must be kind of like, you know, had a sound like, no, I've been Peggy. Yeah, do we know the reporter's name? Yeah, because did he say get quiet, Peggy? They definitely said like sound like Peggy though. Yeah, but how big it was. I don't think you can do that. Female reporter is Peggy. What's her name though? Could her name be confused? Yeah, they always do this. It's her Lucy. Okay, Bloomberg's White House correspondent. His name goes to Peggy. It's Catherine. Yeah, you call her Peggy. It's not that crazy to think you'd call her Peggy. Honestly. It's a little alarming. It's so defensive when people bring it up. It is. He started asking why Trump was behaving the way he was. Yeah, we saw the interview. We don't want to call her Peggy. You know? And so is Catherine Lucy. Yeah, it's weird how defensive he gets over it. What else you got, Jen? This is from one of our viewers. His name's James. So the Patreon or just Patreon? Yeah, Patreon. He goes, just moved in July to his house, and he mentioned that he took a picture of him and his friend, and then they saw an image. So I asked him to show me the image. And he said he tried to take pictures multiple times afterwards to see if it shows up again. It never does. So let's read what he put, though. So we moved in July. We did some research, and the previous owner died in the house, but was an old guy, right? That makes it easy. The picture was taken at 11 o'clock at night, and all the kids were asleep, but it looks like a child in the reflection. I tried to recreate this picture, but the figure doesn't ever show up. Let me see. So there's the picture. See the child? Oh, no fucking way. And there's a shadow too. Well, that's super freaky. Is he sure his kid didn't come out in his jammies? He said they're all sleeping. And it looks like he's wearing a little weird hat too. sure to say it was an old guy, but so just understand why it's a little kid in the pictures. So the shit's what did it. That is so creepy. Yeah, send that shit to Zach Magnus, dude. And then he tried taking the picture, to see if there's some sort of weird thing. Maybe there's an artifact or a little doll somewhere in the house. It's the most insane dream. Like, the most insane nightmare. Have you had this? Like, where it's so vivid, it's real. Where I'm all the time. I do. Dude, I'm sleeping and I'm like, oh, there's somebody with, they had like a grid on me. They had these, they just put this thing on the grid.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Sorry about the last week's cancellation, but it was based on Spark Fashion our Jerry. We were safe for as well as through the question session walk. So this week, a little bit more of an emphasis on your question on the Parsha. There's a dramatic episode that I want to draw your attention to. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our commentator sponsors for the month of Parsha. Speaking Sharizim, in loving memory of his father, Albert Zin William Ben Chaim Zichron Levach on the occasion of his 20th yard site, and our sheer sponsor for this morning, Abe and Susan Smart.
Miss Aquarius, thank you for your patience. How are you, madam?
Sarah Vega.
Excellent. Are you ready for me?
No, because I'm going to bed. You know what time it is?
Okay, but you sometimes come in here late. All right, well, sweet dreams to you. Apologies, I was being interviewed, so I...
Come on, let's play real quick. Come on.
Okay, well...
I'm not going to glitch like that. Where's my phone? Come on, let's play.
Yes, ma'am.
And I feel better. I feel good. And then I go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, let's play.
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
play, Rabbi.
I'm sending it.
Never not playing. Let's be sleep.
Oh, sounds good. Miss Aquarius, I just sent you
No,
the
I
invite.
got to get everything.
Take your time.
All right, I'm ready. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I got to play. I feel better.
Excellent.
I don't want to be mean like that. That's not true. No, Aquarius, hers don't get mean. I don't want to be mean to you. Now,
We don't want you to be mean.
I
either.
had a good night.
I was going to
How
ask.
was your night?
It was great. We had that person come in. They're a pretty big streamer and YouTuber and stuff, and they wanted to do an interview. And so we did an interview, and they brought a bunch of people in, and I did the interview, and then they
Oh,
lost.
I got to see it. I can't wait to see it.
Well, and then they had a power outage, so it got interrupted, but no big deal. It happens.
Yeah, because it's raining here, so I'm going to feel free for them people who's going to be getting that snowstorm. Because they're supposed to be getting it right when Thanksgiving Day is supposed to be snow.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, that was disgusting.
I see. Yes, I'm
Get it.
praying for the people who will get it. I want it to be get to where they need to be safety.
Word, girl.
I don't know, but they said these people are getting a lot of snow. Yeah, one more day of work, and that's tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Then you get 4 days off, right? 5 days off.
Yeah. Happy.
Oh, get it.
Good.
You matched me.
Match me, yeah, match me.
Give me this. I'll take it.
Yay.
Get another strike.
I wish. Oh, did you
Oh,
get it?
and she did.
Oh,
Folks.
I didn't say that.
She dominates. Look at this lead she's got.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius with the big score.
No, you got it, Rabbi. You can set me now. Get it.
Miss Aquarius with the domination.
Oh, and I made a double. That was 47.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay, that's to me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I win, you win.
You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. Absolutely.
Come on, Rabbi. You got to get it. Oh,
Nice stride. Miss Aquarius.
thank you.
Miss Aquarius on fire.
Yes, you
I'm trying.
can. Rabbi, I'm glad you had a good day.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. Okay,
I know.
not a cool split, but you can get it. Get it. Get one.
I can do that. You got it. I can't do it.
Well, Miss Aquarius, I'm in the same boat as you are with the split.
Yeah, but you can do it.
Oh,
Oh, you got one.
get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's a beautiful strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, give me this. I want this.
Yeah, come on, you got it. You got this. You got this. Get it.
Oh. Miss Aquarius dominating. Get it, girl. Get it, get it, get it. Woohoo! Nobody is touching you tonight. Nobody. I'll take it, but that's not even close to being as good as you are.
So sweet, Rabbi. Man, you crying. Stop it. No, because you're good, too.
Not like you. Not right now. You're untouchable.
Yes, oh, my God. It's hard.
Get it, girl.
Nope. I know I ain't going to get it. Look how I'm doing.
Turn.
You got it.
You have 80.
Good, Rabbi. See, you're getting there. Mm-hmm.
Boom. Miss Aquarius with the domination. That's what I like out of you, girl. You win, I win. I just won 2 games. You just won 2 games. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Good
Yes,
job,
ma'am.
Rabbi. I win, you win. You won both games, too.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So,
Sweet dreams to you, God willing.
sweet dreams, God willing. See, I want to play. I don't want to stop playing. I love playing with you.
I love playing with you too, Miss Aquarius. Can't stop, won't stop.
No, we won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Yep. Okay. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams,
I'm
Miss
glad
Aquarius.
the interview's going well.
Thank
Yeah, are y'all doing it again?
Oh, I think so. I think a little later. So we'll do it when the time is right.
Okay. Well, let me know. I'll stop by, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams, Rabbi.
God willing.
God's willing.
Yo, Traceway, are you ready? Traceway. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. So Traceway, let me remind you. There's a game known as snooker where you're from. Nobody calls it that though. We call it billiards if you're fancy or pool if you're normal. And last I recall, you lost in it. And I wanted to know, did you want to reload or re-rack, or are you okay just, with that loss lingering on your conscience?
defeat.
Right. Oh, okay. You don't want to play? Okay. No big deal. I just did an interview with a content creator, so he might be back a little later. He said. So if he is, then you'll know it.
As though there hakons von der Bracha, and so it's which from a father leave Ben Aliza, the of them in we just hope in Merit Hashem of our learning, that in Merit Hashem the Neshama Hamaliyah, how will have the four together with Kol Yisrael and Halavai, discussing our learning Merit Hashem and Zilta, to continue to bestow those troubles for all of us. With that, let us begin. So the Pasuk, remember again, Parshas told us, these Parshas themselves are filled with an incredible amount of drama. So I want to draw your attention to something that I think, no matter how many times you read the story, seems to defy comprehension. So the Pasuk says in number 1, Vayeh Yitzchak is Esau, Yitzayit b'fi. So literally again, Yitzchak loved Esau, Yitzayit b'fi. Literal translation, Yitzayit b'fi, because Esau was a hunter, and he would go and be a hunter, he would sustain his father with meat. The Rivka or Havas as Rivka loved Yaakov. What's the obvious question? Why? Why what?
There was a dwarf who was
Good. So first of all, it's interesting, right? Because the pasuk itself seems imbalanced. It already gives a reason why Yitzchak loved Esau, but doesn't give a reason why Rivka loved Yaakov. Good. What else is problematic? So first of all, it seems a bit superficial, right? That really that's it. Yeah, Yitzchak loved Esau because Esau gave him meat. Okay, I got it. He likes meat. But that's the reason why you see people here loving one child over the other. But what's the most fundamentally problematic thing about this passage? Favorites. Every story of favorites in Tanakh never ends well. Like Parenting 101. Don't play favorites. Now, every parent also knows that it is natural and normal to have favorites. Now, what do I mean by that? It is natural and normal to have a child. Parents feel close with certain children more than other children. We identify with certain children more than other children. They see themselves in certain children more than other children. That's normal, that's natural. But the job of a parent is to never show it. The job of a parent is that every single one of your children should know, I love all of my children equally, I would do anything and everything for all of them equally. And yet here this Torah is telling us that Yitzchak and Rivka literally are playing favorites. And again, this of course is a narrative for us. First of all, for us this doesn't sound new because we know the story, but also it's a narrative that plays itself out over and over the course of the downfall, and ultimately again the Achilles heel of the Jewish family in its called embryonic stage is this constant favoritism. Again, it's here it is fucking Rivka. It ultimately comes up with Yaakov and his wives. It comes up with Yaakov and his sons. And again, we see it happening over and over, and every time it has disastrous results. So the question, of course, becomes, how do we understand this? Part of the tension in general that we have when it comes to gracious is how to understand the avos and the moms. Because on one hand, these are great people who lived on a different plane, people who, again, although they were human, obviously, again, were just cut from a different cloth. On the other hand, it is also important to understand that they are human. And because they are human, it's interesting that in Yiddish text, we tend to have almost like a predisposition to deify our great leaders, to deify people. Understand, let's say, for example, in Christianity, like Napoleon, is the there's a concept of like people infallibility. Like the Pope can't make any mistakes. And people infallibility. We do not believe in that concept. We believe in complete fallibility. We believe in the fact that every single human being makes mistakes. The greatest of the great, Moshe Rabbeinu, Fitzgerald, Sarah Emmanuel, the Ramban says, mistreated Hakam. So we have no problem. Avram made a mistake by relocating to Mitzrayim in the wake of famine. So the Torah goes out of its way to point out the failures of our great people, because once they have failures, it's similar to irrelevant. If you don't have any failures and they're just perfect, you can't speak about their mistakes because you just don't understand them, then that's great. Then they're very interesting, very wonderful. They mean absolutely nothing to me because I just never learned or relate to them. But the moment I understand that even great people, the greatest of the great, make mistakes, is the moment that I can relate to them on some level. The question over here is, what is the Torah trying to convey to us? What's the lesson? What's the message? So before we get to the lesson and the message, we have to try to understand the dynamic. So take a look first at Rashi. Rashi never says this off before. So Rashi writes, "Kitargumo v'Bishal Yitzchak, u'Yidrasho v'Bishal Esav Shaisat Sad Osevei V'Bikvar." So Rashi says over here, Rashi understands it, because Rashi is also bothered by this idea that how could it be that Yitzchak loves Esav because Esav gave to eat. He said that he literally hunted and put meat in his mouth. That's why he loved Yitzchak. So Rashi says no. Scientific actually is a little bit of a different expression. It means he hunted him. Literal translation: he hunted him with his mouth, meaning Esav deceived Yitzchak. He deceived him. He put on a good show of external piety. Right? It's pretty easy to put on a show of external piety. Right? We do a lot of us do it all the time. Right? It's easy to go and say, it's time that he put on a show of external piety for his father, and as a result, Yitzchak thought that Esav was righteous. That's what unfolded. That's how Rashi understands it. But interestingly enough, that helps to understand why Yitzchak loved Esav. What doesn't it explain? Right? It doesn't say why Rivka loved Yaakov. There's two sides to the equation. So I understand. If you want to tell me that Yitzchak was deceived by his oldest son, I got it. But number one, why does that mean that he favored Esav over Yaakov? And number two, how does it explain Rivka's affinity for Yaakov? Because now the Torah is something amazing. It says, continuing on this theme, outside, number three, Rabbi Sorotsky in Ryan already says, Yitzchak, Hayola Tinima, the base of the Nima. So what the Torah is bothered by is Rashi says that Yitzchak was deceived. So, which begs the question, how can you be so gullible? Like, Esav was a bad guy. He was a bad man. He did bad things. The Gemara talks about the fact that he was immoral, that he worshipped idolatry, that he committed adultery. He was a bad guy. So how could it be that Yitzchak is so easily deceived by his father? How could that be? So Yazam and Thomas says very beautifully, he explains that at the end of the day, Yitzchak grew up in a sheltered home. He grew up in a sheltered home. There's a certain beauty of growing up in a sheltered home, but the danger of growing up in a sheltered home, the danger is you're often unaware about what happens in the outside world. This probably is like one of the greatest challenges of parenting. You have to shelter your children to some degree. Right? You must. It's an obligation. But then at a certain point in time, children do need to understand how the world works, the complexities of the world. The Zion Torah says something amazing. This stuff was brought up in a sheltered home. Remember again, who did Yitzchak have this stuff? He had a father who remember the 7 years called Avram, when Yitzchak was a little boy. Remember what did you say to Avram? Send Yishmael away. Yishmael away. And again, he did Yitzchak get together with on Shabbos afternoons. Probably Shabbos party with his parents. Right? In other words, there was no one else on the block. Right? No amount of feasts on the block. Right? There was no one else that Yitzchak was really socializing. Which means that Yitzchak's whole life and his whole influence was parents. And as such says the Torah, because of that, there was a certain sheltered mindset. So it never dawned on him that his son was trying to beat him, or that his son was trying to deceive him. Yitzchak brought that almost like that innocence to this relationship. That if my son tells me he's doing all of these things, then of course I'm taking at his word. It's interesting to skip down a little bit. Shachar Fall version number 5 says something dramatic to him. And this to me is an incredible piece. He says, a second factor, which would only have a pernicious effect, was the difference of feelings of the parents towards the children. Unity and complete agreement of the parents in the education, and the same feelings and love for all the children, even to those who are not so good. Yes, just those who are most of all, even more than those who are physically weak or ill, loving pain, consolation, and sacrifice, that is the first fundamental condition and cornerstone of every education. So first of all, first points out over here, tells us and telling us, no matter what your kid is doing or not doing, love them. The job of a parent, what's the metric of successful parenting? Is if your child knows that you love them unconditionally. If your child knows that you are there for them no matter what occurs in life, and that your love is not conditional upon them doing certain things, whether it's being a certain kind of Jew, having a certain kind of career, doing certain things. If your child knows that you have an unconditional love for you, says the Purge, that is successful parenting. So he says the fact that Yitzchak loves his son, that's not a finish. Remember again, see, everybody is bothered about how could it be that Yitzchak loves his son? After all, again, he's so easy. He was full. As I was Torah, he was even a little bit shocked. He said, didn't even know that Esau was pulling him over his arm. Purge says, no, of course Yitzchak loves his son. Because that's the job of a parent. You don't just love the kid who's from, you love every child, and you don't just love the child who performs to your expectations. You love every single child. Parental love can never be conditional. Are there certain things that a child can do that erode parental love? Of course. Are there certain things that a child can do that change the level or intensity or the feelings of parental love? Of course. Parent is obligated to love your child unconditionally. He says, but that's fine. That's why I understand Yitzchak loved Esau. But in terms of telling that said anything, I would know Yitzchak loves Esau, and Yaakov, Rivka loves Esau and Yaakov, or the Christians, but again, the Torah is going out of its way to highlight each of them has a kid. Yitzchak has Esau, Rivka has Yaakov. Let's listen to this. That Isaac's sympathies were more inclined towards Esau, so Rebecca told Yaakov, could moreover be easily explained by the attraction of opposites. What an incredible idea. So first says again, each Yaakov and Rivka and Yitzchak were attracted to the child who was the opposite of them. What is this? He says, you see Isaac risen up again from death on the altar, prefers to withdraw from the bustle of the world and to live quietly in the proximity of the desert. Living at the end of the well of Be'er Lachai, will come to this moment, away from the busy traffic of men, that Esau's lusty, active nature appealed to him, and that perhaps starting a force, he sees time lost, and the support to the home would be quite constant. So that's incredible. Or Yitzchak. Yitzchak wasn't a person who was out in the world. He looked like Yitzchak was a person who was out in the world. Yitzchak was not the guy.
Oh, you don't know about the seventh floor crew?
That wasn't
all right. So I will enlighten you. There were some University of Miami football players who were basically aspiring rappers as well about 2 decades ago. And one of them turned out to be like a Fox News, not Fox News, but Fox sports analyst, and he was asked about some of the lyrics that he said, and like one of the lyrics was it's something like, my name's Greg, watch me show her my third leg, or something like that. So that's what I was watching.
Because that's what she never had growing up. She grew up in a home of a lover, and Yisrael was her father, Laban was her brother. She grew up in a home of people who were really...
Yeah, it actually is a fire rap song. It's like one of my guilty pleasures because it's very funny and a good rap song. But yeah, I was just watching on Instagram.
Not just the battle, but hundreds of other people also. Men who were conniving, men who was... She knew that kind of guy. That was her father. That was her brother, and that was her son. which she had never experienced before, ultimately again, was enough. Someone so holy, someone so pure, someone so which the first is amazing. These things are drawn to the opposite of themselves. Which, by the way, is a tremendous son of parenting also. Because often, what parents do is parents have to be very careful with this. Parents often see their children
ambulance on the way to the hospital to actually say, are you aware of the way you're speaking? And I said, oh, it sounds like I'm
because sometimes parents
She said, no, you sound like you could work at a
their
Chinese
own
restaurant.
laws and their own needs and their own desires for their children's health.
Every Latino
And
out
it's
of
so
this
important
country,
to
there's
parents
going
to
to be
take a
cleaning
step
the
back
toilet
and say, okay, and this is very hard because what things I want for my kids. And then there comes that moment where you have to ask yourself, this is what I want for my child. But this is what my child wants for themselves. And is this actually what I want? Is it the right thing for them? Or maybe I have to trust them as well. And it's this tension because as a parent, I still have a lot more life experience than my kid. So maybe I should be making certain decisions. But on the other hand, the decisions I'm making for them based on what I need, what I want for myself, maybe there's things that I want for myself that I want them to have. So amazingly enough, Yitzchak sees in himself something he never had. And Yitzchak sees in Yaakov something she had. And as such, says her parents, that's why again, opposites attract. In general, it's not necessarily but at least the way the approach says that at least this experience where I was in shock. Doing so maybe going too far, but can we get a close up of these stitches? Because I saw Bill Cosby today, he thought it was a hoax. Almost felt like the sense of
Can we read that? Is that can you see that?
so Yitzchak, it's almost like a type of
Paper. They're not basically I got a prayer in my hometown of Los Angeles to make these paths for me, and I got them the supplies from Ireland and prayer and
it's great. Like I should much more not as from their learning from the spiritual good. But I know when I see them put stuff together, I see them big stuff where they're working with cars, they're working this, they're doing that. Wow, this is because there is a certain sense of fulfillment when your next generation is able to try things that you yourself were not able to do. So amazingly enough, when Yitzchak sees in Esau, he has this power and prowess that he does not have. And Yitzchak sees in Yaakov, who has this spiritual power that she never saw, they both run the opposite. Two very different approaches and understanding of Rashi, Yitzchak was deceived. Yitzchak was deceived. I was so easily deceived by himself as not even born because at the end of the day he was brought up in a bit more of a sheltered environment. Had no reason to think that his son was deceived. On the other hand, you have the Shams Kabbalish, there's no deception. Just each child is drawn to the other. So first of all, there are two incredible lessons that we just told. Number one, you really have to be on your game as a parent. Because parents are supposed to be absolutely total war over their eyes. And so they are often going to present things as happening one way, and things are dramatic, and have things going in a totally different direction. Parents have to be astute. Number one, understand also how the parenting is we see in our children almost like an actualization of parts of ourselves that we never realized. While that's beautiful, every parent has to be conscious when helping their children make decisions and to know again when we allow our children to make certain decisions and doing what's best for our kids, but somehow are we living through our children. Your child is not there for you to live through. Your child is not the extension of your existence. Your child is Baruch Hashem, someone you are supposed to bring into this world, but they are their own person. My job is to help them guide them to decision-making not decision-making that's good for my own self-actualization, or ultimately, again, for my own unmaterialized dreams and goals. Incredible. But then there's one last approach. This is where I want to spend the rest of my time on. Beginning with this verse number 6. So this is actually from last week's parsha. This is where Yitzchak and Rivka first meet. So we know the story. They're in the parshas Chayei. The Yitzchak bo mi bo be'er lachayro. Remember again, you know the story. Avram dispatched Eliezer to go find the wife for Yitzchak. Eliezer goes to Abraham Naharaim, finds Rivka, they're on their way back. So Eliezer is taking Rivka back to meet Yitzchak. When they're on their way back, the Torah gives us a lot of what appears to be unnecessary information. So where's Yitzchak? Yitzchak's coming back from Be'er Lachai Loi, Uhu Yoshe Be'er Taneged. Okay, very interesting. Be'er Lachai Loi in the Negev. Now he's going to the Negev. Okay. Vayitze Yitzchak Lasuach Basad Lefnos Haaretz. Yitzchak Avinu goes out to converse in the field before the evening. Vayisa Enoch, he lifts his eyes. Vayarim, he sees the Yekam Arim Avayim. There are camels coming. And those are the camels ultimately again with Eliezer coming with Rivka. Okay. So the obvious question is, why does the Torah feel the need to tell me that Yitzchak is coming from Be'er Lachai Loi? Why do you get this information? So by the way, if that place sounds familiar, it's because we had a few characters earlier. This is verse number 8. So what happens? Vayomer Malach Hashem. Hina Charav Yolad Zain B'Karasa Shmo Yishmael Tishama Hashem Echad. Interestingly enough, if we go back to the first time when the Charav was expelled from Avram's home twice. The second time was because the time was really never small, but the time before that was after she first married Hatzah. She was expelled from the home. The Malach meets her by the well and tells her, Hagar, you are pregnant, you're going to become pregnant, and you're going to have a son, and you're going to call him Yishmael. And the who yet had a Adam, the other Makov, and the other Makov, and the Malach goes on to say, this guy Yishmael is going to be a singer, he's going to be like, he's going to have hands on everyone, everyone's going to have hands on him. והתקרא שם השם הגבר עליה, הפך לו כי אמרה אדם הלא מריסי החיירו. The last verse, last verse. Akin kala be'er lachai lo. So usually in a place where Hagar had been divorced, she had a prophetic vision. She said that she's going to have a son. And remember again, the name of her son was given to her. So Malach said we're going to call this son Ishmael. Where does this interaction take place? In a place called the Be'er Lachai Lo. Right, and by the way, the place was its name. Be'er means a well. Lachai Lo, to the one who sees for all eternity. Hagar's name is the place Be'er Lachai Lo. It's not very interesting. So Be'er Lachai Lo is the place where the birth of Yishmael was announced. Okay? Now, in number 6, fast forwarding a little bit, fast forwarding a little bit, the Parshas Chayei, the Torah tells us that as Yitzchak goes out to meet his wife, his future wife, where is he coming from? Be'er Lachai Lo. Okay, now what else does the Torah tell us? Yitzchak's out in the field, and it's Vayitze Yitzchak Lasuach Basad. Now, we translate Lasuach as to converse. By the way, interestingly enough, this is the source for what? This is the source that Yitzchak Rabbi Davin Lasuach is Lashon of Sicha, Lashon of Tefillah, a wording of prayer. But if you look at the Parshat Shach, Lasuach Basad, there Rashi says, sorry, back to number 9, Lasuach Basad, Kolomar, L'Tayel Ben Asif. Yitzchak Rabbi was walking amongst the thorn bushes. That's what it's Vayitze Yitzchak Lasuach Basad. That means he's walking amongst thorn bushes. Where else have we heard about thorn bushes? Take a look at number 10. Vayichu Hamayim Merachim. This is the second time Hagar was expelled from Yishmael's home. Sorry, from Avram's home. She was expelled together with the son Yishmael. So when we know the story, the water runs out. Yishmael is dying. What was she doing? Vayikashes es hayeled achas achad hasifim. She cast the boy away underneath one of the bushes. Remember, Hagar could not wash her son down. So what she did was, she put him underneath one of the bushes and she sat across the rock. So how fascinating is this? So you see what's happening over here? Go back up to number 6 for just a moment, once more. So Torah says, Yitzchak bo be'er lachai lo. So piece of information number 1 is where Yitzchak coming from? From be'er lachai lo. What do you think about be'er lachai lo? that's the place where the angels told Hagar that she's going to have a son, Ishmael. And what does Yitzchak Avinu do? Yitzchak Lasuach Basada. He goes out Lasuach Basada. Said that was Lasuach Basada, to walk amongst the bushes. Who cares? Because he was walking amongst the bushes, or he was walking amongst the flowers, walking amongst the trees. Where else do you find the word Sichim? Sichim is where his brother Ishmael was cast away to die. A very father son was going to die. She said, I can't watch my child die. So she puts him by the bushes. So he's coming from the Elachayim, the place where the birth of his brother, his half-brother, was announced. He's now walking around, spaziering amongst the bushes, perhaps even the very same bushes where his half-brother was passed away, thinking that he was going to die. And now what happens after all of this? After all of this, what's the next event that occurs? Ultimately, again, number 13 goes out by Yisapara Eben Yitzchak, Eis Kol HaDvorim Asher Asa. Right after this, who does he encounter? He encounters Yitzchak together with Rivka. It's a very short meeting with Rivka, and then what happens? Number 14, Vayivia Yitzchak Ha'ohelo Sarah Imo, Vayikach Es Rivka B'Achilo Misha Vayavel, Vayivia Yitzchak Ha'avinu. So Yitzchak Avinu brings Rivka to the tent of his mother. He marries her, and at the end of the day, he marries her and loves her, and he was consoled from loss of his mother. There's something dramatic unfolding. Literally, right before Yitzchak gets married, what does the Torah allude to in two ways? It alludes to the story of Ishmael. It comes from the Erlach Haroim, the place where Ishmael's birth was announced. Ultimately, again, he goes out to walk amongst the bushes, perhaps the very bushes where Ishmael was cast away to die. And by the way, Sicha ultimately is a Lashon of tzvi, a Lashon of prayer also. Take a look at number 12, I have over here. The Medrash says, Vayitzi Yitzchak, Lasuach Basad Lechos Ar V'Yispado Lefnei Boro, Shahaya Mo'osh Kamid HaPanav Shol Yinasei. לפיכך הושיב המס העריך שעריך היה מספר בבוקר לבד וזה הוסיף בכמה ימים. Yitzchak Avinu goes out to daven, and Yitzchak Avinu is davening more than his father. Remember again, when did Avinu daven? When did he daven? In the morning. And now when is Yitzchak davening? Yitzchak's davening in the afternoon as well. Why? Because ultimately, again, the Medrash says that Yitzchak Avinu ultimately again wanted to have more strength than his father. So now let's put all of these disparate pieces of information together and see if we can create some type of comprehension. Yitzchak Avinu once again is coming from where? Review. Be'er Lachayloim. What happened in Be'er Lachayloim? Right, the announcement of the birth of Yishmael. What is he doing? Vayitzi Yitzchak Lasuach Basada. Lasuach Basada can either mean he's walking amongst the bushes. Bushes, we've heard about bushes before. Yishmael was cast amongst the bushes to die when the water ran out. Sicha also means he went to pray. Second, what is he praying about? He's praying ultimately again that he not be tested like his father and that he have more strength than his father. His father only died in the morning, Yitzchak is diving in the morning, and in the afternoon, what's happening to my father? What's happening to him? Perhaps what's unfolding over here is as follows. And then again, what happens right after this piece of information? He meets Rivka, they get married. Perhaps what is unfolding over here is, in the moments right before Yitzchak Avinu is about to begin his own home, he makes himself a promise. And what's the promise? I will not have the rejected child. I will not have a son who will be cast out. My father had a son who was cast out. My father Abraham had Yishmael. He had Yishmael, and he sent away Yishmael. And Yitzchak saw, remember again, Yitzchak Avinu saw that he was a little boy, so he was old enough to see what happened in the home. There's no question that Avinu was born the pain of that dramatic and traumatic decision for the rest of his life. And perhaps what's unfolding over here in the very moments before Yitzchak begins his own home is almost like a pledge to himself. I will not allow this to happen. This will not occur in my family. There will not be one who is accepted and one who is rejected. In my home, everyone will be accepted. There is no child who will be cast out from within my home like there was a child who was cast out from my father's home. He makes this promise to himself, this commitment within his own home. Yes. Yitzchak doesn't know that. Yitzchak, how would Yitzchak know that? Yitzchak, again, is Adam and Sarah were good parents. They did not have major life discussions about their kids. Right? So, again, he has no idea about that conversation. Why would he know about that conversation? So Yitzchak Avinu, again, decides he is not going to have this dynamic in his home. Again, just to be clear, it doesn't mean that Yitzchak Avinu is faulting his father for it. So sometimes people have to do things because they have to get done. It doesn't mean that there's fault. But Yitzchak Avinu saw the pain and trauma that decision caused his father, and the kid Avinu lived with that pain to the end of his life. And he pledges to himself, I'm not going to have that in my life. Why is this important? Because this helps us to understand. Remember, again, let's go all the way back, full circle. Source number one. Now, this whole thing begins to make sense. Yitzchak Avinu was not fooled by his son. Right? He's Yitzchak. Even if you want to say he's a little bit sheltered. Right? Even if you want to say at the end of the day that perhaps again Adam and Sarah were in Rome, and again they cocooned to make the queen of Kedusha. Yitzchak Avinu has been around the block. Right? When you're willing to give your life, and willing to literally go on the altar of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you begin to see life with a certain sense of cloud. Yitzchak Avinu was not duped. He was not duped. But rather, again, Yitzchak Avinu was absolutely unequivocally committed to keeping Yishmael in the home. Yishmael will, Esav, keeping Esav within the home. Esav will not be rejected. I lived through a family that had to expel a child. Yes, who said to do it, certainly said to do it all the right reasons, but sometimes in life, you can do all the right things, but it doesn't mean that there's not a tremendous amount of sin. So Yitzchak Avinu decides, I am going to love Esav. Yitzchak is Esav decided the kid. Yitzchak makes a declaration, I'm going to love this kid even more. I'm going to go out of my way to love him even more. And again, by the way, we often think that because the Pasuk says that he loved Esav, somehow means he didn't love Yaakov. That's a shalom. He loved Yaakov. Of course, he loved Yaakov also. But at the end of the day, he made a conscious decision to keep Esav within the family, to keep Esav within the family. Now, if we were to stop right here, that's beautiful and incredible. Right? Beautiful and incredible. But look what Yitzchak Avinu did. He understood who his son was. He understood what the challenges were. But at the end of the day, he decided that no matter what, I am not going to have a repeat of my father's home. I'm not going to let that happen in my family. The shaila is, and it's beautiful, like I said, when we stop here, a tremendous lesson in parental love. A tremendous lesson about the lengths to which a parent must go in order to keep a family together. But the question is, did it work? Did it work? Now, when you look at the psukim, it seems like it absolutely did work. When Yitzchak Avinu dies, what does the pasuk say? Vayikbaru also, right? Yaakov ve'Esav. And Rashi points out over there, Rashi says, Marame shechazra Esav b'tshuva. Esav b'tshuva. Again, he's saying this very different story, but it sounds like at first glance that it actually worked. But take a look at number 15, and this is incredible. This is from the Sefer Shemon HaTov. He writes, V'yishomar od, v'mashenemar v'ayav Yitzchak Esav, haynu, mishtei tamim. Yitzchak loved Esav for two reasons. Haynu, he said, Haynu tam echad gitzai b'fiv, v'atam sheni ki Rivka haves es Yaakov. V'im ken, yargish Esav es atzmo ki lekupa u'mibli mishi yistabed bo. So this is incredible. Shemon HaTov posits that while Yitzchak was committed ultimately again to keeping Esav within the family, Rivka was committed to ultimately cultivating Yaakov as the heir, the spiritual heir to his father Yitzchak. And so Yitzchak was concerned that as Rivka was grooming Yaakov for this future spiritual inheritance, Esau would feel forgotten and forsaken. So what does Yitzchak do? Yitzchak compensates, he overcompensates by even loving Esau more in order to go ahead and keep Esau within the family. He says, "V'chein nitzat hadin rachin Yitzchak al Esau v'avo so v'zehu rak ava l'malos chesron." So he loved him more, he overcompensated. But why did he overcompensate? Because he thought that maybe Rivka was putting the bulk of her attention towards Yaakov. Well, look what he writes. He says, "Move on. Shava'ava kazos ein lakia." But this type of love never really works. Now, what does this mean? Some things unfolding over the years as follows. Sometimes in life, we are so desperate to believe something. And we are so desperate to go ahead and want things to be a certain way that we create for ourselves this reality. The only problem is that our reality is not real. It's a little bit of cognitive dissonance. I need life to look so nice. But you see this, very often with parents and children, right? Right? Sometimes every teacher knows that there is that parent who will never believe anything negative about your child. Right? Your child will say, "No, not my child. Right? Not your child. Your child maybe has, some type of learning differences that they need to get. It's not my child. Not my child." Right? And again, why? Because sometimes parents are so desperate to believe that life is a certain way, their children are certain. And you see this, by the way, right? Where every parent has this dream for what their family is going to look like. Right? My marriage is going to look like this. My children are going to look like this. My home is going to look like this. And then, beautiful, those dreams are great. And then when actual reality sets in, and suddenly my marriage doesn't look this way. And my kids don't look this way. And my home doesn't look this way. So you have a choice. Choice number one is just pretend that everything does look the way you want it. You could do that, and many people go through life like that. They pretend that everything is exactly perfect, just how they want it, never addressing any of the problems, never addressing any of the difficulties. Or you can accept that the reality that you have may be different than the dreams that you dreamt. And take the reality that you have, embrace it, lean into it, and maximize it. Look what's unfolding over here is that Yitzchak Avinu was so desperate for a cohesive family, and so desperate to avoid that which happened in his own home growing up. One child accepted, one child rejected. That he viewed Esau as something that Esau was not. And that he viewed Esau as a good kid, when in fact, Esau was not a good kid. Esau had a beautiful neshama, there's no question, and Esau had his struggles. But Esau was not who Yitzchak thought he was. And it's not because, I don't think it's because Esau fooled his father, maybe even also, but also Yitzchak fooled himself. Yitzchak was so desperate to go ahead and see his family, create a family that was going to be in a certain surah, and he refused to acknowledge the reality of what was. Now, by the way, I want to point out, remember, what happens in this parsha, the most famous part of the parsha, what happens? What happens is sort of the birthright. Right? Remember again this story. Right? Yaakov buys the birthright from Esau and then masquerades inside. Who tells Yaakov to masquerade? Who tells Yaakov to go and masquerade inside as Esau? Who tells him to do it? His mother. His mother. This story is the most bizarre story in the entire Torah. Right? First of all, let's go. What do you do? Telling the kid to dress up as Esau? Sure, right? And by the way, even if it works, what's the bigger problem with the story? Deception. You also can't steal brachos. Brachos come from Hashem, right? It's like imagine for a moment you're at someone's house, right? On Shabbos night, and they're about to bless their children. And you're a little bit rude. You push the kid out of the way, right? And you go under the father's hands, right? And he goes, "Oh, that's the bracha." No, you didn't. That's not how brachos work. You can't steal brachos. So First says you're right. First says, you know what Rivka is doing? You can't steal brachos. Her verse was trying to show her husband. I'm sorry. The verse says Rivka was trying to show her husband how easily he believes. That's what she was doing. she was showing that with a little bit of dress up, right? Yaakov puts on Esau's clothing and brings in a tray of meat. Suddenly, you think he's Esau. And if Yaakov could dress up and bring you lunch, and you think that he's Esau, then imagine how easy it is for Esau to show you that he's Yaakov. The plan was never to steal the blessings, because you can't steal blessings. Well, the first says, anyways, the first thing, this is a tremendous thing. The first says, Rivka was trying for years to tell her husband that our family is not the way you think it is. And our family is not the way you wish it to be. And our family is not the way you desire it to be. It's just not that way. And Yitzhak refused to listen to her. He refused. Until she finally had to resort to this ruse, to this plan, to show her husband how easily he really can be deceived. He was put why? Because Yitzchak was so desperate for this vision of his son. Vayitze Yitzchak be'er lachayoi. Vayitze Yitzchak, Yitzchak baba be'er lachayoi. Vayitze Yitzchak lasuach basada. Esau, the king, rejected the child, and he was not going to have it. So he convinces himself not going to have it to the point that he convinced himself of a reality that was not real. He convinced himself that his son was a particular person who he was not. And by the way, it was to Esau's detriment. It was to Esau's detriment. It was to Yitzchak's detriment. Because perhaps had Yitzchak been honest with himself about who Esau was, perhaps there could have been other forms of intervention. Perhaps there could have been other forms of interaction. But Yitzchak Avinu was so set on convincing himself that his family was going to be a certain way that he just couldn't see the reality or what it was. And perhaps this is the lesson that Torah is coming to teach us. And it's a multifaceted lesson. The lesson by our own families. Are we able to see our marriages for what they are? Are we able to see our children for who they are? Or do we get so hung up on what we want things to be that we refuse to see them as they are? Do we create for ourselves this cognitive dissonance? This is my marriage. No, that's not. It's not good. The marriage has many challenges and many issues, but you can pretend they're not there, but they're not going anywhere. It's only going to get worse. No, this is my child. My child is perfect. Child is not perfect. And if you don't address the imperfections now, they will only amplify and become even more challenging as time goes on. But it's not just true in our marriage and our children, it's true in ourselves as well. Right? So how many of us walk around life ignoring the shortcomings, the frailties, and ultimately the mistakes that we made? Because often it's just too painful to deal with. So instead of dealing with all of my stuff, I just create an alternative reality in which everything is great, everything is fine. What problems? No problems. What's broken? Nothing's broken. Everything's fine. Or we do it better. What else do? We go and we construct alternative theologies. And Hashem Shofar also brings out, first says, he says the difference between not just being idolatry and Yiddishkeit, idolatry and monotheism is, he says in Judaism, we make ourselves in God's image. Idolatry is to make God into your image. Idolatry essentially is like this. You begin by identifying what do you want to do? What do you want to do? No problem. After you decide what you want to do, now create a theology around the things you want to do. It's fantastic. Exactly, right? Because no one wants to live outside of the parameters of law. There's a difference in Judaism. I don't get to make the rules. I conform myself to God's rules. Idolatry, make your own rules and just adapt them to the lifestyle you want. How many of us go through life like that? Right? I know that there are things in my lifestyle that are flawed, that are not right. I know there are things that I'm doing that are just not correct. But instead, I'm just going to create for myself, whatever it is, a different theology, a different hashkafa, a different approach that justifies the things that I want to do. And it's happy. I'm just living a different, I'm just part of a different mindset, part of a different theology. Deep down, it's not true. Deep down, I know that the things that I'm doing, the life that I'm leading, is not to the level that I can be performing. But we often just deceive ourselves, delude ourselves, create these alternative realities for ourselves because sometimes the truth is just a bit too difficult and a bit too painful to really encounter. Perhaps that's the lesson of the story. Many different lessons. Many different lessons. A lesson of unconditional love for every single child, absolutely. A lesson ultimately again in not playing favorites because it never goes well. A lesson ultimately again, a parent has to make sure that every child feels loved and supported by them. But also a lesson about being honest with ourselves. It is so easy to create the ultimate vision for what I want out of every aspect and pretend that my life conforms to all of those visions. The problem is at some point in time, everything does come crumbling down. This Avinu has that moment. When does he have that moment? After Yaakov, quote unquote, gets the brachas and then leaves, Esau comes in. Right? Esau comes in. Esau says, "Come on, get up, my father. Gee, I brought you lunch." Okay, Yitzchak Avinu says, "Who are you? Who are you?" This is an Esau. And remember, what does the Torah say? Vayechara Yitzchak halon legido. Yitzchak Avinu was filled with great fear. Right? Because everything I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I did Esau for someone who he was not. Instead of engaging in ability with who he was, and not being afraid, maybe there will be a rejection. Right? Maybe because remember again, to a certain degree, that is the paradigm. There's a Yitzchak and there's a Yishmael. Yitzchak continues, Yishmael sent away. There wasn't Yaakov and there wasn't Esau. Yitzchak Avinu was so set on believing things were going to be a certain way that he would not allow himself to see the reality. Well, reality presents itself to anyone and everyone at a certain point. You can only run from reality for so long. Yitzchak Avinu has that moment of truth, that moment of clarity, when it set in. Vayachara Yitzchak halon. It was a tremendous moment. Maybe I didn't expect it. Maybe I didn't relate to that. Maybe I was so convinced in seeing things a certain way that I was unable to see things for what they were. A tremendous lesson for us to bring to our lives as well. Whether it's in our relationships, whether it's with our children, or whether it's in our own lives. Do we see ourselves? Do we see our spouse? Do we see our relationships? Do we see our children? For who and what they really are? Are we so caught up in the way we want things to be that we're not actually able to see them for how they are? And the more that we resist that temptation to see, or we resist that fear of seeing things for how they are, the less equipped we are to make good and informed decisions for ourselves and for others in life, and the more ill-equipped we are to become the best version of ourselves. Reality comes for everyone. And everyone has that Vayachara Yitzchak halon legido. We have to find the strength to be able to see ourselves, our children, our marriage, and our lives for what they truly are. And even if there's a little bit of disappointment, because maybe my life is not the way I wanted it to be. And maybe my life is not the way I envisioned it. And when you have that moment, it is. It's disappointing. It's deflating. But it's also empowering. Because in that moment, you're able to embrace and acknowledge your reality. That's the moment where you're able to affect real, incredible, and profound. I just stop here for today, and then next time we'll pick up the next again. So hopefully we'll get back a little bit to Tehillim as well. And just
It's about charity for human
What in the fuck?
I'll say good morning. It was a tremendous host. Able to continue in our
I'm gonna
beautiful
take a
journey
whiz.
together. Apologize that I can't be with you in person, but Hashem, at least we're able to learn to be together.
Why can't you be with me in person?
We are coming up on Chaf days 20B. I have a studio of Shlomo Hanala, Amrei Shlachim, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. Amrei Shlachim, the Shlachim said it's off. Malach Shlomo Elohim, the beginning of Shlomo Hanala, his communion, his monarchical reign was so vast that he ruled over the Shamayim, right? Even the Elyonim, which means even the Malachim. Obviously, the Rebbeinu Shalom controls everything in the world, but the idea that Shlomo Hanala had this shlichting, had this level of dominion, even across Shlomo suffered a setback. Remember again, he came on his driveway. I will say good morning. There's your tremendous host. To be able to continue in our beautiful journey in Second Sanhedrin together.
You little bitch. Very good point. I can give that points. Quit with this bullshit. This is the worst.
All right, Joe, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by
Jam to the host.
For this morning,
Jam to the Rabbi. Jam to the Rabbi. Jam to the Rabbi. Jam to the Yeshiva. Yo, this is the worst.
For dedicating all the Shurim and Joshua this year as his hosts from Source Torah and Yisrael, Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, the Kilman Mishpacha, in memory of Amit Ben David Levi Zichron Yivracha. Our week of learning sponsors Zevi and Shoshi Daniel Levi Nishmas, Zevi's father, Yitzchak Yisrael Ben Rafal Noach Zichron Yivracha, whose yard site is on Zion Teves. You obtain on the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sad and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those in the Full Shav and Kedel, Kol Choli Yisrael. The Bosham should bring our hostages home, B'Shalom and B'Kar, which will allow our holy. Soldiers to be successful. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Continuation of incredible Gemara. Hopefully, we're going to try to finish the parak in Mirz Hashem. We are picking up today's daf is Chaf base 42. We are picking up in Mirz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on base 21b. at the last two dots on the page. The Kosev Sefer Torah L'Shmo. One of the first things that a king has to do upon assuming the throne is that he has to go ahead and write a Sefer Torah. Tana. Actually, it's not a Shalabosa. So the Gemara says what's important to understand over here is the king Dafka has an obligation to write his own Torah, and he cannot content himself with the Sefer Torah that he has from his father. So let's say his father was a king also, or his father wasn't a king.
This thing is the worst. Back.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Let us begin.
GM to the host. GM to the co-host.
All right, Rabbi, good morning.
GM to the Rabbi.
Let
GM
us
to the Gabbai.
begin
GM to
by
the
thanking
Yeshiva.
all of our sponsors for
Jews?
this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tolson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shumer Troshos this year as a zichus for Visoros Tovos to all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Habavin, Ratel Bashmol Rabin Karabkin, nation of the Yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karabkin, Lipa Ben Yecheskel, Akoin Zichron Lebracha, and our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Haley Lichtenman, Eli Rishmas, Haley's mother, Rachel, Leah, Bas, Ruben, Mayor, Zichron Lebracha, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Sham Sad and Aliyah, the families in the Chulot. Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and Emir Hashem, our homeless soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedech. With that, let us begin. First of all, tremendous shkoyach and mazel tov to everyone who participated in the seal last night. Again, a very special thank you to the Goldberger family for hosting what was just a beautiful and inspiring and elegant and delicious and uplifting Dariashis and Baruchnius Maimet. And Hashem should be zochet to celebrate many beautiful and holy and spiritual accomplishments together. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Dalet, a really fascinating daf ahead of us today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel Base. We made good headway yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to reorient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's daf was really quite fascinating and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our Mishnah. One of the things that we strived to accomplish was to assign authorship. The way to give our attention to right now is that the Mishnah is reflective of the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the Mishnah refers is Malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So if I could, you might then say, here is the only problem that created. Because remember again, Rabbi Yochanan is the opinion that, now again, the other thing that comes out of our Mishnah based on that is that Rabbi Yishmael holds, Lav she'ein b'maisa mokin alof. Again, that was one of the major takeaways of our Mishnah. That even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus to that. What was the problem? The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. That's Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. That one of the conditions dispelled Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of an issue for us. What was the issue? Rabbi Yochanan holds that's not like a Stam Mishnah, which means our Mishnah is a Stam Mishnah. That should be so. Which means that according to our Mishnah, based on that, the halacha is Lav she'in b'maisa in mokin alof. Okay, so whatever you fill in the blank, right? The Kaidimant example that the Gemara often used for Lav she'in b'maisa was Kaidimant example. No, sir. Right? That's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? The Kabbalah Pesach, I leave over Kabbalah Pesach, I don't go ahead and I plot you to tribute that. That's one of the examples. And if Rashi in Mamaisa, you get knocked. So Rabbi Yochanan follows our Stam Mishnah. The problem is Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, Lav she'in b'maisa in lokin Allah. So therefore, what we're trying to figure out is how do you align those two shittos? How do you align those two shittos of Rabbi Yochanan? To which we pick up with our Gemara. The Gemara says, Elo, hi stama ashkaf. It's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another stam mishnah, and that other stam mishnah supports this approach of lav she'in b'maisa ein lokin alav. Okay, what's the other stam mishnah? Here we go. Shvua shelo ochal, kitazu, shvua shelo ochlena, va'achal. So let's say, here we go. So first he goes ahead and says like this: two shvuos that I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Now, again, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case in Eretz Hashed on Chaf Aleph Amud Aleph. So in a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the Shvuah intricacies of this case, because remember, it seems like duplicative Shvuahs, but the way Shvuahs work, we'll see, is there's a whole discussion about Shvuah, Chal al Shvuah. Can one Shvuah devolve upon another Shvuah? We're not going to get into that now. The point over here is I'm making what appears to be two Shvuahs on the same loaf. Two Shvuahs on the same loaf. So I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? La'akla. I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes no matter how many precautions you take not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So say, what's talach? On top of daled medaled, eno chayiv ela achas. I'm only chayiv once. Now what's the pshat that goes into Rashi? Eno chayiv ela achas, Rashi says, so again, Rashi gives us a little bit of the mechanics over here. Because since once I made that first shvuah, which was shvuah shelo ochal kikarzu, I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that shvuah, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. So I said, this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this sugya together. So listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shvuah works, the kikar of the loaf becomes prohibited to me. All right, fine. Now when I make the second shvuah actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, Havile mishpa l'kayim is hamitzvah. And we'll say essentially that second shvuah is you swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something that you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath and you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? Rashi puts over the Gemara. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah in this context simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'maisa, that shvuah doesn't devolve upon you. Therefore, the violation of that shvuah also doesn't generate liability. Also, we're going to have a lot of fun with this case. And when I say fun, I mean like legitimate, good, kosher fun. Right? So I say, so everybody's looking for outfits like that. I say, so again, I'll give you just a perfect example. And this needs to become very interesting. I swear I'm putting on film today. And for some reason, I don't put on film today, chas v'shalom. So what happens to that? So what basically what the Gemara is saying over here is essentially, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shvuah has no room to like vest. You know, it has no room to take hold because I'm what's called mushba va'omed. I'm already obligated. So and therefore again, because I'm already obligated, the shvuah effectively is meaningless. And not necessarily meaningless like shvuah's shav or like that we saw in yesterday's daf, right? But the idea is that it has no room to take hold. So therefore again, plugging it into this loaf case, I swear I'm not eating this loaf. Okay. After that shvuah, essentially, what's my relationship to the loaf of bread? What's my relationship to the kikar? Can't have it. And I know I cannot have it. There's a mitzvah for me not to eat it, right? Because I took a shvuah. There's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Whether it's a shvuah or a neder, right? So therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath and I say, Shvuah shelo ochlena, I swear I won't eat it, essentially it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what? I eat it, in other words, I violate it, how many times am I chayiv? Only once, because again, I'm chayiv for the first shvuah, not chayiv for the second shvuah. Okay, beautiful. And I've also said, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful and holy information. This is what's the most exciting about Shas, right? This isn't even like our primary topic right now, but the Gemara often like drops like breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it, And you'll see that when we get to Chaf Aleph here in a couple weeks, when we get to this Sugya, we will already be armed with so much beautiful information. Now, why is this important for us? So Yeshua's Bitui, Shechayav Al Zidon Makas, Val Shigagasa, Chavar Ola Viola. And Yeshua says, this is the paradigmatic example of Shuas Bitui. So remember again, Shuas Bitui, that's the Shvua. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shvuas, because we really spent the bulk of the Mishnah dealing with Tiferet Para. But the Gemara says now here, this is the paradigmatic example of a Shuas Bitui. Remember, what is the Shuas Bitui? A declarative oath. A declarative oath, where I make a declarative, definitive statement. So the Gemara says this is the example of a Shuas Bitui, where if I unintentionally violate it, I'm chayiv malchus, and if I intentionally violate it, I'm chayiv a carbon ola diore. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf, I end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally, malchus. Intentionally, carbon ola diore. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, the Gemara makes a very interesting deal. Zoe the chayav razor malchus. Like this case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shuas Bitui, I am chayiv malchus. What can you infer from here? Aval ochal, the lo achal, lo lucky. So let's say if you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is a lav sheyesh b'maisa, right? So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it, and I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I ate the loaf. That's the case of Shuas Bitui, where ultimately, again, intentional violation, carbon all the good. Interesting. That's the case. What if you flipped it? Right? I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf, and I don't eat the loaf. It sounds like based on this, that what? That I would not be in violation of malchus. No, actually, I would not be in violation of the Shua, and therefore, by unintentional violation, I would not be chayiv malchus. I would not be chayiv malchus. Now, we'll say, now why not? Well, based on why wouldn't I be chayiv malchus for that? Why not? Because the pashtos, that's a lav she'im b'maisa. Because failure to eat the loaf, okay, got it, I'm in violation of the shua, but it's a passive violation. It's a lav she'im b'maisa. So because it's a lav she'im b'maisa, ultimately, again, I don't get malchus. Now we'll say, what do we just see over here? Okay, Avi Fogel, you see next to Joe Markovich over there? One of the holiest Jews in Baltimore, right? He's, good, you got this? Excellent, good. Joe, you have any problems, or you don't like the shear, you don't like the coffee, you go to Avi. All right, he's your guy. All right. So the Gemara says as follows. Or Jeremy last week. Did you remember Jeremy Eretz Yisrael, right? Well, no, you didn't do anything. Wasn't Joe your Kablusa in Eretz Yisrael? Oh, Michael, right. That's Mike, right, sorry. Right, okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, Salach al-Maisa. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? A stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, a stam Mishnah that says, Lav she'ein b'maisa, ein lokin alav. That's what's happening over here. Incredible. So here it is. Rabbi Yochanan has now a Lav she'ein b'maisa, a stam Mishnah, Lav she'ein b'maisa, and you get malchus. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Nifty. So when I say hi, so therefore I will say it sounds like at least for this moment the Gemara is in perfect harmony. So look what we have. We've got attribution of our Mishnah to Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael happens to hold Lav she'im b'maisa, lokin alav. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that Rabbi is a stam Mishnah, but hold Lav she'im b'maisa, ain't lokin alav. So what does Rabbi Yochanan do with the fact that our stam Mishnah says lokin alav? No problem. Rabbi Yochanan is talking about the stam Mishnah. So Rabbi Yochanan got his stam Mishnah, Rabbi Yishmael's got his stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. The Gemara says, okay, Mishti, high stomach. My chassid now the Gemara is faced with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two stam Mishnayos that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a stam Mishnah. Right? The whole concept of a stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnayos with one attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then halacha l'maisa, how does that work? So you want to Yichi, high stomach, high stomach. So therefore again, Shavuos, like the Mishnah over the end Shavuos, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My cousin, the Ovid Ki high stomach, the Ovid Ki high stomach. I don't understand. Now the girls really asking much more, even on Rabbi Yochanan. Like, Rabbi Yochanan, how do you know? Rabbi Yochanan says the halacha is a Stam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan, how do you know that the halacha is a Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why not say the halacha is a Stam Mishnah on Shavuos that pays without it? In which case again, the Stam Mishnah over here says that Shem Amai. So look at Allah. I don't. So we kasha. He wants to say it's a more global question. Don't make this about Rabbi Yochanan. This isn't about Rabbi Yochanan. We're the Taneh. Rabbi Gufei Haki Stam Lon Haki V'Haka Haki. Now you want to ask a severe question, Rabbi. Listen, this is like big. Now we're kicking this all the way up the chain over here. Rabbi, how did you, Rabbi Yudanasi, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory Stam Mishnahs? Right, what's it? This is not a Rabbi Yochanan issue. This is a Rabbi issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codifying two Stam Mishnayos that give us two opposite conclusions? So what's this incredible? And this, I want to tell you what's happening right in front of us over here. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, every Gemara is a historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara is highlighting the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, everyone holds it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos which yield two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How did you do that? How does that make sense? Two words once again before Allah, Meikara Savar, Lachshim Amaisalok Yarab. The stomach or the sasma. This is what happened. This is incredible. Originally, Rabbi thought that the halacha was Lachshim Amaisalok Yarab. Incredible. Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was a Lachshim Amaisalok Yarab. Like Rabbi Shmuel, like the Mishnah that we had in the beginning of Shavuos based on the Dallas. Then what happens? Bahadar Savar, he looked at Allah Sasma, and later on, he changed his mind. And he said ultimately again, Lav Shin Bomaisa, Ein Mokin Allah, and therefore he made a second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? The Mishnah Rozazan in Koma. But the Mishnah did not move from its place. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says that the Mishnah Rozazan in Koma, the Mishnah Rishona, Afa Pusha Chazabal. Even though Rabbi himself changed his mind and ultimately again did not hold like that first Mishnah. The first one is our Mishnah in Shavuos, right? That we get on Beis Midal. That Lav Shein B'Maisa, Mokin Allah. So Rabbi changed his mind. Nevertheless, Me'achar Shepashta B'Rov HaTalmidim Lo Yochlos B'Golo She'acha Rabbi B'Shiva Chamipihem U'Levat B'Midei Sametrish. It was already ingrained. It was already learned. And once it was already learned, ultimately again it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. And ultimately, therefore, both Mishnayos remain. And the mask, again, if you understand, right, and you're following the Gemara, you're paying attention, so you'll recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is the authoritative one, i.e., the one that says, La Shein Bomaisa Ein Mokin Allah. You'll understand that's authoritative. And ultimately, again, it trumps the first one. Incredible. So I'll say there's so many fascinating things that have come out over here. So one of us says, the power, here, Rabbi wanted to redact it, but he couldn't. It was already ingrained. So let's say you see over here, by the way, just the danger of it, again, like lahavdil, but you just understand that what I think is the most rehearsal of this, lahavdil, the danger of reinforcing negative behaviors. Right? How sometimes in life I know that something is wrong. But yet I keep on doing it over and over and over. And we know this. We all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, even though consciously I know that it's not the right thing to do, the more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes. And the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to quote unquote forget it. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop it. It's such a tremendous musar haskell, which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to it. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes. The more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. Incredible. That's musar number one. Let's go to Musar, which is one of my favorite pieces of musar the Gemara tells us so often, is that halacha l'maisa, it's okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become ingrained and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over, and we close ourselves off to the possibility of change. The possibility that, you know what, I can think differently, I can behave differently, I can act differently, I can become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Gemara gives us this is Rabbi Huda Hanassi. He literally codified a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time later on, I don't know chronology, I don't know the timeline, but at some point later on, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind, and it's okay to change yourself. And it's okay, we have so much invested in the personalities that we create, that we put, and then we have those pinnacle moments where I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me through the next stages. But we're so vested in it that we can't find the courage to change. If Rabbi could do it, so can we. Let's go back there. So once the Rabbi came to Rabbi Shalom, so I say, so now let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Yishmael, right, which meant two things. Number one, Lav She'in B'Maisa is Mokin Above. But what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Yishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon, right? Because you remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Yishmael is that Rabbi Yishmael was the one who said that by a shvuah, by shvuah's bitui, you're not chayiv for future shvuahs, you're only chayiv for past tense shvuahs. The problem is it didn't sting with the Mishnah. So the way we reconcile that was to say what? Rabbi Yishmael says you're not chayiv a carbon, no carbon already for future shvuahs, but you're chayiv malchus. Okay? So now we've established the Mishnah as the author is Rabbi Yishmael, and ultimately again the punishment that we're dealing with over here is malchus. So the Gemara says, so that's the case. Now to Rabbi Yishmael u'le malchus, maros nidra my malchus sikach. Here's the issue. What malchus do you have by tzaras? I understand malchus by some of the other cases. How do you come up with a malchus case? What can you do by tzaras that will make you liable to malchus? The code says Rabbi Avin. So I'm saying to be a case of where a person cuts off his blemish. Right? I have something on my skin, and again, I'm not sure, is it tzaras, is it not tzaras, and I cut it off. That act of tzaras, removal in and of itself is a lot. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Avin, Rabbi Eli, Komakum Shinamar, Hishamer, Pen Ba'al, Inu Elolo Sasa. Whenever you see the lashon of Hishamer, Pen, and Al, that's wording that tells you there's a lot. So listen, so the Torah says, Hishamer Benega Tzaras, which literally means be careful with tzaras. What does it mean be careful with tzaras? It's Gemara's understanding over here to mean if you have a tzaras lesion, or I say if you have a lesion that may be tzaras or it is tzaras, you may not cut it off. You might think that like I'm just going to go to my local plastic surgeon for laser tzaras removal, right? So that's an issue that I saw. You're not allowed to do tzaras, and therefore getting Gemara suggests positive stuff. Doing so ultimately again would be malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos my malchus. So the Gemara says, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, I want to say, in order to make this whole attribution of the Mishnah work according to the Yishmael, you need to come up with malchus in all of the cases, not just by shvuas. Right? So again, so now I've got malchus by tzaras. What Malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos, right? Remember again, what's the case of Shabbos, case of Hotzah? 2 cases of moving an item from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, and 2 more cases of moving an item from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So what's the Malchus in that case? So the Gemara says, I don't understand. La Shenita Laz Haretz Misas Beis Din. This remember, this is Misas Beis Din, right? This is a law that ultimately is potentially punishable by death penalty. So called La Shenita Laz Haretz Misas Beis Din. The general rule is that any law that is punishable by Misas Beis Din generally does not get Malchus. So what's the Malchus case by Shabbos? To which the Gemara says, Mishum Haki Kamot Minar to Rabbi Yishmael, Yo'amar Lav Shenita Laz Haretz Misas Beis Din. Looking about, fascinating. Who knew? That Yishmael happens to know that even a law that is punishable by a Misas Beis Din is so subject to Malchus. So by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that Yishmael has a lot of these very interesting shittas, right? Lav She'en Bo Ma'isa, Lokin Allah. Lav Shenita Laz Haretz Misas Beis Din, right? A law that is punishable by a death penalty, Lokin Allah. Okay, fascinating. Ha Lav Haki. So once the Gemara says Ha Lav Haki. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer for all of these questions, what would you say? Kaima Rabbi Akiva. You would have said it from the Rabbi Akiva. And we'll say, what was the problem? Remember, according to why did we shift it from Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa. There is for in the Tuma case. Remember, what was Rabbi Akiva's issue? Rabbi Akiva said there's only liability in the case of helam Tuma. Only in the case where you go ahead and you forget that you're tamei and then enter into the mikdash or consume kodesh. Rabbi Akiva said there is no case of what? Forgetting kodesh or forgetting the mikdash, and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore again the Mishnah couldn't align with Rabbi Akiva. Now the Gemara says, well, it's not for the fact that we're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Yishmael, we would have gone with Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says, here's the problem, Kashi Yidios. That's not true. That's not true because again, remember, how can you align Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? You just mentioned that Rabbi Akiva only holds of Helam Torah. He doesn't hold of Helam Mikdash V'Kadasha. To which the Gemara says, Amrit, Rabbi Yishmael Yi Ulam Malchus. Rabbi Akiva Nami Ulam Malchus. No, you can do the same thing. The same way that you set up the Mishnah, right? Let's say, remember again, there's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again, how did we make the Mishnah work? The way the Mishnah works is according to Yishmael, and it's dealing with a case of Malchus and not a case of Karban. That's what even according to Yishmael will hold that Shvuas B'Toy, you only chayiv for past tense, not chayiv for future. We said, it means you're not chayiv a Karban. The even Yishmael would agree that if you make a Shvuas B'Toy future tense, you're chayiv Malchus. You're chayiv Malchus. So why can't you say the same thing about Rabbi Akiva, by Tumah? Rabbi Akiva holds that ultimately you're chayiv a Karban in a case of Tumah, where there's a lapse of awareness about the Tumah itself, but even in the case where you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, he would still agree that what? That Shari is Chayiv Malchus. So sounds Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva with Malchus. Yes, Gemara says, so Rabbi Akiva not even Malchus. Here's the problem. If that's the case, by the way, that the whole Mishnah is talking about Malchus, if that's what we're talking about over here, Yedios, then why does it use the lashon ultimately again of Yedios Hatuma? It should say instead what? Hasros. Yedia, I will say Yedia, that lashon of like lapse of awareness seems much more consonant when we're dealing with carbonic liability. But if at the end of the day I'm dealing over here with Malchus, then it should say Hasra, a warning. You must follow Kashya. Tnan Yedios Dahasros. Okay. Interesting. The way to read the Mishnah is not just Yedios, but Yedios Dahasros. All right. Ihati Stein Shein Arba. Tartu Ihati. But if that's the case, there aren't really 4 cases. It's just 2 cases, as we mentioned before. Rashi says, or it's the last Rashi, last short line. Rashi is Tartu Ihati. The Malchus Elohim Kiris Kiras Atuma Kodesh Oes Atuma Bahamikdash the Tarti with the Ika Malchus the Kodesh Umalchus Lamikdash. So the word says there's really only 2 cases there, right? Because remember again, in order to be chayiv for Malchus, you have to have a hasra. Right? In order to have a hasra, there has to be a foreknowledge before and without the summa. So there's not 4 cases, there's really only 2 cases. In which the word says Vesu as Sheish for Yedia B'Tkiva Yedia V'Sofa Halam Beis Sayim Ha'alama L'Malchus Ma'abeite. Furthermore, they also just the way the Mishnah is structured, right? The Mishnah's case of Tumah. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lapse of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. They will say, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness, right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong, you get the warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapses, there's no this, there's no hell. That's all the shonos. That's all wording and verbiage that would be used by carbonic liability. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, again, I want to say it's important to understand the Mishnah doesn't make the explicit mention of a carbon olaviole. Right, so to go ahead and set up all of these cases like Malchus seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the way the actual text of the Mishnah itself reads. To which the Gemara says, you're right. So let's say, so now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot, a little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes is we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Yishmael. Cracks began to develop in that Talmudic facade. Right? And the Gemara tried to reintroduce Rabbi Akiva, to which to really understand the Gemara really says, in essence, it doesn't work according to either of them. Because according to either Rabbi Yishmael or Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to those opinions is how? Is the Maisa to go ahead and set it up that is dealing with Malchus. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really read that way. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Tim Tara for sure, and certainly it sounds like Bashmuz also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, we'll say a new pivot. We'll say, by the way, there's a tremendous amount of hospital on this also. Sometimes, you see, what was the Gemara trying to do? And this is quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So we'll say, and you do this all the time in life, right? In other words, I have a certain opinion, I have a certain halach, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Hey, sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own ideas, isms, outlooks, shitas, hashkafas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. So that's what just happened over here. The Gemara tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really work for the whole Mishnah. Therefore, here we go. Rabbi Yosef, here it is. Rabbi Yosef says today, Rabbi, the truth is, the author of our Mishnah, okay, this is not a finish, is Rabbi. And let's say I watch this. V'nosivli aliba detanoi. Rabbi is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The Yedios, Nosiv Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to Yedias Atoma, right, he holds like Rabbi Shmuel. Then once Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of Tuma liability. What are the two cases? Either where I forget that I'm Tameh, and I enter into the Mikdash, or consume Kodesh, or I remember that I'm Tameh, but I forget that it's the Beis HaMikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. And the Shavuos, when it comes to Shavuos, Nostav like Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, you're getting hold of Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, what does Rabbi Akiva hold? Rabbi Akiva holds that Shavuos Bitui is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. Because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, he'll hold like Rabbi Shmuel, beautiful, and in the case of Shavuos Bitui, he'll hold like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Amar Rashi, I'm used to Shmei Tekamei Rav Kahana, so I said this already from Rav Kahana, but Amar Li, Lo Dima Rebbe Nasav La'aliba Detanoi, Elelo Svirale, Ela Rebbe Tame B'nafshe Mefarish. So it's easy, I kind of just added on an interesting nature over here. Don't think that Rebbe was only going ahead and simply espousing other people's opinions, but he himself didn't hold that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening here, Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. but that's also because this was Rebbe's personal position. Right? In other words, Rebbe's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rebbe himself is also espousing his own opinion through the Mishnah, because Rebbe himself holds like Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shulas Bitui, and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. The Gemara says, "Tisanya minayin shein chayiv ela ashiyish b'yediyah v'tchila b'yediyah b'sov b'yisayin." How do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only chayiv a carbon over the yored if there was Tumah awareness in the beginning, then you forgot that you were tummy. Forgot that you were tummy. Or by the way, I will say, when I say forgot that you were tummy, or remember that you were tummy, entering into the Mikdash, how do I know that in the case of Tumah liability for carbon over the yored, there's awareness, lapse of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? Talulomar, the ne'alam shnei pam di Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, sources the ne'alam twice. Ne'alam twice. Rabbi says, no, you don't even need that. You don't need that, Rush. I'll tell you why. Harehu Omer, the Pasuk says, most of the days, Harehu Omer, the ne'alam. So the Pasuk says, the ne'alam. Literally, again, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? Michlam b'yoda. Right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know it. So Rabbi says like this. The Pasuk is talking about someone who knew that they were tummy. They knew that they were tummy, and then they forgot their tumah. Right? So therefore, the word v'ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. Right? I knew, then I forgot. V'hu yada, but then the Pasuk also says, and he knew. So if you notice, by the way, what's happening over here, awareness is really mentioned twice, right? So interesting, from the word v'ne'elam, and he forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the Pasuk also says he knew. He knew. So the Gemara says, Hare kan shtei yidios. There's two awarenesses over here. En came ma kamur lomar v'ne'elam. So ultimately, again, if there are two awarenesses over here, then why does the Pasuk need to indicate? Why does the Pasuk need to say forgot twice? The ne'elam was forgotten from him twice. L'chayiv al helam tumah v'al helam mikdash. Beautiful. To teach us, says Rabbi, that there's two different types of lapses that can generate tumah liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was tummy. I knew that I was tummy. I forgot that I was tummy. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, entered into the base of Mikdash, or B, consumed kachu. Then afterwards, what happened? I remembered, right? I remembered that I was tummy, and therefore I did all the things, covered all over the already. And then there's a second case. What's the second case? I remembered that I was tummy. Never forgot that I was tummy. I forgot that I was entering into the Mikdash, or I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what it is that I did. So Rav says, therefore, what do you see from here? These are the two pieces of Rabbi. Now, this is Rabbi himself. Right? This is Rabbi himself. But just when putting together the Mishnah, Rabbi finds a Tana. Right? Rabbi finds a Tana, ultimately, who holds this same way. Who was the Tana who held this way? And Rabbi Akiva. This is Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva held this way. And therefore, all of Kana is coming along and saying is, see, the way Rabbi Yosef made it sound is Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and when setting up the Mishnah, Rabbi found different Tanaim who held different ways. Rav Kana is just saying, by the way, just understand, it's not just that Rabbi found other Tanos. These other Tanos also hold the same way that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi himself, his own personal shita, was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah, and therefore then there's Tumah liability both for forgetting your Tumah status, as well as forgetting that it was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. Shavuos. So we'll say, so again, what about in the case of Shavuos? Now remember again, what did we say before? Who does Rabbi hold like in the case of Shavuos? Who does he hold like? Rabbi Akiva. Right, because remember again, Rabbi Akiva holds that by Shavuos Bitui, the chayiv both of what? Whether the Shavuos is in future tense, right? Ochal, Vishalo Ochal, or past tense, Achalti, Vishalo Achalti. Now, Rav Kahn is suggesting that he himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shavuos is the time of the Nashim Nalon. From where do you see that Rabbi, right there, this is Rabbi's personal position as well. Svarahu, ultimately, again, it's a Svara. Okay, apparently it's Svara. What does that mean? Mishnah Afinos, where espouses a different Lashon. Ashkefan Yediyus, the Savalak Rabbi Shmuel, the Shavuos, the Savalak Rabbi Akiva, Minalon. Svarahu, so we'll say it's a Svara. Right? It's a Svara that Rabbi himself holds this way, that by Shavuos Bitui, not only again for past tense Shavuos, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean? It's a Svara. So Rabbi Akiva might kind of come a kind of Shavar. So we'll say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold that Shechayim for a past tense Shavuot? Why is that? The Darish Riboy Umehidei. Okay, so we'll say, here into this. We're going to see that, now, here's what's interesting. It appears, based on the way the Gemara is going now, and again, this is also in the Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shavuos Bitui is actually future-oriented, right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shavuot is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat, okay? The drasha is really, because remember, that's how the Mishnah explains, Stein, Shein, Arba, the two biblically paradigmatic cases, Shavuos Bitui, were future-oriented Shavuos, which then yielded the second two, which were what? Past tense, right? Shavuos Sha'akal, Shavuos Shelo Achalti. Now watch this. Where does Rabbi Akiva get all of this from? The Darshans Riboy Umehidei. I will say, I think this is really exciting because remember, this gets to the core of what we call our exegetical principles. Remember again, they will say there are different mechanisms through which one can darshan psukim of the Torah. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which exegetical principle you want to use, right? That's not us. Halavai, that's what gets you up in the morning, right? Tzachisa, right? But Lamaisa, again, what we're talking about over here is these psukim are darshan through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Tanoim had different misolas. They had different traditions from their Rabbi and going back all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu about how to darshan different psukim. Rabbi Akiva ultimately again darshan through Riboy Umehidei. Okay, now and we're going to see how this plays out in just a moment. Rabbi Nami Darish Riboy Umehidei. And Rabbi also generally use that same exegetical principle. So because Rabbi Akiva used Riboy Umehidei, and because Rabbi Akiva used Riboy Umehidei, and Rabbi also used Riboy Umehidei, it is logical to say that Rabbi held like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on the bones here. There we go. Rabbi Omer. So first, just an example over here of how Rabbi darshans Riboy Umehidei. Okay, here we go. Desanya. Rabbi Omer, Bakol Polzin Bakar Adam Put Minashtaris. Be very interesting. Rabbi said, Pidyon Bakar. Right? The halacha is firstborn son has sanctity, and the halacha is what's called Pidyon Aben. Pidyon Aben. What's the process of Pidyon Aben? I go to the Kohen, I give the Kohen, right? I give the Kohen, or the Kohen asks me, what do you want to do? Do you want the kid to retain his future? Do you want to redeem him? Do you want to redeem his firstborn sanctity? If I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, I could transfer the sanctity on to 5 slot. So one says follows. The one says already holds. You can redeem your firstborn child on anything with the exception of documents. So what does it mean documents? Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Reuben owes me 5 slot. So I have a loan document, and again, the loan document is worth a debt of 5 slot. So I say to the Kohen, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document, in lieu of actual cash, and you'll use that. So Rabbi says it doesn't work. You can repoke it pretty much with anything except the document. Rabbanan say, Bakol Polzin Bachar Adam Chutz Me'avodim Shtaras V'Karkos. Rabbanan say, in general, you can redeem a firstborn with anything, with the exception of slaves, shtaros documents, and karka. So we'll say, what's the machlokes over here? My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Darish Riboy Umehidei. Rabbi in general, Darshans are Riboy Umehidei. What's the Umehidei? Here we go. We'll say, Upidu Yad Ibn Chodesh. So we'll say the pasuk says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, Pidu Yad is a Riboy. which means pretty much you can redeem him with what? With what? With anything. With anything. Okay, so the Gemara says, but then it says again with the value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim, miyat. That's a miyot, right? Again, I will say, riboy means, right? Again, like being marba, you're including everything. Now here there's a miyot that is 5 shkalim of silver, right? 5 silver shkalim. That's a miyot. Tifta, and then it says he shall be redeemed. That's a riboy again. Chazav a riba. So what do I have over here in this pasuk? Riba umiyet riba. So there's a riboy, right? There's a riboy. Pidiyav. There's a miyet. There's a miyut. Be'erkecha kesef chamesh shkalim. And then there's a riboy. Tifta. Then we'll say, what do you do when you have a riboy, a miyut, and a riboy? What does that do? So the Gemara says riba hakol. In general, the result of a riboy, miyut, and riboy is ultimately everything is included. Riba kol miyut. So we'll say, but it includes everything with a carve out. It's a carve out. Oh, carve is the wrong word. With an exclusion. With an exclusion. What's the exclusion? Umay miyet shkaras. Right? It includes everything. It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. They will say, now why would it exclude stars? Why exclude stars? Because ultimately, again, a star does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, "Chutz min hashtaros, hayachayev lo adam b'shtar heislan v'nasan also shtar lakon video in open about good." Actually, it's killer this earlier. I say why? Because the star does not have an inherent value. Right? The only, in general, the only value a star has is what? What's the value of a star? The value, okay, right? The Gemara often uses the expression, "What is the star good for?" A bottle stopper, right? A bottle stopper. That's what you can use for. So therefore, again, because it has no inherent value, therefore halacha l'maisa, you cannot use it for figuring out then. For Rabbanan, I'm supposed to say that's Rabbi, right? And therefore, Rabbi's coming to this conclusion ultimately again to a riboy, a miyot, and a riboy. On the other hand, for Rabbanan, dashi klal uprati. Rabbanan, on the other hand, don't use riboy and miyot. Instead, what do they use? They use klal uprat. Now watch this. Rabbanan dashi klal uprati. Upidu yav iben chodesh klal. You shall redeem him from the age of 1 month klal. Right, and then it's a general statement. Prat. There says you shall use silver of 5 shkalim. That's prat. Right, and that is a detail, limited detail. Tifta, ultimately again shall redeem him. Chazav v'kala. Let's say, just you see what's happening over here. You don't often see it like this. They're darshaning the same words. Right, literally again, it's the same exact words. Right, Piduyav, Chamishes, right, Chamishes Shkalim, right, oh, I'm sorry, Be'erkecha Chamishes Shkalim, Be'erkecha Kesef Chamishes Shkalim, Tifta, same 3 phrases, same 3 words. Rabbi's darshaning it through the prism of riboy, miyut, riboy, and Chazal Rabbanan are darshaning it through the mechanism of klal, uprat, uklal. So the Gemara says, so Chazal klal uprat uklal. What do you do with the klal uprat uklal? So we'll say, so remember again, here's the difference between a riboy, a miyut, and a riboy, and a klal uprat uklal. In a riboy, miyut, and riboy, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, in Rabbi's model of riboy, miyut, riboy, you can do pigul labani with everything except for shtaris. Shtaris is the one exception to the thing. In klal uprat uklal, the way it works is like this. Everything is included, right? But the klal uprat uklal says like this. It creates a paradigm, right? But there is a whole category excluded from the paradigm. Riboy excludes one thing. Klal uprat uklal creates a rule, but the rule usually excludes a category of things. You hear this distinction? Now watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbanan, the category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the prat. Ma prat mufurash. Dover have a talisman of a group of moment. So let's say, so again, the prat, what was the prat over here? What was the prat? The prat was silver. The silver, right? The chamisha shkalim, right? The 5 shkalim of silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? Ma prat mufurash dover have a talisman of a group of moment. So let's say the prat, silver is number 1, movable, right? Movable, and inherently valuable. Right? So therefore, I will say essentially, to say a little bit differently, in Klal Prat to Klal, the Prat defines the Klal. The Prat defines the Klal, right? The limiting item, the specific item, defines the Klal, and therefore, again, creates the Klal, and by definition, excludes the entire category of things that don't fit into the Klal, right? So, Ribui, Miut, Ribui, ultimately, again, so in both cases, the excluding piece defines that which is included and by definition is excluded. Right? So ultimately, again, in the Ribui and Ribui, essentially what's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Right? What's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A star. In Ribui, Miut, Ribui, so I'm sorry, in Klal Prat to Klal, so ultimately, again, the Prat defines the parameters of the Klal. So what's unique about the Prat in this case of silver? Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, I will say, what is that? This is incredible. Therefore, again, for Pidyon Rabbi, you can use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What does that come? What does that exclude? Yatsu karko she'en metaltalin. Ultimately, again, it excludes karko that is not movable. Yatsu avodim shukshu karkos. It excludes avodim, which are compared to karko. Yatsu shtaras she'af al pi she'metaltalin ein gufa mamon. Ultimately, again, it excludes shtaras. It excludes stars which are not inherently valuable. So watch what just happened over here. So remember again, and let's say, so we're gonna pause here for just a second. So just understand what's happening, right? Just good news. Good news is we know what's going on in the Mishnah. Right? The Gemara is now suggesting is the Mishnah up until now we're focusing on who does the Mishnah align with, Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Shmuel. Now we're saying what? Boom. Rabbi picked and chose, right? Chose, right? Sorry, right? You went right. It's both, right? He went ahead, right? So he went ahead and he chose different opinions for them. So he's holding both like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shavuos, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. We established how you, and now Rav Kana came along and said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shuas. How is the Gemara proving that Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because Rabbi Akiva dashes with the mechanism of Ribui and Miut. Ribui. Now the Gemara is just trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for his drushas as well. We're not quite finished with it. We'll stop over here for Tirbo side. Shkoyach.
It's kind of funny in this scenario.
All right, so a great day, everyone.
Life has been ruined, and he's stuck with Eric and Sean. And part of it is Sean is a stupid moron who's now recording live from Texas, which is almost insulting. And Eric is sort of this like angry fat slob that's sort of, and so for Delia to have been becoming this famous.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael.
I'm sorry, he is kind of funny.
Sorry. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of the year are Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Karabkin, Mention of the Yosef of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKohen Zichron Lebracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Hili Liftman, Hili Nishmas Hili's mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ruben Meir Zichron Lebracha. And our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Bernard and Barter Birnbaum, in memory of our beloved grandmother Miriam Bas Yisrael Pinchas. For the full shalema for our brother Chaim Shlomo Ben Malka, V'Sel Shachal Yisrael, and for the protection of Klal Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and the Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. I will say with that, let us begin, Baruch Hashem, with another daf ahead of us today. Yesterday we were Zoka to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin the Ummah Second together. Today, in Eretz Hashem, we will begin the Gemara together. So we are picking up today's daf, Daf Gimel. Three, we are a welcome to all of the new people who are here for Shuas, both in person as well as online. A great zechus to have you. So we are picking up at the Gemara on Daf Beis, on the Beis 2b, 2 lines up from the bottom. So let's say, remember again, so the Mishnah, it was really, as far as Mishnayos go, it was excellent. It was excellent. I think that was like a 10 out of 10, that Mishnah, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yiddishkeit, you had it, right? We had Negorim, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Seirim, we had buckets of goats, right? Goats buckets, we coined that term yesterday, right? Everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we were zochah to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. So the Gemara says as follows, Nichti, Tanami Makos Salim. Listen, you read that phrase so longingly. We just finished with Makos. Right? The words of Chabakov, Tzadik, Daminaso Yichya, the words of Rabbi Akiva Nechamtana are still ringing in our ears. And by the way, see him tonight in Eretz Hashem, they give it 6:45. And with Mincha, then see him at 7 o'clock. There is still time. There's still time to register. If you would like, you won't get food, but you can add. I'm just kidding. You will get food. There's plenty of food. You'll get food. It says me, a beautiful event at the home of Kiri and Jillian Goldberger. So if you would like to come, just private message me and Eretz Hashem, and we'll get you in. So remember again. So the Gemara says we are finishing up from the Sechus Makos. So telling me Makos Summit. Ma'ashtad b'Tani Shavuos. Why we here? Why Shavuos? I will say. Mesechtas are linked, and the progression of Mesechtas is methodical. So why are we going from Mesechtas Makos to Mesechtas Shavuos? So the Gemara is very simple. Mishum b'Tani chayiv ala rosh shtayim achas mikan va'achas mikan, top of Gimel, v'ala zakon shtayim mikanu shtayim mikan va'achas milamachas. So remember again, one of the last sugyas that we had in Mesechus Makos was the halachos concerning shaving off your payas. So remember again, what was the nature of shaving off your payas? So the Mishnah said, Chayav ala rosh, you're obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there, right? There's two prohibitions. And for the beard, there's actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? So Gemara says, Chada, what's unique about this halakha is, remember again, there's one prohibition, right? It is a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? In other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head, it's one lav, right? But yet I'm chayiv twice. I destroy my beard with a razor, but it's at the end of the day, again, it's one lav, yet it has 5, I'm chayiv 5 times. So the Gemara in Mesechus Makos, the last formal halakha that it dealt with was this concept of one lav that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So everyone will say, what was our Mishnah in Shavuos? Right? Our Mishnah in Shavuos was Shavuos Shtayim Shein Arba. It was all of these examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, turn into 4 cases total of liability. So essentially, the Mishnah in Mesechus Shavuos was really just picking up on that same theme of quote unquote 2 that are 4, one that is 2, right? 1 that is 5, and now 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Tana Shavuos Shtayim Shein Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so now ask the Gemara. So it says, now we understand the connection between the Mesechus Shavuos and the Mesechus Makos. Beautiful. Ma'ishna hacha the Tana Lekulu. U'ma'ishna gabi yitzias Shabbos u'maras negoim below Katana Lekulu. So it says, remember again, in our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, birth 2 additional cases as well, right? Case number 1 was Shavuos oath. Case number 2 was Yitzias HaTumah, right? Ritual purity, impurity, which we spoke about again, we'll talk about today, or ritual impurity. And then number 3 was Shabbos, which are 4 cases. Shabbos, and number 4 was Negoim, Saras. So here's what's interesting. Here, obviously, in Mesechus Shavuos, we're talking about all 4 cases. Yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to Mesechus Shabbos, and by the Mishnayos of Negoim of Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos, or it quotes the cases of Shabbos, and by Saras, it only quotes the cases of Saras. The Gemara is asking just as like a textual question. Why is it here by Shavuos we quote all of the cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos, doesn't quote the other 3 cases. Saras only quotes the case by Shnegar, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other 3 cases. Okay, so start with the question. Here's the Gemara. I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Yitzias HaTumah, the Gabe Haggadik Sirin, The Damian Ahadodi becoming older the Yoreh, Tani Lahu Gabi Adodi. Let's listen to this. Out of the four, there are two of them that have some level of overlap. What are the two cases of overlap? The case of Oaths and Tumah. Oaths and Tumah both have the same overlap. How so? Number one, they are written next to each other in the Torah. So that's number one, right? They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number two, they both share the same liability of a carbon Olevi Yoreh. Remember you as well at this yesterday's dot. The carbon Olevi Yoreh is the unique sin offering that is dependent on your financial station in life. And Ani brings one carbon, and Asher brings a different carbon. So that carbon applies to both cases of Shavuos and Tumah. So because number one, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number one and number two, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now I will say, so that's why in the second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning two, then what? Once we're mentioning two, the Gemara says, once you've mentioned two out of the four cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other two. That's the style. Say Rabbi again, so just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes after Makkos, because Makkos ended off with the case of one lav that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with the case of Shtayim Shein Arba, two biblically paradigmatic cases that yields an additional two. That's the progression. And number two, why are all four mentioned here, yet in other circumstances, only the particularly relevant cases mentioned? Because once we're going to mention Shavuos, always going to mention Tumah, because they're linked scripturally and carbonically. Once you're mentioning two, then ultimately what? You might as well mention the other two as well. Beautiful. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, it's a tremendous amount of hospitalness also. And you see, so I understand what I said. Once it mentioned three, so mention the fourth. But it's like, once you mention two, I don't know, you can go either way on that. There's a tremendous amount of hospital Chazal are trying to teach us. I was talking with someone about doing the Seches Shavuos. The person did Makkos with us. And then I said, you're continuing with Shavuos. It's like, no. So I said, why not? It's like, maybe because I was just really just gonna do Makkos. I said, but why not? It's like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like forever, right? I'll leave you alone. But if you just say, no, what is that? You could tell me, I'm learning 14 minutes after this. I don't have time for Shavuos. That's fine. I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know, but just like, no. For Shavuos, at least use a proper English word. That's number one, right? No, it's not some type of glut. No, I'm not doing it. Why? There are so many beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, no one can take advantage of it. Because so often in life, it's just like, it's just like, no, I'm not doing it. And Chazal come along and say, well, why not? You already have 2 days, you mentioned before. You finished Makkos, why not do Shavuos? You finished Shavuos, why not do all this other? Right? In other words, why not? If you already started down a path in life, right? If you already did something, unless there's a compelling reason not to continue forward, why not? Incredible. Let's go back to it. So let's say as follows. Plus up the Shavuos, Mafar should be a Satumah. So today is a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. So remember again, the Mishnah the Mishnah went in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the 4 cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, right? And it begins with, right? So it goes Shavuos, Tumah, Shabbos, Tzaras. Then the rest of the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you a hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire show was just the Mishnah, right? The rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. You have like the article right in front of you. Just literally, like, let's just turn the page back. Okay? It's again. So the rest of the Mishnah was about Shuvah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. If the heading is Shavuos, right, and then the Masechta is Shavuos, you mention Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah, the rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? This is very interesting. The Gemara said, I don't understand. You opened with Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. To which the Gemara says, very interesting. Aidi dezutron milayhu, pasik sharilu, 120 Shavuos tinafishim milayhu. It's very interesting. So stylistically, the Gemara says like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Stein Shein Arba, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Succinct is relative, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially, let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned Tumah, let's finish the laws of Tumah because they're more self-contained. After we finish that, then we'll launch a more eruptive conversation about Shavuos. Which I will say is also a tremendous Musar Haskell if you think about it, because in life, there are different ways that a person should approach accomplishment. Right? We all want to accomplish in life, and therefore we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of tension I think that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on like long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? In other words, should I put my energies in like, okay, I know I have to get my life ultimately, get myself ultimately. That's what I should put my goals. Or maybe it's more good I sometimes like rack up some short-term wins. Like just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now they're good and they give me those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives you like a lot of wind in your sails. That gives you some good feel. So it's interesting. There's no right or wrong. Different things work for different times, but it seems to be over here that the Gemara is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. Let's knock out Tumah. Right, like, let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it. We can start it. We can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos afterwards. And there isn't this sort of like this, that sometimes in life, the maybe kedai to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused. Get some wins under your belt, right? Get some positive momentum. Move yourself forward. Get in a good place, and then in Yeret Hashem, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic planning. Incredible. Okay, Shavuos Time Shein Arba. Now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. It happens to be the Gemara now goes through them. Again, not in longhand, but just explanations. Here we go. So remember again, and there's also good chazar from Mishnah. First case, the Mishnah. Shavuos Time Shein Arba. In case of oaths, there are two cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, yield another two. What are they? Shtayim. So it says, what are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again, we're going to talk a lot about Shavuos, not now, right? But when we get to it, or remember, as I mentioned yesterday, this is called Shavuos Bitui. A Shavuos Bitui is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the biblically paradigmatic cases are Shtayim, Sha'ochal v'Shelo-ochal. Right? I swear, I will eat or I won't eat. Okay? That's a Shavuos Bitui. Now those are biblically paradigmatic cases. So again, so what do you see from here? According to the version I was making now, is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense Shavuot. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned in yesterday's daf, it's not just about eating. In other words, it's in, I swear I'm going to go to Eretz Yisrael. Right? So, you could fill it whatever you want. It's just giving the example of eating. Future-oriented oath about something I'm going to do or not going to do. That yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Achalti, V'Shelo Achalti. And the two additional cases, right? So the two additional cases are same oath, same Shavuos Bitui, but what? Past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay? So that's the case. That's the case of Shavuos Stein Shein Arba. Next, Yedias HaTumah Stein Shein Arba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two cases that are for. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Shtayim, Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Shtayim Yedias Tumas Kodesh, Yedias Tumas Mikdash. So what are the biblically paradigmatic cases? So let's say, so the case over here is like this. The biblically paradigmatic cases are, I forgot that I was tamei, right? Now again, remember what says, we saw in yesterday's Mishnah, without going through all the cases again. In order to be chayav a carbon older the yored, what do you need? You need awareness of your tumah at some point in the beginning, right? When you contracted it, let's say. So the case over here is, I knew I was tamei, I forgot I was tamei, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the Beis HaMikdash without awareness, or I consumed Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I did. Okay? So therefore the biblically paradigmatic case is where the lapse of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was tamei, I forgot what I was tamei, I ate Kodesh, I entered into the Mikdash. That yields two more cases, Shein Arba, Kodesh and Mikdash. What are the two additional cases? The two additional cases was, I didn't forget that I was tamei, I knew that I was tamei. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the Beis HaMikdash, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. Good. So those are the two cases, those are the four cases. Next. Yitzios Shabbos, Shtayim Shein Arba. The cases of Shabbos Hotzah, which means transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are really four. What are the two primary cases? Shtayim Hotzah Da'ani, Hotzah Balabayis. So once I start again, you mentioned it's all good chazara. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabbi. That's how it works. And I will say, I want to point out, why is that the biblically paradigmatic case? Remember again, all Malachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishkan. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishkan? Potentially the removal of the crushing, removal of the boards from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Rishus HaYachid, and removing them would be a Rishus HaRabbi. So the biblically paradigmatic case of Hotzah, now, there are two ways you can move an item from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. Sorry, to Rishus HaRabbi, right? Case number one is, let's say the guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in Rishus HaRabbi puts his hand into the Rishus HaYachid, lifts the object and pulls it out. So those are the two biblically paradigmatic cases. That then yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Hachnosa Da'ani, Hachnosa Balabayis. The two additional cases are what? Are transferring an item from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in Rishus HaRabbi takes the object from Rishus HaRabbi, puts it inside Rishus HaYachid, or the guy from Rishus HaYachid extends his hand into Rishus HaRabbi, takes the object and pulls it into his domain. Beautiful. Maros Negoim, Saras. That's the four cases. Maros Negoim, Shnayim Shein Arba. Are two cases that are really four cases. What are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? Seis uvaharas. Seis and baharas. So those are the two primarily identified forms of saras. Shein Arba, Seis b'tol dasa, baharas b'tol dasa. So what we're going to see here, the Gemara doesn't really delve into this more, but we're going to see that there is a tolda, there's an offshoot of seis, and there's an offshoot of baharas. Okay, so we'll say, so now, good chazara, we've gone through all of the cases in Mishnah, where the common denominator is each of these cases have two biblically paradigmatic cases, which then yield two more cases afterwards. Okay, beautiful. To which the Gemara says, money must be seen. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Lo Rabbi Shmuel, lo Rabbi Akiva. Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? Rabbi Shmuel. So we'll say Rabbi Shmuel Omar, Eino Chayiv al Ha'asid Lavo. This is very interesting. We'll say, like, obviously we're gonna get into all of this in Yirtz Hashem in the coming dapim. But the Rabbi Shmuel holds that for Shvuas Bitui, you are not Chayiv ultimately again for a future-oriented oath. You're only chayiv for past tense oaths. So as Rabbi Shmuel, I can be chayiv. A shvuas bitui would be I ate or I didn't eat, but I will eat or I won't eat. That is not a shvuas bitui. Well, here's the problem. The problem is our Mishnah counts by shvuas shtayim shein arba. The additional two that are brought right to the, according to the Mishnah, the biblically paradigmatic two are what? Future-oriented oaths. Right, and the additional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously that's in conflict with Rabbi Shmuel. So our Mishnah can be Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, ha'amar al helam tumahu chayiv ve'ino chayiv al helam mikdash. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of tumah, you're only chayav carbon ola v'yored if you forget that you're tamei, right? And then enter into the mikdash or consume kodesh. But if you remember that you're tummy, but you forgot that it was the Beis Hamikdash, or you forgot ultimately again that it was kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. Well, that also stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah. I'll say, just by the way, as an aside, can you imagine someone who forgets that he's walking into the Beis Hamikdash? Like, how does that work? What do you think? It was 7-Eleven? Like I don't know, what do you think? I'll say, but you see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off, right? Novelty wears off, right? It's I'll tell you like this. When we moved into the new shul, I made a big push in the shul. That people shouldn't walk in with cups of coffee just for davening. I don't even hear they said learning is different. But just in general, you go into davening, you really only use that shul that means for davening. Like, you don't walk into davening with a cup of coffee. You just there's something so wrong about it. It's on so many different levels. Like it just represents like if you're going to meet with Chaim Kanievsky's, the Kadosh Levacha, no one would walk in, right, with a huge mug or a seltzer or anything else. Like you just want to, I'm really thirsty, Chaim. Right? No one. It's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in if they would go to. But I like to stay hydrated. I keep it still. No one would do it. And yet I come into the Beis Hashem, and somehow, now again, it doesn't come from a bad place, Chas v'Shalom. It comes from a certain sense of regulus. It's just when you become comfortable with something. So at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties. We do this with our loved ones often, right? You just take certain liberties with things that you become comfortable with. So we think about the Beis Hamikdash and like this sense of awe, in a sense because we haven't had it for 2,000 years. But the unfortunate reality is that once you have something for long enough, you just begin to take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the key things you have to work on in marriage, a sense of hischadshus in marriage, that no matter how long a person has been married, whenever they see their spouse, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of love and a sense of newness that's there every single time. It's the same thing in our Yiddishkeit, right? What does the passage actually say? The whole avoda of Yiddishkeit is that every single day it should be new. To me, like, you ever watch like a bar mitzvah boy when he's putting on his tefillin, right? And he's fumbling around and like things like he doesn't like move his head because he's scared the shalosh is gonna. But then once he settles into it, there's like that excitement that's there. I don't know. I always look very longingly at those bar mitzvah boys because I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You know what I feel it? I feel it like Isru Chag after Pesach. When I haven't put on tefillin for a week, there's like that excitement of doing. But it's hard. Like it's hard to generate it day in and day out. And that's the Musar Haskell on this, right? You can have a guy and there's into the Beis Hamikdash. It's like, it's Beis Hamikdash. Like who knew? Who knew that I was standing there at the Beis Hamikdash? Because anything that comes with regulus, a person really has to work on for his kachus. All right, then the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, who's the thing that does the Mishnah reflect? Right? It doesn't reflect Rabbi Yishmael, right? Because Rabbi Yishmael holds that for Shvuas B'Tui, for an oath of an utterance, you're not tied for future oaths, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. And it's like Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva says you're only tied for a lapse of Tumah awareness, but not for a lapse of Mikdash awareness. So what's going on? Eva is Rabbi Yishmael, Eva is Rabbi Akiva. Gemara says the truth is, we can set this up in accordance with both of them. How so? Eva is Rabbi Yishmael, but if you say that it's Rabbi Yishmael, mehem lechiyuv or mehem lechliftar. So let's say maybe the Mishnah read like this. When it comes to Shuvas, there are shtayim shein arba. It's true, there are 2 cases that are 4, but you're not necessarily liable for all of those cases. In other words, there are 4 cases of Shuvas B'Tui, 2 cases of future tense Shvuos, and 2 cases of past tense Shvuos. For some of them, there's liability. For some of them, there's not liability. And that could fit beautifully with Rabbi Yishmael. Vivais Eimar Rabbi Akiva, Mehem Lechiv, Mehem Lifta. Saying Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of tumah or lack of tumah awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e. when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for, when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was Kodesh HaMikdash. And you got to reconcile it, to which you might as well say other days, dunya gemaros negorim katan, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because remember again, all 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to Tzara'as case, so remember again, Shat, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be comparable to the Tzara'as case. By the Tzara'as case, Ma Hasam Kulu L'Chiyuva, Apakanani Kulu L'Chiyuva. Because it doesn't work. Just like in the Tzara'as case, like Shteim Shein Arba, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, you have Seis and Baheres, which yields 2 more cases of liability. Just like in Tzara'as, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So in all the cases of the Mishnah of Shteim Shein Arba, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to create this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, the model is right there. We all love, so again, understand what are we trying to do over here? Right, what's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out if we have a stam Mishnah, right? Remember again, we have a Mishnah without attribution. So what we're trying to figure out is whose opinion, who is the Tana of our Mishnah. The way the Gemara started is by almost like by process of elimination. We seem to eliminate Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva from the running because of their previously held positions. The Gemara says no, Rabbi Shmuel. No, it could be Rabbi Shmuel. That wasn't ever again. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that by Shvuas Bitul, right, by declarative oath, he holds it's only past tense Shvuas, not future tense Shvuas. But maybe Rabbi Shmuel, how so? Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, Yisha'avar Karban, about Malk is Chiyuv Nechai. Oh, okay. Perhaps it is Rabbi Shmuel. When do we say that Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not chayiv for a past tense shvuas bitui? That means you're not chayiv a carbon. But what are you chayiv? You're chayiv malchus. Chayiv malchus. So Rabbi Shmuel doesn't mean to say you're not chayiv. He means to say you're not chayiv a carbon. But there absolutely is still liability. So you might say, the Amar Rabba, the Peter Shrib Satorah shvuas sheker, dimny of the shvuas shad. So we'll say Rabba holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in vain. Now we'll say, now this is very interesting. What is the difference between a shvuas shav and a shvuas shaker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually if you go right across, you see the Rashi Kid Rabba, that Divrei Maskos, the last white line in Rashi, you see that? So go into that Rashi and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. 7 lines down in the Rashi. Second word in. This is a very important Rashi. Rashi says, it's very interesting. What's a shvuas shav? Or it's a little bit differently. If you see where we are in the Gemara, it's right across in Rashi. Right? It's right across in Rashi. Shvuas shav. Rashi says, what is a shvuas shav? It's very important. Definition of Rashi. Hu nishpa l'shanos es hayadua. A shvuas shav is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, Kegon al ha'ish shehu isha. She says, again, this is not political commentary. I promise. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, if you say, I swear that this man is a woman, right? Rashi says that is shvuas shav. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter how you identify. It doesn't matter what box you check off. Right? These are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you think, you cannot change those realities. So that is what's called a shvuas shav. It's interesting. That's not called a shvuas shaker, right? That's not called a false oath. That is called an oath in vain. So in other words, when I swear about something that is clearly objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the contrary of that, that is an oath in vain. So look at Rashi here. So he says, the Russian is, and again, we're going to spend a lot of time on this, but Nishpa l'shanos es hayadua. You swear to change a pre-established fact, which you cannot change. Right? That is called Kedon ala isha va'ala even shehu zav. Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone ultimately, again, is a piece of gold. Okay. So these statements are absolutely meaningless. You can't swear to truth. You can't change realities. That is called the Shav Mashma Davar Shelatzon. There's also the Lashon of Shav. What does Shav mean? Shav means nothingness. So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely unequivocally meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Is it a false statement? Yeah, but we're going to see a Shvuas Sheker is something different. A Shvuas Shav is Nishpa Lashanas Hayadua. There is an established fact. You swear to change that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shvuas Shav. What's a Shvuas Sheker? Look at Rashi. Shvuas Sheker, Nikar in MS and Lav. Now, we'll say Shvuas Sheker is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about if they're swearing about true or not true. Right? I swear, Ruben entrusted with me his computer to watch. I swear I did not misappropriate it. I don't know. Did you? It's not the best because I should watch a showman. But you understand? He may be lying. He may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's then called the Shvuas Sheker. We'll say again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. All right, so the Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara suggests maybe our Mishnah is related as Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past tense Shvuah, for a past tense Shvuas B'Turi, he meant there's no carbonic liability. But there's still liability. You still get Malchus, like Rabbi. The favorite shits the Torah Shvuas Sheker being a Shvuas Shav. The Torah itself equates a Shvuas Sheker with a Shvuas Shav. How so? Ma Shav l'Sha'avar, Sheker nami l'Sha'avar. Now, both say by definition, a Shvuas Shav is always a retrospective Shvuah, right? Because a Shvuas Shav is taking something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shvuas Shav is always retrospective, right? Is always the Shavar, is always past tense. So therefore, Sheker is also refers to something that already occurred. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, in the same way, as for both of these Shvuas, ultimately, there's a key of Malchus. So therefore, maybe when Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not carrying for a past tense Shvuas B'Turi, he meant the carbon. But you're absolutely still liability in the form of Malchus, in which case the Mishnah could still work according to him. So the Gemara says, all right, let's analyze this. So we'll say, I understand, fine. So you can have a Shvuas speaker, for example, I swear I ate the challah, or I swear I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case could work. Why? Because it will say again, and then assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be chayiv malchus, a retrospective shvuah that certainly fits the paradigm of a Shvuas Sheker or a Shvuas Shav. Okay. Shalom Ochal ve'achal nami lav shiyish b'maisa. Similarly again, if I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because that's a lav shiyish b'maisa. Again, I violated something. Listen to this. Elo ochal v'lo achal amai. Now let's say, what about the case? Now we're getting a little bit technical over here. What about the Shvuas because it's like this? I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. Why should there be liability in that case? Lav she'in b'maisa. What's the Dr. case? He's lav she'in b'maisa. This is like this is what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, the halacha is that lav she'in b'maisa in lokin Allah. Right? So again, why would I be liable for this type of Shvuas B'Turi? Kasav Rabbi Shmuel, lav she'in b'maisa lo ker lav. Okay, so that's a simple answer. Rabbi Shmuel holds that was we saw it's in Malchus. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of lav she'in b'maisa, right, in lo ker lav, is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that a lav she'in b'maisa lo ker lav. So if both sides, so just answer, we're setting this up over here. Is we're looking to hitch our Mishnaic wagon to a particular Tana. We kind of dismissed Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue ultimately again with Tava. certain types of tumah, so that wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our Mishnah wagon to Rabbi Shmuel. What about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense Shvuas B'Shtui? So we're trying to say over here, no, what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely malchus liability. But in general, how could there be liability for a future tense Shvuah of Sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How could Rabbi Shmuel hold there's liability as Lav Shein B'Maisa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're lokat for Lav Shein B'Maisa. Okay, here's the problem. Now, Kashya, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Yochanan. The problem now is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi is over here. It's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines in Ihafi. The Masnisim B'Malchus, right? So now what we're establishing over here, right? We just established is that at least in certain cases when the Mishnah says reliable, liability doesn't mean to a carbon, liability means to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, that the Mishnah is talking about Malchus, Ustam Lan Lot Flat She'in B'Maisa Lokin Allah, Kash Rabbi Yochanan. Now we're saying 2 things. Number 1, liability in the Mishnah doesn't necessarily refer to Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for a Lav She'in B'Maisa. Those 2 truths, if those 2 things are being put forward as truths, now we have a problem with Rabbi Yochanan. Why? Here we go. On one hand, Rabbi Yochanan, halacha kistam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan holds in general that halacha is like a stam Mishnah. I'm going to say now again. Our Mishnah is a stam Mishnah, which would then mean that halacha follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? Lav she'in b'maisa mokin Allah. Right? Again, if you hold a Rabbi Yochanan, that halacha kistam Mishnah, we have a stam Mishnah. The way we just established our stam Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, right? And Rabbi Shmuel holds Lav she'in b'maisa mokin Allah. That means again, the takeaway message from our Mishnah is that you get Malchus even for a lot that doesn't have a Maisa. Okay, here's the problem. You have to listen to this halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. Now what happens? And yet, again, the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Yochanan and both agree, I don't get Malchus. Now they both agree, but they agree for 2 different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get Malchus. Why? Mishom Dahava Lav She'in B'Maisa. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a Lav She'in B'Maisa. It's Lav She'in B'Maisa, and therefore what's for Lav She'in B'Maisa? So we'll say here it is, by the way. That's the contradiction, right? You see it now? See before you even going, see what just happened over here? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. That's not just here. That's a general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says wherever you see a stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number 1. That's number 1. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav She'in B'Maisa, Mokin Allah. That's from our Mishnah. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav She'in B'Maisa ain't Mokin Allah. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf today. I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds, I don't get Malchus. Why? Lav She'in B'Maisa ain't Mokin Allah. Contradiction between Rabbi Yochanan's own personally held view and his idea that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. Reish Lakish is in a look at Hasras Safeki. The Hasras Safek Roshma Hasras. That's what we saw today in Malchus, right? This is what's called the Hasras Safek. Why is it called Hasras Safek? Because we want to say essentially, in order for Hasra to work, what has to occur? There has to be a certain level of immediacy between the Hasra and the act. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf today. What's the Hasra? You got to eat the loaf today, because if you don't, you're going to get Malchus. Okay, but I have the whole day to do it. So because there's no immediacy, therefore that's what's called the Hasra Safek. But again, we're left with a contradiction, right? But the other one holds, on one hand holds, halacha kistam Mishnah, and the way we just established our Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and the way we established is dealing with Malchus, and the way the Mishnah says, Lav She'in B'Maisa Mokin Allah, yet Rabbi Yochanan himself just said, Lav She'in B'Maisa ain't Mokin Allah. How do we reconcile this? You want to say, not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan Stama Achrina Ashka. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam Mishnah. Another Stam. You think there's only one Stam Mishnah in the world? Right, so there's found another Stam Mishnah, and apparently again in this second Stam Mishnah, the second Stam Mishnah holds that Lav Sheni B'Maisa ain't Mokin Alav. What's the other Stam Mishnah? Hey Stama, which Stama is it? Ilema High Stama. If you want to say that it's the following Stam Mishnah, Disnan, Ahal Hamosir Vitar. Right? Sorry, Ahal Hamosir Vitar. So what's it? Kama Pesach. Kama Pesach. So this is this Mishnah. Person person leaves over from the Kama Pesach. Talking about a tar Kama Pesach, right? The proper Kama Pesach. One leaves over Nosa, or Hashoka Peshamen, or one breaks the bone of a Kama Pesach that is coming. In what's the halacha? Ain't no gets hard boiled. You don't get knocked with either of these infractions. Now, why not? Krishna was shown becoming the sin as a most ishmael of a kasha, of a boss. So I understand. I remember the halacha is you're not allowed to break a bone by the Kama Pesach. Just as an aside, I think we spoke about this, right? Because the Makis also Kama Pesach a number of times. No, I think I quoted right. So I'm not going to break down a little bit. Why are you not allowed to break a bone in a Kama Pesach? So in general, why would you want to break bones? Because they want to suck out the marrow. So the Sifra says that the whole idea of Kama Pesach is malchus. So royalty doesn't suck on bones. Royalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Royalty has more than enough food, more than enough to eat, and royalty will eat around the bone, and that's it. But they don't break bones. So they don't become that's also. But I would say, interestingly enough, the prohibition of breaking the bone only applies to a Kama Pesach that is consumable, i.e. tahar. If for some reason the Kama Pesach becomes tamei, there is no prohibition of breaking the bone. Okay, the gotcha of Apostle, Abalamosir Bitar, my timer. But I will say, ultimately, again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no son. Why is there no malchus? Again, you're not supposed to leave over the Kama Pesach. If you do so, ultimately, again, why are there no malchus? My timer, Lav Mishum da Havi Lav Shin B'Maisa, the Chol Lav Shin B'Maisa, ain't Mokin Alav. Oh, what's the answer? The answer must be because leaving over both sides is a Lav Shin B'Maisa, right? On your side. The act of leaving over is what? It's inaction. I didn't eat everything. Don't say, remember, how do you have leftovers? Like, if you have leftovers, you didn't consume something. So this is a lav she'ein b'maisa. And what does the Mishnah say? You don't get malchus. So again, Rabbi Yochanan has another stam of Mishnah that he aligns his personal position with, right? So Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get malchus for a lav she'ein b'maisa. And now there's another stam Mishnah by Kama Pesach that backs that up. Again, is there another Stam Mishnah, i.e. our Mishnah contradicts that? Yeah, that's true. Rabbi Yochanan does have another Stam Mishnah that aligns with his particular position. So the Gemara says, Omimai, Rabbi Yaakov, he da'amar lachim b'maisei lokin alav. Rabbi Yehudi, umishum debaha kasov litin aseh achar lo saseh. So what's that verse in 1 second? And how do we know that ultimately, again, that it's Rabbi Yaakov who holds that a lot of Maisa, you don't get malchus on? Perhaps Dilma, Rabbi Yehuda, perhaps it's the position of Rabbi Yehuda. And the only reason, ultimately, again, it's not going to get malchus in this case is why? Because we most say it's a lav hanita klase. That's the malchus case. Right? Why is there a lav hanita klase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do you do? Burn it. That's why I don't get malchus. The Gemara says, lav haki lucky. But were it not for the fact that it's a lav hanita klase, right? But not for the fact that it's a prohibition that is remembered by the Torah's positive commandment, you would get malchus for it, which shows you that what? You do get malchus even for a lav she'ein b'maisa. Desanya, because we learned those who see ad boker, the Torah says do not keep over anything until the morning. By no semenu ad boker, by ishtis roful. And if you leave something over until the morning, burn it. So we'll say, what do you see from here? There's a lav. What's the lav? Don't leave over. But then there's an assay. What's the assay? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so the Torah is coming to give an assay after the last assay. Lomar, she'lokin of the Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda said, that's why I don't get malchus. Rabbi Yaakov Omer, lomin Hashem duzah. That's not the reason. Elo mishum dahavi, lav she'ein b'maisa. The lav she'ein b'maisa ain't lokin alav. So Rabbi Yehuda, so again, that says that. First thing Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yaakov comes along and says, no. The reason you don't get Malchus is not because it's a lav hanita to say. Right? The reason you don't get Malchus is why? Because it's a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. So I will say, just to highlight where we are in this moment, right? Where are we up to in this moment? Because we're going to actually pause here for just a second, right? Where are we up to? So we're up to over here the following place, right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. It was really, we narrowed it down, or we said off the bat, it can't follow two opinions, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, because again, Rabbi Akiva only holds that it's only a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you chayiv a karban, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of locational awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness, that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks Rabbi Akiva out, leaves Rabbi Shmuel. Now, originally we said Rabbi Shmuel is not going to work. Why? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not chayiv karban over the yoreh for future-oriented shvuas between. And the Mishnah says you are liable. To which the Gemara answers, no. Rabbi Shmuel holds that chayiv a karban, but ultimately again you are chayiv. You are going to be chayiv. You are going to be chayiv malchus. And therefore again, the Mishnah is talking about a case ultimately again not just of karbanic liability, but of malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you be chayiv malchus? How can you be chayiv malchus in the case of, right, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating? After all, again, isn't that a lav she'ein bo ma'isa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds, you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Okay, so if you paused over there with that, the beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah's like Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel holds we're talking about malchus, and Rabbi Shmuel holds you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. The problem is now that triggered a whole other storm. What storm did it trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah, which is a Stam Mishnah, Haskins, you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Here's the problem. Enter Rabbi Yochanan. Right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah halacha always follows the Stam Mishnah, which would seem to indicate then that what? The halacha follows our Mishnah, which is you get malchus for lav she'ein bo ma'isa. What's the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get malchus for lav she'ein bo ma'isa. So how do you reconcile the personal position of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you always hold up a Stam Mishnah? To which the simple answer the Gemara gave was, because Rabbi Yochanan has a different Stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that Stam Mishnah ultimately says, you don't get malchus for lav she'ein bo ma'isa. What's the problem? The problem is we just effectively deconstructed that second Stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question, or our question, which is, how do we reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's statement that halacha follows Stam Mishnah, which in our context now means you get malchus for lav she'ein bo ma'isa, with Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that lav she'ein bo ma'isa ain't lokin alav. So I will say this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's why I just want to show you how the next line picks up. We'll leave for tomorrow. Elo, hi stama ashka. We're going to see the next stage in this journey is Rabbi Yochanan himself actually found another Stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you.
What up, CC Walker?
Okay.
How you living, girl?
Okay, right? And I promise you, we're going to work it out. I see like some.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Do you speak? Yeah, well, go fuck yourself, girl. Nobody wanted to talk with you anyway. You don't like it. Worst. Join. Never. Screaming, can't follow me. Oh. You know about chain radio. This is the worst. Really? Read crypto research can't be engaged. Network with support system. 2-hour AO space. No one knows. Volvo radio. No one knows. That. This is the worst. Really? No, it's not even close to it. This is much better than it's been. Oh, like I said, this is good. What are your thoughts? What is that? What's athletic moves? You do the thing. You gonna make videos? Sick. You serious? I cannot believe I'm gonna wait for 10 hours. This is great. This is why. Dude, somebody bought my coin. And I was like, don't even do it. Don't buy my coins. Dude. And they did it anyway. Dog, nice duct tape. Thanks, baby. What's your favorite thing about duct tape? What? Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. Dog, I could watch tanks running over lithium batteries all day long. Dr. Peter Solomon sucks. We gotta take a shh. Oh man. Scale 1 to 10. This might be watery. You and Eddie Craven are friends? My dick and me. This, son. This, son. Dick ain't dizzy. Scale 1 to 10. George, 10. That sucks. Why? Giving away. Dog, I can't believe I could be eliminated from playoff contention this week, but there's still a chance. It would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game.
It's a highlight from my very first game of my career when I played against the Eagles. So right here. Yeah, that's me saying that's me getting laid out, and it's actually kind of neat way to see going up and watching the Eagles. Yeah, for sure. I think that was. I forgot you guys had Ron Day. That's awesome. You scooped that up. Look at this. This is terrible. Whiplash. The neck was sore next to that. But slow blow. Slow blow. Hey, how we doing? No, we don't have to. How you doing these days? Doing great. Doing great. Back to this guy. I had some reputations. We got a nice shot to turn the whole shoulder to see behind me, but besides that, all good.
We will be here in 30 minutes, everyone. I need a candle in every single room of this house.
That bitch can get it. She's hot as fizzy. Oh no, Brandon, I need you. Look at that move. I'm so sick. What?
That's one of the greatest comedians that I've ever seen. And Kevin is one of the greatest men that I've ever known. Hello, Jerry.
She's too obviously worried about the place. She should be more worried about the performance, but I guess you can't worry about the performance unless your equipment is ready.
Amazing. The free skate. Ladies competition is 4 minutes in length. It accounts for 2/3 of the final score time party after that. Mistake-filled technical program is intense bliss.
Hey, thanks for joining us on K-Barrel. I mean, sorry.
Other breakdown names. Letits.
No, it's Lidditz. Mel is partnering with General Mills breakfast products, Cinnamon Toast Cut, Crunch.
Welcome back to Fox 2 News at 9 a.m. Time once again to get your caught up on your news headlines. For that, the hamburger. That's so pale. Today's snow is crippling much of the Washington low. DD. Mega doo-doo. I'm sorry, Meg Goodoo. Universal successfully released Trolls World War II. Excuse me, World War II. Okay, so because they did so well.
Crazy woman. No, okay. Shit, I'm not doing anything. Let's just talk. I mean, hell.
Take a knee. The game's over and here's the plays. I've never dreamed of this.
Here's a ground today. We have a $5,000 space on the wheel. And our category this time is crazy. Who's going to start? Lee, go ahead. There is $1,300.
And when was the last time a directing category had 5 women and 1 man? No.
Are you
It wasn't. I know it's interesting. All right, so you seem to be replacing Larry and Sergey. It's the people out here. If I told you that you already had. Occasionally, you read the rumor that this was all a hoax masterminded by me. You did your job. I'm fixed income salesman. What do you feel about your job? It's good. There's a lot of opportunity there. What do you think technology and society? The working class does. Public family. So, how do you feel about being here today? I'm excited. I'm excited to show people how I live and that it's real. I live like this every day. I'm here to spread awareness about what I deal with. So I'm really excited. What made the decision? What did you make the decision to go public? So, guess who's coming? Suddenly a cable broke and up he went with one emotion. Film it. I'm on my way. The first casualty is glasses. They slipped overboard, leading to this radio transmission with his girlfriend. And then you're gonna shush me, right? Yeah. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Ah, so pale.
What did you think of your team's ability to withstand Florida State's impressive comeback? I'm in favor of execution. Maybe our entire team isn't executed after tonight. What did you, for me, it wasn't a wasted day, though. I feel like even if we don't get to do a show tonight, I had so much fun today. Okay, that was it. Fuck it. Let's not do it.
Waivers, kids. Tight. Why doesn't he have a quarterback? We need Easy to lose. Oh, he's playing CTE season. Oh, it's over. Fuck. Roto 69ers. He's playing Black Cats. Fuck. It's over. Come back. What about the tickets? That's who we have to beat. Look at this athleticism. Fuck shit. Brandon.
Coach Vince Joseph, from here, you watch him now on the screen. There's diversity in his background is helping him a lot tonight. Quarterback in Colorado, defensive back in the NFL, and here he is, having the time of his life. Here on the field, from up close, just watching Coach Vince Joseph. From here, you watch him now on the screen. There's diversity in his background is helping him a lot tonight. Quarterback in Colorado, defensive back in the NFL, and here he is, having the time of... Here is our prediction of what today's science and technology will do to tomorrow's coast. Greetings, 20th century people. I'm wearing part of the gear of the future. Well, may not like today's, but it's not what it seems. The suit is chemically treated to make it thermosensitive. It absorbs heat when you're hot, lets it cool you down, and releases it again when you're cold, so you maintain a constant temperature. Well, I don't have much in my pockets. A few smart cards or holograms of my family. And it's very simple. Those keys don't have any in the first place. Each unique fingertip opens all the different doors of my life, and I press them against pattern recognition pads. And I am carrying my office around with me as well. This isn't just a watch, just a TV phone. It's also satellite connected, so I can receive information
many information I want from any computer I have access to around the world, and then I generate a printer for that information in my brief. You're on the field. Website extensions.
try speaking to them. I just got to know that CEO officially. So that's the day we get my badge and page how to get my badge. What referral link? What referral? I think there was a post I made where I said I just linked my elite badge yesterday. You can just is it elite badge? I'm taking your asking for your network. So you know for your as an elite badge is not counted yet. So nobody have been able to relate it. Nobody have been able to relate it.
Well, that was really great. There he is. Yo, dog, how are you, big man? Excellent. I'm glad you're here. Hey, if you look, somebody brought this to my attention. We have like the longest space ever. It's over 1,882 hours. So, if you can, try to always keep a device in here so that we keep it going. If we can, 1,882 hours, it's like more than 60 days. Okay, if you look in the stream, it says 24/7 live stream right above our names, right, like on the left side. There's a little green timer. And like somebody brought it to my attention that that's like a world record. So we just got to keep it going as long as we can. How are you? Excellent. Aren't you going to get some sleep? Yeah, get some sleep, big dog. Hey, big dog. Looking good. Looking good. Excellent. Not till Thursday, Big Ben. That's correct. That's right. They play Thursday night. That's what I like to hear, big man.
Thursday morning, it's gonna be the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I see you, sir. Okie doke. Yeah, do you see the green timer? Yeah, it's been going for a really long time. Exactly. Word, dog. Oh, it tells us how long we've been in this call. And we've been in this call for like more than 60 days, more than like 2 months.
I'm sorry, I was still with a lot of stuff trying to come in here.
Don't you? Excellent. Don't you worry about it at all. That's okay. Somebody was in there earlier. I saw with you.
Somebody was in there with me earlier?
Yes, sir.
What were they doing?
Just checking out what you were doing.
I'm down there streaming.
I know you are. It's very cool.
I can bring it in to get my what else?
Yeah, if you can do that, bring it in here. There'll be more people in this call. No, put it in here. Put all of the ones that you can in this call, if you can. Yeah, just mute them. There he is. Oh, very cool. That's cool. Do whatever you want to do, Big Ben. Okie doke. Sounds like a plan. There he is. Excellent.
I couldn't find the correct stream. Okay, get my lunch out there, like, Rabbi.
All right, you do whatever you need to do, and then you get some sleep, my man. It's got to be pretty late.
Yeah, it's 2:29 a.m. over here in Paducah.
All right, well, get some sleep, my man. That's late.
I know what time zone you're in.
Yeah, it's 12:49.
It just turned 12:50 over here. I am over here.
All right.
I'm not going here. I'll be outside.
All right.
It's actually a new account. So it's actually a new account. And she put up the post that some people need to meet. And a lot of brands started posting that what we have posted before the about to find. So when she made a mistake was she was not able to handle the situation well. It's like I don't know if she saw the account because at certain point it started it started changing. Opportunities like this are something that, when I say the chances of something repeating like this again, it's very, very small. And with such kind of opportunity, you have to utilize it. And based, I don't know how true it is, based on what I've heard or what I've seen so far, it's that I'm hearing that the account was sold and it was also used. She was someone to place and how true is that that's what I saw. So because of looking at it, the pattern started to change. And if you know what is happening, X suspected account. So I think maybe it's because she started doing opportunities. So what I was looking at, if brands have really started to post content that should give you, it is going to give you a wider range of audience. Honestly speaking, and the more opportunities are going to come. So I think she didn't actually see it from that perspective. Because why would you have such kind of why would you have such kind of view and decide to sell such kind of account? That to me is a big fail.
Regardless,
But anyways, we learn every day on this space. That's why the gym opportunity for
When possible, may I please share my project with everyone? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams simultaneously You can view my life 24 hours a day in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. In addition to being able to view my life on YouTube itself, I have links in my profile. Feel free to look at those, and also in my pinned post, there's a link to my YouTube streams. I also have a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to help promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, please send me a DM. I'll be happy to respond. Send me a follow. I will be happy to follow you. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, please, thank you very much, Rabbi, for speaking. Please, if you are not one of the co-hosts, those in this space, please, I get the request that you don't ask people to speak when it's not their turn to speak. So, we should do this in order here. Yeah, I know I had the network issue and was out of this space. So, you should allow the space host and the co-host to pass the mic in order so that everything will be organized here. We're not here just to do things because we are here to do it. So it should be in order so that at the end of the day, we achieve our common goals. Yeah, thank you very much. I just needed to point that out. Please, host, can you now give me the co-host invite, please? Can you give me the co-host invite? So, thank you very much.
Yeah, could you send that through to me as well?
Thank you very much. I didn't get what you said. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Thank you. And let's hear from if I could this morning. Yeah, what are you doing this morning? How is your day? How is your morning? How is it going at the end? I think our host is having a network issue.
Yeah, funny guys. Yeah, my computer saw that I'm on road, so I'm not listening. But I drop out.
All right. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much. If I could, I think the next person on the line is Brooklyn. Brooklyn, what's up? How you going out to end this morning? It's morning.
GM, everyone. Thank you, OGB, as always, for so many. Today, I just want to listen. I've shared in previous days where I've lived, but today I would like to listen to some new projects and just see what is out there in the Web3 community. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, OGB.
Alright. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing up always. And thank you for always doing the needful. Because those who are doing sharing the needful are those who are going to make it on this space. Others are just going to waste their time on this space. And the Web3 space, you might be doing other things outside Web3 that will help you. But if you're in this Web3 and you are not doing what is supposed to be done, you are actually wasting your time here.
and stronger. So this morning I am still doing some research on one or two meme coin that I will dive into, because for the past 2 days, meme coin has been a blessing to many people. I joined very early, like the Anaco, like the G-Monad. The G-Monad was given to 17,000 people collected coin. It got from 30,000 to 800,000. They gave coin. Alright, so it's like I is having some network issues. I think we can. I back. Okay, it's like I is having some network issues, and the network actually kicked him out of his space without wasting time. That's crazy. That's crazy. So we need to know what we need to do, because if you're not doing what you need to do,
Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon? Brandon? Hey, is it possible? Can you mute yourself? Thank you. Whenever you want to talk to me, unmute, but if not, sometimes it's a lot of sound. Thank you, big man.
That is not something, but so then just keep putting up, man. Keep putting in work. Shout out to you, man. How's baby, GMs? That's my baby. She's doing really good, bro. She's doing really good. Slept through the night. She's like 4 o'clock right now. But we up here, bro. Just so she makes it, I'll be there. Let the wife sleep, let the other daughter sleep. So, chilling out, riding. I try not to make be too loud. Just keep it calm and bro, crying over people. Let's chop it up, This is what it was about. Let's have some fun with it. That's what I said. Let's have some fun with it. And grind at the same time. As many posts as we can, get seen. Let's hear from someone else. We really appreciate you coming up here, bringing it up. That's what I real life do, man. That's to say you're always there, man. At least to support your wifey. She don't have to do everything alone, man. You have to just try and those people, man. Learn you there to assist her when the baby cries, yeah. That's what real dads do, man. Shout out to you, man. God bless you for it. That's just a good question. Come up with, if you'd like to speak, we'd like to hear from everybody. This space is very open. Spoken in this space before. Really welcome. And I'd like to speak with any of that's how you get known. That's how you get known in this space. You're about to hear from someone who's been streaming for a few years now, 24/7. He's doing this streaming and just what he's doing. Let's go to Rabbi. What's up?
Thank you for such a wonderful memory, BMs. Yes, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, the link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find a link in my pinned post. You will also find a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our Discord. We have over 2,500 people strong and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a shiller, if you're a raider, if you're a Web3 marketer, or any similar position and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you, both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yo, 100%, bro. 100%, bro. You moved them up into the weird shit. You already know the vibe, bro. That's your good, bro. Thanks for giving me the mic once again. Yeah, Rabbi, yeah, I think I remember you. If you're here and you're not following Rabbi right now, you're doing yourself real, man. And if you know you're not following BFs, yeah, you're doing yourself also. Just do well. Send them a follow. I don't mind if you don't give me a follow, yeah. Mine doesn't matter. All you need to do is support Rabbi, support BF, support each and every one of this place, man. That's what we call love and support, giving back, Do that, you never regret doing that for real. Try to be a reply guy, right now, learn to be a reply guy. If you're not a reply, giving back, showing support, doing budget. I keep saying it. Of every day ends with the Lord. You never got to when and how and by who that's gonna be. So let's just keep grinding, keep the grind alive, keep the love going. Let love lead, man. Bro, how you doing? I'm feeling great, bro. Got mad up early. Like I slept, I got up at like 3 o'clock, bro. I slept through like for events, bro. Just grinding, bro.
Okay, so right back to that meeting now.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Sorry about for not meeting out.
Oh, you're fine. Don't you worry about it, my man. I love you. I love having you here, Brandon. You have no idea what you mean to me. I appreciate everything about you.
You mean the moral of it too.
That's
Sorry for not being,
no worry about it. No worries at all. You're good.
I'm here. I'm going to visit.
Sounds like a plan, my friend. You too. Sweet dreams, my friend. God willing.
must be in the space where
We
it's
can
like,
put that
maybe the
camera,
people
but
just
the camera,
I've been on this application for years.
your cameras are so.
Yo, there's my man Emac. How you doing, big dog? I know you. You're in my Twitter DMs. How are you, my friend? Emac, can you hear me? Excellent, my man. Okay, so you know the plan. Here's what we do. You create a link tree. It costs nothing. All the stuff that I tell you is free. So don't pay for anything if the website says that you need a premium. You don't. You're going to connect all your social media that you're going to create to your link tree. When you're done, you come back in here. We're going to create videos for you to be able to have content for your social media. I'm going to teach you how to clip people's spaces, how to join people's communities on X, on Discord, on Telegram, and some others, so that you increase your network, because your network is your net worth. Then what we're going to do is ensure that you have the ability to know how to create memes and market yourself with that. And then I'm going to teach you how to show yourself. You're going to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. Sound like a plan, Emac?
Yo.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so you know what to do. And if you have questions, you come back to me and I'll help you, okay?
All right, so
You're welcome.
just do it so hard work, be a reply guy, put in all that work, and then you're gonna start getting deals and brand deals and stuff, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna make money from ads, bro. Stuff like that. Just tap into other communities. So that's what we're with the creators of like NFT projects and stuff. But they might have some rules for you in Discord or something. On the side, I don't know. That's something, but I would just say, bro, think back, just lock in, build your profile, think like 10, 20,000 followers, but like, they don't have, don't follow everyone back though, because there's a lot of bots in there and stuff, or maybe there's, just, or accounts that are posting stuff that are not active, posting in a year or something. I don't know, check it out, bro. Like if there's like I don't know, but just make sure that following natural accounts that are active, check their replies, what they reply, to stuff like that, bro, just do a quick and that stops you from getting that climber, because I've been getting that climber lately, when I follow like I guess 10 people really quickly, so I don't want to like have any issues when I climb it down. So just keep that in mind, guys. Just keep that in mind. When it looks like I'm doing do it as well to follow. So they're going to follow 400 people in a day. That's like, I don't even know how many days, but like, I guess that's like 30 an hour. What's up, Rabbi?
Oh, when possible, I just wanted to know if I could share some alpha with the room. Absolutely. Okay, everyone, for anyone new to Web3, there's some things that you need to know and you need to have. You need a crypto wallet. Even if you don't trade, you're going to have people who want to give you airdrops, who want to give you NFTs, who want to give you crypto donations. So find yourself one of the legitimate crypto wallets. If you need a list, we can certainly provide that to you. When you have your crypto wallet, you're going to get a seed phrase. It's imperative. It's very important that when you get that seed phrase that you write it down and you keep it in a safe place. A lockbox, a fireproof box, a safe, that's ideal. someplace where only you have access to it. You don't want to keep your seed phrase on your phone. Too often I hear of people who cannot get into their wallet because they break their phone or their phone gets stolen or lost or something. You want to ensure that that seed phrase is written. Additionally, you never want to share that seed phrase with anyone, not even a friend or a community member. That will give them the keys. Your seed phrase will give them the keys to your wallet, and you don't want to give them the keys to the kingdom. Additionally, it's very important that you back up your device uh, regularly, but especially whenever you're uh, basically embarking on any new endeavor. So make sure that you have your devices backed up and that the backups are available on the cloud. Okay, now once all that's done, here is some information on how I think you all can market yourself better. You may be a reply guy, a shiller, a moderator, a graphic designer, a community manager, anything in Web3. This isn't just for Web3. This could be influencers. This could be anybody who just wants more people to know about what they do or their project, even if you have a crypto or an NFT or anything. This is excellent advice. First thing you want to have is a link tree. If you don't have a link tree, you need to get one. It's LINKTREE. They have an app on the App Store and Google Play. You can also go to the website linktree.com. What this is going to do is create your modern day business card. In the past, people would put their job position, their name, their telephone number, their address on a business card and pass those out. Well, in 2025, you need to have a link tree. Additionally, what you need to have is your social media link to it. People are going to want to check you out. They're going to want to see what your creations are. This will give them a little bit of background on who you are. Now, this is where I think the strategy changes from a lot of people's strategies to what I think is an all-encompassing way for you to be able to market yourself. You want to have social media profiles on approximately the top 20 or 30 social media platforms out there. Now, you're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of social media platforms. Agreed. But you already have a lot of these anyway. You have a Gmail account probably. You may have a YouTube account. You may have a TikTok or an Instagram or Facebook. You don't want to use your personal versions of these. You want a business version of these. And the approach is four-pronged. The first reason why you want this is it gives you about 30 different places for you to be able to promote yourself. The second prong is that it gives you about 30 different places to promote your customers. The third prong is it opens up 30 new communication channels with the world for you to be able to get more business, whether you're a graphic designer or a community manager or a networker or a shiller or a rater. You want more people to know about what you do. And then additionally, it is going to ensure that it's more difficult for someone to impersonate you. And that is something that happens quite often on social media. And you don't want somebody stealing your name and ruining your reputation on some other platform because you got popular on X. Now, you may say, well, Rabbi, okay, I can make the social media profiles. That doesn't take that long, but I don't have enough time to manage all of these. And I understand that. You send the notifications to a business Gmail that you've created, and all you have to then do is check, once or twice a day if you need, or turn on notifications for your Gmail, and you'll know whenever anybody DMs you or likes your post or comment or your content or sends you a follow, and you can go to the appropriate website and be able to interact back. This is also very important, you should know, for you to be able to promote yourself on search engines. Right now, if you haven't ever done it, you should Google yourself. Also, Google your username and see what comes up. You should know what kind of impression random individuals are getting of you, because that's what people do. When they don't know anything about you, they're going to Google you. And also, they're starting to use AI. So if you know the little feature in Grok, press the Grok feature and see what AI knows about you. And you can manipulate that if you need, in a positive way. And one of the ways that you can do that is through social media. What you can do, and what the plan is you establish yourself on these different social media platforms. Once you do that, you come to me. I will help you through all of this. Everything I tell you is free, and this is a free strategy. We're going to put content on your social media. We're going to tell people what you do, that you're a graphic designer, that you're a community mod, that you're a networker, that you're a shiller, that you're a rater. We're going to make, using Grok, also perhaps Sora, which is a ChatGPT sister app, we're going to make short quality videos promoting yourself. What this is going to do when we publish these to your social media is it is going to give your clients a basis on who you are, what you do, Also, the AI algorithms are going to learn about who you are, and search engines are going to learn about who you are. So you want to make sure that information that you're providing to them is accurate and